Yeah, can you guys hear me? Is everything working well?
Yes,
All right, cool. Sorry, I think my mic was muted. I don't know what's happening. But how you doing?
doing all right. I could hear some background noise,
For me?
like when I guess when you had it unmuted. I don't know what happened. Somehow it didn't pick up on your voice.
All right, is it okay now, or are you still hear background noise? But how you doing?
Uh, I'm here. I'm, yo, I'm actually hearing like some feedback.
Oh, okay. Is it my side or your side? Do you know?
Oh shit, never mind. I actually had the fucking stream on volume.
Yeah, I think that I'll
I'm a
do it.
retard.
It's okay. That happened to me like just a minute ago. Just in trouble. Salute, man. What's up? All right, so let me just kind of explain what we're doing here. This is the rescoring of Jermall Charlo versus Matt Korobov. And, why would you rescore a fight that has an obvious decision unless it didn't, right? In my opinion, I haven't watched this fight in a minute, but I know this was a highly competitive fight, a controversial fight for some. Some people felt Matt Korobov won. Some people felt Jermall Charlo made the right adjustments in the final rounds to win. And we're just going to kind of get a panel back on and see if we can rescore it and see if we can come up to a conclusion together or have our bit of analysis to provide, because I think it's a good fight. It's probably his best fight that he's had at middleweight so far, his most competitive fight for sure. There were points in which he looked good. There were points in which Jermall Charlo looked bad. I believe at this time he was still the WBC interim champion, and Matt Korobov was the late replacement opponent. Is there any other details I need to include? I just know it was competitive, it was close, it was controversial for some, and we're just gonna try to squash it. And we picked Jermall Charlo versus Matt Korobov because Jermall Charlo is in negotiations right now with Sergey Derevianchenko, who's the #1 rated WBC contender. They're probably going to fight soon, and a lot of people are favoring Derevianchenko over Charlo, even though Charlo is the champion. So this is going to kind of give us, a refresher on how Jermall Charlo fights, maybe things that Derevianchenko can do to see success or things he can do that Charlo can capitalize on. We're just going to be doing that kind of thing. Do you know if the other guys are ready?
Let me see. Well, they seem to be active in the hangout.
Yeah, all right. We're just going to wait a bit. If you want to watch along with us, the same drill as normal. Click the link. This is this one right here. This is actually for the StreamYard if you want to hop on the panel. And this one is if you want to watch the fight at the same time, just click that and have the stream open in the background. You'll be able to hear our voice and watch the fight with us in real time. Yeah.
I actually haven't even watched this fight since it originally occurred.
Oh, there you go.
I've only rewatched like a few clips of like round 5 or 6. Round 6, I remember Charlo started to kind of take over.
We have a completely fresh memory. That's what it is. I don't remember much in terms of. I remember the overall things what happened, but I don't remember what rounds I scored for who. Don't even remember what I scored in. I would have to check. Just a tale of the tape at the time. Charlo was 28, 6 foot tall. Middleweight division with a 73.5-inch reach, and they're both professional fighters for 10 years. While Matt Korobov was 35 years old, 1 inch shorter at 5'11". Middleweight, same weight limit, and the reach is 3 inches shorter at 70.5 inches. So Charlo has the youth advantage, the 1 inch height advantage, and the 3 inch reach advantage. Yo, Raider, what's up?
Hello. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
What's cracking? How's it going?
What's up? We're doing fine. We're just getting started. I'm just gonna wait for Smoke, I guess.
All right, yeah, man. Sorry, I would have been here earlier, but the wife had me do something right when I told her. Right when I told her I'm gonna go online. You know how it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I do. No, that's cool, man. I was just I had my own mic issues. For some reason, it was muted or something. Then we thought we had echo. Yeah, it's all good though. We're chilling.
Sweet. I've been looking forward to rescoring this one.
Yeah. So why for you? Why are you looking forward to this one?
Because people are saying that Charlo won that fight, and I thought the complete opposite. So now we're gonna get to see. I mean, sometimes things change. Remember how we scored the Fury and Wilder fight, the first one, and we thought that, and well, at least I thought in the beginning that Fury probably schooled him, but after watching the fight, it's like, damn, it was closer than I thought it was.
Yeah, I think the like I still think I gave him around the similar rounds instead of 10-2. I think I had it 9-3, but the rounds were like it was weird because Fury's output was very low. You know what I mean? He just wasn't throwing a
Yeah,
lot, so you could see why some people who might like Wilder give it to him.
yeah, no, it's just those knockdowns. It's like
Yeah.
four rounds already right there.
Sometimes you just get caught up in the heat of the moment. Like I've remembered some ridiculous scorecards I've had when I actually watched the fight live.
Yeah, well, just like the Canelo Triple G, when I saw it live, it looked like Triple G dominated like the fight because he dominated like consecutive rounds, like rounds like 4 through like 9 or something. So it looked like he won the fight, but I mean that's not how you score fights. You
Yeah,
score by round. So
10-point must system.
yeah. So it was like, all right.
You just salute Boxing Monster Samuel Shaw. Boxing Monster says he thought Korobov won. So
Yes,
there you go.
I thought Korobov won too, but I'm gonna see what's cracking right now.
Yeah, that's what's up. So really quickly, if you came in late, you can join the panel with this link, or you can watch along the fight with us at the same time with this link. We'll be in one big room together, and that'll let us all watch the fight. I'm approving people now. Just tag me in the chat if you want to join, and it's not letting you, because I do have to approve people to come in. So yeah, it just kind of lets me filter anybody trying to mess with it, All right,
I'm
Smoke says 3 minutes.
all right. So it says members only or what on the thing? Oh, all right, now I see it now.
Yeah, you're in.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. Oh, you paused it or what? Okay, cool.
Yeah, pause. It's not going for you guys, is it?
It was for me, but it paused.
Uh-oh.
All right, and let me lower the volume too on this, right?
Yeah. I score with no volume. What do you guys do?
Yeah, no volume for sure.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. So what's up, guys? How's everything? How's
Yeah,
life?
I'm good. I'm doing good. How are you doing? It's pretty hot today.
Yes. Yeah, it is hot. It's like
Hell
I think
yeah!
like 90 something over here.
Yeah.
I had to carry a whole bunch of stuff for like a mile or so in this damn near 100-degree weather.
That sounds terrible.
Very fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yesterday I fucking replaced all the shocks on my truck and shit. That shit took me like fucking half a day in the hot ass sun.
You were telling us the other day about your truck. Is it all good now?
Yeah, after fucking $4,000 of spending on that shit.
Damn.
Yeah, I had to rebuild the whole engine and the heads, and it's just fucking. And I had to buy all the parts still, and it's more expensive when you buy the original parts, So
Yeah.
Fucking mess. But anyways, it's fixed now.
I see the one. Do I need to subscribe? No, you don't have to. It'd be cool, but you don't have to. He says he thought Charlo won. So yeah, I mean this is a fight that some people thought Korobov won, some people thought Charlo won. Surprisingly, I don't hear a lot of people call it a draw. I hear one of them won. You know what I mean? Which
Yeah, you know what? My bad. Go ahead.
No. When they're this close, sometimes it is a draw, or sometimes a draw is like the middle ground. But this is just a fight where I don't hear it. I don't know.
Well,
yeah, you're right.
In some cases, I mean, it's sort of like a mental sort of fixation where you just have to pick a side. Maybe in the last round when it's 6-5 or something like that, you have to pick a side on who won. You have to sort of give it to the guy with 6 rounds, or maybe the champ or something like that.
I've never been a fan of just like, oh, give it to the champ if it's close. Like that's not really how I score them. To me, sorry.
You know what I do in that case? I score the round even.
But I don't think Charlo was a champ at that time, was he?
He was the interim champ.
Yeah, but he's not the WBC, right?
No, he was a WBC intern. I'm just in trouble. My snake slept all the way there. Yeah, I bet you were. He was showing him on D stream earlier. That's pretty crazy, man. Justin Trouble says I had Charlo winning by 3 rounds. Okay.
Damn.
All right, man. That's cool.
7-4.
No, that doesn't even make sense.
Hey, Smoke, are you doing rescores with Justin Trouble that we don't know about?
It says, oh, okay.
Maybe he had a fucking 9-3.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Samuel Shaw says, there's an issue with the thing. It says members only. Yeah, so just let me know in the chat if you want to join so I can thumbs up you. I just basically have to approve people who want to come in so that way I can mitigate any trolls coming in, you know? How can I get in the chat? Do you want to come on the panel or do you just want to watch the fight with us?
I assume he would go into the. I would assume he would just watch the fight because he doesn't jump on the panels that often. I don't think ever actually.
I see one. Do you want to join? Just let me know. I can. There's a link up there. So let me post him again. Oh, Smoke dropped out.
Smoke always has like Wi-Fi trouble.
It's because he's always on people's streams while in the middle of the damn interstate.
Yeah, yeah. Eldogg, what's up, man?
Smoke needs to upgrade his Wi-Fi in his big ass house.
Yeah, yeah. He's gotta get a couple routers.
No, man, it's COVID and sitting online with these fucking people. I'm not trying to do it. I just,
okay.
I'm just on my phone the whole time. I've gone through like 3 laptops now. And I don't know. You don't want to hear my problems, but I'm not quite sure how to watch the fight and talk to you guys right now. So just if you see me drop out, it's, I'll be backstage.
Okay, that's fine. What's up, Eldogg, Lisa Bales, Samuel Shaw, Justin Trouble, everyone. I see the one. He says he wants to jump on the panel, so he just gotta click the link. I'll give him like a minute. Let me get to the fight to the first round, because there's a bit of the walkout.
Hey, Smoke, you could do whatchamacallit. You could watch it on your phone and on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I have a split screen, but right now I think I just have to choose between the chat and watching. So I'm just gonna turn the chat off and watch. That should be all good.
Yeah. I did that on my phone last time. Rescored that. Which one was it where me, you, and Unbiased were at? Which fight was that? Oh, that was the Saunders and
that was Billy Joe Sanders, yeah. And Eubank.
Yeah, I did that on my phone. I just went to I couldn't see the chat, so I just went to that.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in clearly.
Yeah.
What's up?
Is there an echo or anything like that?
No, you're fine.
Nah, if you hear echoes, because you probably have the YouTube volume up.
No, it's weird. So it paused the what's it called automatically, but for some reason my audio is not coming through my headphones. It's coming through my phone still.
Just check put cam/mic, click audio, and make sure the speaker is going to the right input, I guess.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, guys. Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, you're good. What's up?
Hi, Jefa. ¿Cómo estás?
Let me mute him.
Oh, okay, cool.
And we're about to listen to your whole conversation.
Yeah. I'll just mute him now.
All right, so how is it gonna let us watch the fight at the same time?
Okay, so I posted a link in the chat. It's called Watch Together. I'll post it again just one more time. You're gonna want to click that. Let me know once you've clicked it so I can approve you. And then once you're in there, we're gonna be watching it the same YouTube video all at the same time. So don't pause it, don't go back and stuff, right? And then that way we can all watch it at the same time, and I can pause it and we can talk about how we scored each round, and that's what we're gonna do.
Got you. Eldogg, what's up? Some people recognize me because I'm a moderator over for Boxing Ego.
Okay, that's fine. Do you guys have your scorecards ready, like the format, I guess?
I could get
I'm ready.
A piece of paper or something.
I'll probably memorize it. No, sure, I'll just bring out something.
Yeah, I was like, you should get a paper.
That's a good idea.
And then we also so Icy, is Icy good? Is that just what I call you?
That's what
Okay,
everybody
okay.
knows.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna go every round. We're gonna do some live commentary on the round. We'll pause it when it ends, and then we'll talk about what we scored the round and why we scored it, and we'll move on to the next round until we get to the end, and we'll come up with our own decision. Does that sound good?
For sure. Yeah.
All right. What's up, D Jeff? How you doing? What's up, bro? I'm doing good. Justin Trouble says close rounds. Yeah, a lot of the rounds were really close.
I haven't seen a single scorecard in favor of Korobov wider than 7-5.
Yeah, no.
That's because, in my opinion, I mean, when you look at the numbers at the end of the fight, who the fuck said 12-0 When you look at the numbers at the end of the fight, Jermall, because my thing was the jab is what really won it for Jermall. The power punch numbers were close, but Korobov was landing a lot of the same punch. A lot of his power punches was the right straight. Whereas later on in the fight, Jermall started landing maybe not as, apparent power punches, but still he was landing hooks, uppercuts, straights, yada, yada. And in combination with severely
wait. I never see this fight hasn't happened yet. How you live in the future somehow? How do you know what happened in the fight?
You're supposed to.
We're about to watch it for the first time.
This is this is actually a live event that I'm watching through Watch Together, and I've somehow paused them in real life so that we could watch this live, never seen before fight.
Yeah, who's this futuristic? Who's this man from the future?
No, we've retrieved film that has never been seen before.
This is I know I was dusting off my Ring magazine and Willie Pep tapes earlier, and I found Charlo versus Korobov, so I thought we should just.
How the hell can you find Charlo versus Korobov tapes and Willie Pep tapes?
All right. I'm just gonna wait for Raider. I think he's on the phone.
Are y'all gonna post this on to y'all's channel later on?
Yeah, it will be. It's live right now, so.
Got you. What are they talking about in the chat?
D says, can't watch right now, but I came through to hit the like and show some support. Everyone enjoy live. Thanks. I appreciate it, D Jeff.
Where the hell is the pen?
Eldogg said, Korobov 12-0. Intangible, do you have a response to that? I mean.
Look. Actually, I don't.
You don't have a response? Well, there's your scorecard wider than 7-5, so.
So we'll be able to talk to each other and whatnot, and people will hear us as we're watching the fight.
Facts, Eldogg. Charlo is the new Willie Pep.
yeah, that's how it works. Yes, Charlo is definitely the new Willie Pep.
Straight facts, bro. Jermall is the new Benny Leonard.
What do they have? They have like nicknames, right?
Hitman and Iron Man.
Yeah, Hitman and
Can you guys hear me?
Man. Yeah. What's up, Raider?
Yeah.
All
right, cool.
The first Hitman gave Jermall his blessing to use his nickname.
Oh, I didn't know that actually. That's pretty cool. I disagree.
Yeah, that was his favorite fighter growing up.
All right, are we all ready? Raider, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, cool. I'm gonna start the round in 3, 2, 1, and go.
Well, I forgot to turn down the volume.
Yeah, you should do that if you want to score it, I guess, right? Right now, they're both just kind of jabbing Korobov in the middle of the ring. Jermall fires off a jab, but it misses. Looks like they're finding range with the jab, huh? Intangible, yeah.
Oh, he's body shot by Korobov.
Fake news. Korobov is trying to keep him off by changing levels and throwing the jab to the body. Somebody had it in the background.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah.
Korobov, nice jab to the body by Charlo. Yeah, exactly.
Not much going on in this round.
Yeah, they kind of fill each other out. Throw 1-2, missed by Korobov.
Yeah,
missed jab by Charlo.
Yeah, Korobov's got some funky footwork. It's like he gets tagged with the jab. He being Korobov. Yeah, good stiff jab.
Body.
But
Oh,
my-
nice
my
body
screen is
shot.
totally
Nice
frozen.
body shot by Korobov. Nice
My
body shot.
screen is totally frozen. It's not
Yeah.
playing.
Do you want me to pause it?
Yeah, I'm hitting play, but it's not. It'll go for a second and then stop.
What minute are y'all pausing it at?
Yeah, it's at 1:45 right now. Are you synced up or?
Yeah, I'm just watching it on my TV at the moment. Give me 1 second. Let me see here. Hold on. So you paused it at 1:45?
The fight is at 1:45. The video is 6:33.
Yeah. Okay, got you.
All right, cool. Are we ready, Smoke? Is your thing working?
I'm not sure. Hit play. Let's see if I go with it. Just hit it for a second.
Both fire off jabs. Charlo lands the left hand.
Yeah, no, mine is not synced up at all.
It's
I don't
not
know
just. Try refreshing the page.
Okay.
Is there a chat over where y'all are watching at where people are saying something?
On YouTube, but
On YouTube, but not on this
just
page.
Okay.
yeah.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna restart the round so we can kind of.
Cool. Thanks. I appreciate
Yeah.
it. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, how are we supposed to know, right? Some technical difficulties. It's all right.
Get this, Smoke. You need to upgrade phones.
Yeah, you need to
Those-
you need to
those-
get your
those flip-
phone.
Those flip phones are not in style no more, man.
Yeah, bro, I just this one was the new hotness too. Like, now I am gonna do it, but COVID actually closed the Sprint store like by the lake. But anyway,
Did y'all
All
restart it?
yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, it's on 5:20. Are you ready, Smoke?
Yeah, hit play. Let's see if it works.
All right.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's good.
Okay, all right.
All right, cool.
This is the first time we're watching this. Feeling out round, it seems. They're both kind of using their jabs to, I don't know, measure distance or something.
Body shot by
Korobov in a
Korobov.
foot position with the left hand, and he steps back, and he throws a jab, and he misses the jab, and then he pushes Charlo back, making him hesitate as he's trying to step in with the body shot. He misses the left hook.
Neither fighter has landed a significant blow. They're just like jabs to the body.
Missed by Korobov. Miss.
Yeah. Misses and grazed punches.
And thanks. Oh,
Body shot by
straight to
Korobov.
left of the body. Korobov out of the southpaw.
Charlo lands his own body shot.
Nice body shot by Charlo after Korobov lands one.
Fading the way in. Korobov tried the 1-2, misses twice.
Good
Nah,
defense
that
by
was
Charlo.
a 2-1-2.
Nope.
Jab by
Charlo
Korobov.
stiff jab,
Charlo.
doubles up on it, hit him with the second one
Body
scores.
shot. Oh, nice body shot by Korobov.
Charlo's got
Charlo just
landed
misses
his
the
own
counter
body
and
jab, though.
hook, uppercut. Yes.
Kind of feeling each other. Oh,
Yeah.
right by Korobov.
Check. Nice little check.
And a back check by Charlo. Both get stuck.
It kind of got a scuffle and they're clinching now.
Yeah.
They're still fighting in the clinch, although not much is happening.
Tuck chin. Oh,
Charlo lands a
still
little
touching
left
with
hook.
Left hook on
the
his
sneaky
way out.
left on the break.
Yeah.
Way out. Jabbing. Jabs again. Charlo.
Charlo trying to jab him as he goes in on his
Oh,
toes.
nice body shot by Korobov.
Korobov.
Yeah,
Did
straight
that
left.
touch Jermall though?
Yeah.
I can't.
Maybe it's hard to see if it's close. If it did touch, it was a glancing blow, and he does the same thing. It looks like Korobov is showing he's got faster hands.
Missed by
No
Charlo.
way.
That's what he's trying to do. He's hitting him with the straight left.
Another body shot by
Another
Korobov.
Yeah, Korobov.
Another jab by
Well,
Charlo.
he's sort of noticing how short he is compared to Charlo.
Yeah.
Charlo's
Yeah.
so big, even for middleweight. He's like 6'1". Dude's
Yeah.
huge.
Missed by
Left
Korobov.
1,
hand
2,
to the
3.
head.
So try the three
Yeah,
shot.
2 blocked by Jermall and then missed. Korobov missed that
From
last
jab.
Body shot by Charlo.
one. Charlo.
Korobov
jab,
gets
body
tagged
shot,
with a jab.
Oh, double
Korobov
jab.
went left.
Korobov.
Double jab
Double
by Korobov.
jab. I think the second one got to
Double
No,
the
left.
that was a double
Yeah.
straight.
Was it? Yeah, what?
Because he's
Oh,
selling
yeah,
Double
yeah.
straight.
Yeah,
But
right.
Oh,
in the
nice
second
left
one,
hook
straight
on
through.
top of Korobov's ear.
I don't know. That looked like
10 seconds of the
Charlo
round.
missed it to me.
Nice
Lands-
left.
Oh,
lands
nice,
a nice
nice
straight.
left. Yeah,
Look
nice
like the
left by
1-2.
Korobov.
And the round comes to a. Okay. Oh, that was awkward little
Yeah,
right
it was a
hand.
right
there at
hook
the
by
end.
the ear.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So who wants to start out? How did you guys score that round?
I'll start it off.
I start.
Go for it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ray.
All right. I had that run for Korobov. I think he did more just with body shots. He landed more body shots. He landed a couple of jabs, not as much as Charlo, but definitely landed the harder punches, more effective body punches. And defense, both of them kind of were missing shots. Both of them ring generalship. That's kind of hard to tell. First round still. Let's see. Defense, ring general. What else do we have? Clean effective punches. I'm gonna give to Korobov just because Charlo didn't land any significant shots. Maybe one. The rest of them were jabs. And what am I missing? Generalship.
Defense, effective, ring generalship.
I already said those. I already said those already, right? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Korobov, barely, but Korobov won that for me. Was a busier fighter.
And do you have that as a swing round or no?
No, because Korobov landed just more body shots than I didn't see Charlo land anything significant. Like it was just mostly jabs.
And jabs to the body and a couple to up top.
Yeah, I didn't see anything like any real power punches from that landed from Charlo. Maybe one, but Korobov did land at least 4 or 5 body shots. So
Korobov's Charlo's best shot was probably the left hook on the break, or
left
just
hook near the end of the round.
I thought exactly. I thought and if I could go next, because I scored it the other way. I scored it 10-9 Charlo, and specifically for the clean hard punches. I thought both of them had moments when it came to offense, defense, effective aggression, and ring generalship. I think all of those were like kind of the same. The issue for me was the left hook. Charlo landed he landed one really good one, but he landed 3 or 4 decent ones. And to me, the jab to the body, I mean, Korobov had a couple.
Smoke, you cut out.
Cricket Wireless strikes again.
Damn.
No, he upgraded a PCS, so stop it. All right. We'll come back to him.
I'll just say I gave it to Korobov because, yes, Charlo probably landed the hardest shot of the round with the left hook near the end. Korobov's shots comparatively and on a more consistent basis were harder. He had the edge in power shots. He was controlling the space between he and Charlo. Charlo wasn't really aggressive. He was more hesitant. I'll give the round to Korobov. Although he set up the jab pretty nicely.
Yeah, I have generally the same thing. The first half of the round was pretty inactive. I thought it was like close, I guess. Like I wouldn't get mad at you if you scored Charlo. I thought Korobov landed more clean shots. He landed the left straight hands multiple times, at least like 4 or 5 times. Whereas Charlo's best shot was just one left hook on a break and a lot of jabs to the body that, don't really land well or land to the head. Not very clean punches, but overall I just felt Korobov performed better that round. So I have it. I have 1 round up for Korobov.
I gave that round to Charlo, just off of the fact that it was pretty much an even round for me until Charlo picked up the pace a bit at the end with a few power punches. But up until that point, it was his jabs versus Korobov's power punches, and then at the end, Jermall won it over just because of that the few left hooks and then that right hook at the end of where Korobov was against the ropes. But that's it. I mean, yeah, it's a weird round.
Yeah, right. So exactly what you just said. I scored it for Charlo too. Exactly what you were saying. I thought that Korobov was definitely the busier fighter, so I wouldn't be mad at somebody scoring it for him because he had, he did a lot of work early and also came on and getting late. But I just thought the harder shots were from Charlo, not Korobov.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So did everybody have a swing round, or no? You said you didn't. You didn't, IBT. Did anybody else have a swing round outside of me?
I didn't have a swing round. I'm only giving swing rounds because they're extremely close, man. I don't think that was. I mean, it was close, but it was not extremely close where we got to give it a score round, in my opinion.
I'm just give whatever what people are thinking.
Does
Anybody
anybody have
else?
it a swing round? Anybody?
I put it in swing round.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to the second round now. It's starting in 3, 2, 1, go. They both meet in the middle. Charlo takes over control. Korobov runs into a clinch, lands a left uppercut. It doesn't land cleanly though. Ref separates them now.
I think he landed it cleanly. He was in the clinch though.
Yeah, so do I. Because his head snapped back.
I like that jab over the top. Korobov sticking his hand out.
Jermall hasn't really landed anything though.
Oh yeah.
1, 2.
Jamal presses with a forward punch. Korobov slides out.
Oh, double hit.
Yeah, they exchange hooks. Korobov looked like he got the better of the exchange.
Charlo's
I don't
think
Jermall's.
Yeah,
Jamal hasn't.
Charlo stalking. Really Korobov backing up. Charlo stalking.
Yeah,
looking for an empty.
Yeah.
Charlo's is too predictable. He's just walking
Korobov looks comfortable now. He looks like he's controlling the distance.
Yeah, well, he maybe look comfortable. He's getting the shit jabbed out of him while he's looking comfortable.
Not in this round because Jermall's missed too much.
Yeah,
he
missed again. Yeah,
they're in the clinch right now. Trying to get some work in. Ref separates them.
Whoa, huge left hook.
Oh, nice body start by
nice body shot by Charlo.
Nice right strike by Charlo.
1-2 by Charlo.
Good right.
He's established.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice counter check left from Charlo.
Korobov lands 1-2 and
After
Charlo
he gets hit with a 5-piece.
Nice body shot by
Korobov.
Exchange hooks. I think Korobov got the better that exchange.
Yeah.
Both palm with the jabs, orthodox southpaw style.
Yeah.
Big left. He caught it with a glove though.
Hardest shot of the fight so far.
No, that hit Jermall on the face. That was not the glove.
Yeah.
That hit Korobov on the face. I think he caught him on the glove with that, but that's cool.
Nah, I thought that straight was clean by Korobov.
Oh my goodness!
To go for a body shot, but it looked like Korobov
to the body.
I think he blocked that.
Yeah, he's just being sarcastic.
Another
good
left. Wow.
Korobov got caught with the 3-punch combo.
Fix the jab.
Missed the last.
Charlo trying to lash out on him. And
he's lashing out. Yeah,
he's loading up on his shots too much. They're telegraphed.
Jab. Charlo's has center again. Korobov waiting to counter.
Yes.
Nothing's happening.
Anticipated
Charlo's pushing pace. Wrestle.
Nothing's happening in the clinch right now. Again, it seems like Charlo's really trying to knock him out in one punch.
Yeah, he's trying to headhunt.
Yeah.
Not being disciplined. Another anticipated. Oh, I got him with the left.
Okay, swing off.
No, he blocked that.
Stop. Yeah.
All right.
That was a partial block.
Yeah, it was
blocked that. But Jermall missed completely, whereas Korobov actually touched something.
Yeah. I give Korobov that round. Charlo,
Korobov definitely won that round.
Yeah, Charlo is just a single position fighter. He's just standing right there in front of him, not really doing anything, not changing levels. I saw him having Korobov on the ropes. I think it was with about 30 seconds to go, and I was counting seconds before he actually threw a shot because he's just standing right there. Korobov anticipates everything he's going to do.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, really big issue, and I also scored it for Korobov. A really big issue I noticed is after he kind of got pieced up, he wanted some of that get back, but I don't think he knew how to get it or thought he could set it up well, or he maybe thought it would work, but he just started letting bombs fly, which let Korobov avoid them, and then let Korobov land some counters of his own, like left straight, and basically from that point, after he tagged him with the straight, that little combination, he just didn't look as good because he started really loading up on his shots.
Yeah, I think Charlo was kind of winning the first half of the fight, even though he was missing some shots. He was still more active. He was out jabbing Korobov, but Korobov in the second half of the round, he started laying that left hook pretty hard. Even though some of them were partially blocked, it did catch his attention, Charlo's attention, and he got kind of mad, and he was trying to get that get back, and he wasn't. How should I say? What's the word I'm looking for?
Schedule for having me on.
He wasn't. Fuck. How do you say it?
He wasn't setting it up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, he wasn't setting it up right. Because Korobov was anticipating him. So I'm gonna give that round to Korobov based off that.
Yeah, I also gave it to Korobov, and like you were saying, I thought at the beginning, effective aggression. I'll just go through the criteria. The effective aggression I thought was Charlo early, until the clean, effective shots of Korobov took his focus away, and then he stopped being patient, and he started rushing his work, and then there was huge defensive lapses and offensive lapses. So effective aggression, I'll give it to Charlo overall. Defense, I'll give to Korobov. Ring generalship, Korobov, and clean hard shots, Korobov round.
I gave it to Korobov also. Jermall was missing quite a bit. His jab didn't seem to be as consistent. And without being able to properly set things up, Korobov was able to do better work, especially with power shots. Yeah, Jermall needs to utilize a little bit more movement and jabs for sure. But overall, that was Korobov's round easily.
Yeah. Eldogg, what did you want to say?
Oh, yeah, thanks for having me on. And I've got a 2-0 Korobov. I think he's controlling the space, landing the cleaner, more effective punches. And he's making Charlo miss a lot. Charlo's just coming short so far with his punches. Like, they're not missing by much, but they're just coming short. Mm-hmm. So I think just overall Korobov is 2-0 up.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move
on.
What
point in the video is it for y'all? Is it 11:15?
It's 11:17.
17. Let me skip it ahead. Let me see. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna press play in 3, 2, 1, go. Third round begins. They both meet in the middle of the ring. Korobov doing some jabs. It gets counted with a pretty stiff jab by Charlo.
He caught Korobov with it. No, Korobov caught him with a jab though, and a body shot just now by Korobov.
Body shot, 1-2 by Charlo.
Korobov moving in and out well, but he's now in the corner. A jab tees off his forehead.
Yeah, jab off.
Korobov is not losing his balance.
No. Oh, nice body shot by Korobov.
Left hook uppercut to the body. Pretty good.
Yeah, that was a good counter. Counter to the body.
Landed on his solar plexus.
Missed.
Charlo tried to come around with a hook and it doesn't
land.
Oh,
nice
left.
Nice exchange by both of them.
Yeah, I think Charlo got
that was a nice counter.
Jamal got the better of that exchange.
Yeah, he got that counter uppercut.
Charlo can throw the right hand at awkward angles. It's one good thing about him.
They're insisting on making this a battle of the jabs. Charlo getting the advantage right now.
By Charlo.
Stiff jab,
yeah.
Oh, nice straight
left by Korobov.
Straight left by Korobov.
At some point, he's going to have to at least change levels somewhat. Okay, finally.
That's something Charlo struggles
jab
with.
By Korobov. They're gonna start stepping on it.
I think it's mainly because Korobov is just such an awkward southpaw.
Well, also Charlo's his stance is very wide, so it makes it difficult for him to change levels fluidly.
Oh, both. Oh, nice exchange.
But he doesn't stand wide unless he's trying to throw with conviction. And I think the problem with that is
he loses his balance when he throws shots.
Yeah. It's not actually when he's throwing it; it's after he's thrown it. He's way off balance.
I wouldn't even say Korobov is that awkward. I think he's just pretty fundamental. He's a pretty typical southpaw counterpuncher.
Are both exchanging jabs right now? 1-2 by Korobov.
If you look at him versus other Middle Eastern type fighters, Korobov is very slick compared to a lot of those dudes.
Charlo using head movement now
nice
a little bit.
Body jab by Charlo. Nice
stiff jab by Charlo.
Again.
Oh, nice straight jab by Korobov. Yeah.
It's a fairly close round.
Yeah, 1-2 by Charlo.
Looks like the jab landed, but the
Korobov blocked those. Though.
Yeah, the right and the left and left, or the right and left. One of them.
Jab by Jermall.
Oh,
damn.
man,
hard.
that's a straight left, man.
Hard
Wow.
counter straight left by
See,
Korobov.
stuff like that in rounds like this is what separates the rounds. Because that was a good jab by Jermall right after, but that wasn't as effective as that left straight by Korobov. Another body shot by Korobov.
Another body
They're
shot
both
by
trying to fight at
Korobov.
mid-range.
Looked like Charlo landed a nice right. Okay.
Stop.
They last shot at mid-range at the end, but neither of them land cleanly. I want to start this one now. I felt nobody had the clear effective aggression, but if I had to give it to someone, I'd give it to Charlo. Clean punching, I would have to give it to Korobov. Defense, I'd have to give it to Korobov. And ring generalship, it felt like Charlo was kind of chasing Korobov around the ring. Korobov's kind of letting himself get cornered off. Oh, Eldogg, it's all right, man. If you want to come back on, just let me know. It seems like he kind of corners himself sometimes, part getting cut off, part himself walking laterally only when he needs to, like when he has to get out at that point. But I still favored Korobov, especially like you were saying, I see with that really strong counter left straight at the end there. Those are the type of punches that make an impact in a close round, and I have to favor Korobov in that one.
And that's not the first time he did that. There was another time where he threw a left straight and it hit him, but it wasn't as pronounced as that one at the very end of the round. So that for sure, that was a Korobov round in my opinion. Also,
hey IBT, can you give me 1 minute real quick? I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute.
I gave it to Charlo. I don't think we may be seeing things differently, right? I think that some shot that you guys are thinking is scoring, I don't think are scoring, and some shots that I think are scoring, you guys don't think are scoring. But I think the harder shot was probably landed by Korobov, but I don't think it was enough. I think he's trying to do enough to steal the rounds, and what he's doing is definitely flashy. But he's spending a lot of time circling and trying to stay out of range, and Charlo is spending a lot of time making the fight.
that doesn't matter.
I guess as far as defense goes, I don't think either one of them were particularly effective with their defense. Charlo slipped a couple of shots. Korobov slipped a couple of shots. The ring generalship, Charlo had the center most of the time. Korobov was like sliding around. I don't know. You could call it. I just don't like Korobov's activity, I guess. I think he's doing enough to be flashy and be competitive, but I don't think that is enough to win the round. I guess is really what it boils down to in that particular round for me and Korobov, and I'm giving it to Charlo.
All right, so with the criteria, which ones would you give to who?
Right, so the clean, hard shots, like I think the cleanest and hardest shot, I think was landed by Korobov, but I don't think that it was enough of them. Right, I don't think exactly. It was a volume Charlo, and it just wasn't enough to steal the round. So, clean, hard punching. Yeah, I give it to Charlo just on the quantity, not on necessarily the quality. Which I don't know. Maybe that's the antithesis of the actual category. But maybe I think the difference is not so much in the shots that were landed, but in the effective aggression and the amount of time that I feel like Charlo is making the fight, and they're fighting at Charlo's pace also.
I wouldn't agree with that. If effective aggression, it implies in the name that the aggression has to be effective, and there were several times where it played in Korobov's favor. He ducked under shots. He countered after ducking under shots and after moving backwards. The reason why Jermall even got hit at the very end of the round was because he tried to come forward and Korobov saw it. So
I'm not saying that Korobov didn't have. I'm not saying Korobov didn't have moments. He did. I'm just saying overall, over 3 minutes, the effective aggression I'd give to Charlo.
But it wasn't as effective. It wasn't that effective though, because you're
I can only choose between the two of them. So it's either Korobov had the effective aggression or Charlo had the effective aggression. And of the two of them, I feel like the more effective aggression came from Charlo.
Even though he's not landing as many power shots, I don't know.
I think he did. I think he actually landed more. I just think that Korobov shots, the two shots that stick out in my head in the round were from Korobov, right? The two hardest shots. But Charlo had a whole bunch of them. They just weren't as hard, right? So from really the first minute, I feel like Charlo controlled the pace. He set the pace with the jab and was just basically stalking Korobov as he went around, and Korobov was looking to counter. The counters didn't really come from Korobov until the middle and the end of the round.
He was landing to the body early in the round, though.
I think he was landing
Korobov.
throughout. I mean,
there was for the pace. I mean, they weren't as grouped together.
He was slightly more active in the final minute, but I mean, in the last, he was a little more active in the last minute as far as throwing punches. But his harder shots were probably in the early to middle rounds. Oh, well, he landed a good shot with
not early, middle. That's what I'm saying. Early was It was, to me, it was Charlo early in a competitive exchange, but it was definitely Charlo bringing the pace and bringing the fight, and Korobov looking to counter. But the counters actually didn't. The effective counters to me didn't come until the middle and the end of the round.
I mean, that's fair. We can go further into this at the end. When we have the final result of what we scored every round and we want to do our analysis, but I don't want to hold up the actual fight. So we'll get back.
Are y'all on again?
We are on.
Hold on, I didn't give mine.
Oh, Raider, yeah, sorry.
I had to do some shit real quick, but I gave that round. I didn't hear kind of what you guys were saying because I was doing something, but I gave that round to Charlo. I think he probably outlanded Korobov, especially in the beginning of the round. And two, he was landing the better counters. He was getting hit, but he countered pretty good, better than Korobov did. That's where I gave him because of the defense. I gave Charlo the defense too because he did counter as a part of defense. The cleaner punches, that's a tough one, dude. I mean, Korobov did land that big shot at the end, but I don't think that was enough because I mean I think Charlo did the busier work and I was outlanding him, even though a lot of them were jabs. And the ring generalship, that's kind of a toss up, a tie. Effective aggression, I'm gonna give it to Charlo, because he was outlanding him in the beginning. Out of the both of them, I think he was being effective because he was jabbing and landing. If you're not landing, then it wouldn't be effective. But he was jabbing and landing. So I gave it as a swing round. I gave it a Charlo and a very close round.
All right, that's fair. Let's move on to the fourth round now, right?
All right. When the uppers play
14-12, and we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. They meet in the center of the ring as they have prior. Charlo's defending the jab.
Straight by Jermall just now.
Doesn't seem to land
nice
clearly.
Body shot by Korobov after the miss.
Korobov ducked the right hand, and they land up they wind up in a clinch. But now they're separated again. They both land jabs.
Exchange jabs.
Charlo trying to use a little head movement, stalking down Korobov to the corner.
He's definitely trying to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Oh, nice right.
Nice by Korobov.
Yeah.
No, it's
he landed, I think.
He landed the first one. So. That's it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Double jab by
Charlo putting a lot of heat into these jabs.
Yeah.
And Korobov escapes. He lands a right hand.
Landed
a right hook.
Yeah. Counter right. Both battling for foot position.
Charlo's extending pretty far into all of his shots, even when he doesn't.
Oh, nice straight.
Another left straight by Korobov.
He's taking like 2 or 3 steps in when he throws his jab.
Smart move by Korobov off that miss.
Very awkward clinch. Somehow Korobov turned around in it.
Blocked.
He might have landed that jab.
Wow. That's a partial block.
He blocked that.
It was at least.
Oh, they step on his foot.
Yeah. Korobov having some success. Charlo having some success here, pushing Korobov to the ropes.
Oh, nice. Nice right by Korobov. After like 3 misses.
Korobov was dodging Charlo's. Yeah, he dodged a lot of that.
Yeah, he did.
Charlo firing off jabs they're just not at the right range. Korobov's not even moving and they're missing.
Yeah, they're not in the right range. The distance is definitely on Korobov's side. He's controlling the distance. That's why he's see that controlling. Oh, nice
left hook by Jermall.
Charlo. Yeah. That's more Charlo's range right there.
Yeah.
A little bit closer, but he's leaving his head too high to get planted by a straight left by Korobov.
The issue is after he throws the
Oh,
heavy
another
Nice
left,
jab,
left
straight
straight by
left.
Korobov
Yeah,
again.
big straight. The issue is after he throws a heavy jab, he doesn't move his head off the center line or change levels
yeah,
or anything. So he ends up
He
getting
attempts a
countered.
left hook, and
yeah.
Korobov tries to counter, but they both miss. Left
Uh,
straight misses.
Charlo
Uppercut
should be
misses.
looking for lead hand position. He's just throwing
yeah.
singular
Body
shots,
shot
but he's
by
doing pretty
Jermall.
well this round. They just stand there.
They both slow down a lot. Charles Singh,
Block
Carlos
shot
seems
by
kind of
Korobov.
awkward. He's
yeah.
like moving forward, like jumping. Oh, nice
Nice,
left
another
by
left
Nice left
straight.
hand.
Korobov. That's like the
He
fourth
caught him
one.
I
off
think I
balance
think
Yeah.
again.
I think Jermall landed a left hook to the body, but
Oh, nice work, nice defense by
Good
Korobov.
defense by Korobov.
And then Charlo tries to do the same thing, but with no.
Yeah, he
But
he starts
he didn't
changing
throw-
levels now
Yeah,
without
he
doing
didn't
anything.
without throwing anything. Huh? All right,
Yeah, yeah.
stop it.
okay.
All right. Who wants to start that one?
I got
Well,
that to Korobov.
I give the
Yeah,
round
that
to
was
Charlo.
easy.
I would actually give the round to Charlo because Korobov was not landing as many power shots. There were a couple times where he was able to catch him off balance, but Charlo was more active. Korobov was slowing down. I mean, he wasn't really moving as much, getting much space, using angles. He was just standing in the pocket. Neither fighter really did all of that much in terms of hard punches. I give the round to Charlo. He jabbed him a little bit more.
I'll go next.
I don't know about that.
I gave that round straight. I think that was Korobov's round for sure. He landed like 5 straight lefts. He was working the body, even though Charlo. I don't think Charlo landed no more than 2 power shots that whole round. The rest of them were jabs and countering. He missed a lot of shots. Korobov had better defense. The ring generalship obviously was Korobov. He was controlling the distance. Charlo was not in range. That was Korobov's round to me.
I'm kind of surprised because I actually gave that one to Charlo just on the basis that
Facts.
just on the basis that he had a much higher activity level. I do feel Korobov had the better defense, so I'd have to give that to him. But of the two, he had the more effective aggression because Korobov was more inactive this round. Clean punching, I favored his higher quantity of jabs landing to the body and head. Although he did miss a lot, and that is why I give Korobov the defense. I do feel Korobov didn't land any outstanding shots or big jab. Oh, yeah, he had a couple actually, but they were too infrequent. It was almost like
Who'd you give the clean punches to?
I would give it to Charlo just on the consistency, but I could see why you would give it to Korobov on the he had the spurts. He was more explosive this round, if that makes sense. Like he had more highlights in this round than Charlo does, but I just favored his higher quantity of jabs landing, and then last thing for ring generalship. You could give that one to Korobov or Charlo. I thought Charlo was walking forward. He had him in the corner at times, but once he has him in the corner, he kind of struggles to actually capitalize off anything. And then Korobov kind of gets walked into the corner real easily, but then he gets out real easily too. So I have that one a swing round Charlo. I could totally see why you'd give it to Korobov, but I'm personally just picking Charlo.
I'm giving it to Korobov. That was easily his round, in my opinion. I think Charlo did worse in this round than he did in the last round, just because
Facts.
he didn't land as many power punches in this round than he did in the last round. You guys keep talking about effective aggression. The criteria is effective aggression. There are many moments where Jermall is getting caught because he's coming in and Korobov is hitting him with counter shots. So his aggression is not as effective. As far as ring generalship goes, you can say the person that's pushing the other person to the ropes or whatnot is being a ring general. But when you're able to slip out and change positions as easily as you want to without much difficulty, then who's really the general of the ring at that point? If someone is moving forward, that doesn't just mean they're controlling the space around the ring. Korobov was easily able to move in and out of corners, off ropes, and doing several things that's giving Jermall issues. Jermall landed even less in that round as far as power punches go than the last round. He didn't even land as many jabs, I don't think. Korobov hit him with several left straights that were giving him problems, a few right hooks, and I think maybe 1 or 2 shots to the body, but Jermall really didn't do anything in that round, honestly. He didn't.
Yeah,
He
you
didn't
have.
do any. Yeah,
Yeah, you have to be effective while being the aggressor. That's the whole point.
that's what I'm saying. Like if
Yeah.
Yeah. See, here's the
oh,
thing: is the success that Charlo is having, it is while he is being aggressive. He is not being aggressive. He is not having any other success other than that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, sure, it's not a wash. It's not like Korobov isn't having success and using Charlo's aggression against him in moments. It's just that Korobov is not. Korobov is certainly not the effective aggressor in these rounds. He may be the effective counterpuncher. He may even be the more effective ring general.
is
Right?
counterpunching not a form of aggression? I mean, if your opponent
It is, but it's right. It's not a zero sum game. It's a totality. Like, and for me, the only success that Charlo is having is literally because of his aggression. Like it's him jabbing and moving forward. That's the only success that he's having. And
Yeah.
but he's not landing punches and he's getting
Yeah.
caught with other punches.
Yeah, Smoke. You can say
but he's
that
also
about,
landing punches. But he's not just missing, right?
can-
That's what I'm
He
saying to
missed
you.
for most of that round, in my opinion.
I got it, but
He
he
didn't
didn't miss
land
for the
anything
entire
really.
round. I got it. He didn't miss for the entire. Okay, listen. Let me just make my thing with it, and we can chop this up about the philosophy of the different criteria and what goes into what, because it is a fascinating conversation. But I think should save it to the end to just chop it up. And in that, and I gave that round to Korobov because while I do feel like Charlo
You gave it
is
to
the effective
Korobov?
aggressor. Yes, I gave the round to Korobov. While I do feel like the effective aggression was in Charlo's favor and his work was consistent, I'd like the clean-hearted punches from Korobov and the ring generalship and the defense of Korobov in that round. I felt like the difference, while it wasn't great, it was good enough for Korobov to carry the round.
Hey, Smoke. Let me ask you a question real quick. Is throwing punches being the aggressor?
Is
Doesn't
throwing
matter.
punches? No, you can throw punches off the back foot.
Wait, so
Throwing
hold
a
on,
punches doesn't mean anything.
Okay, perfect.
Wait, so how
All
many
right.
how many people scored it for Charlo?
It was just intangible, and I had it a swing round. I don't know if he did.
Okay, so
Yeah,
two people scored it for
it's also a
Charlo.
swing round.
Oh,
Yes.
come on,
Yeah.
come on,
I
come
scored
on.
it for
How could you
Korobov.
say this?
I saw it for Korobov in a swing round.
Who's
Yes,
that?
Thank
that's
you,
what for
thank
Korobov
you.
in a swing round.
Actual facts. What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh,
This is actual Matt Korobov. Hello,
Oh
everyone.
wow.
I cannot understand how you all score this for Charlo last round. This is unfair. I feel biased on this channel.
It's three judges to two actually
Is
for
this
Korobov.
is this the international biased television network or something? How can that last round not be mine?
we should ask Danny Garcia's dad to see what he thought about that, man.
Yeah.
What minute are y'all at? I'm at 17:10.
Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
All right, we're starting the fifth round. Fifth round, going into the fight.
You will see the work I do here in this fifth round. Watch. Masterpiece of Russian boxing. You will watch.
Go.
I show you.
All right.
No, hold on. Let me refresh it because mine isn't working again. Let me refresh.
All right,
Hold on.
Yes, you do that. You do that to get this smoke.
Hey, Santos, man, I give you credit, man. You
Where
fucking,
y'all paused at
your characters are
Okay,
fucking
good.
clean, dude.
All right. So whenever you're ready.
All right, 3.
Hold on.
Thank
Where are
you.
y'all paused at again?
Same time.
17:10.
Yeah.
Okay.
3.
Now
2,
when you
1.
play this in slow motion, you will see Charlo's fear in his eyes as my Russian
left
hands
straight.
come for his
Korobov right
face.
off
Jab,
the
backing him up. Oh, left hook hits him. Korobov hits him with some shots to the body. Nothing clean. Gets him off. Paul with the jab. Lunges with the left hook. Short. Jab. Charlo jabbing his way forward. Korobov answers with the thumb.
Charlo looks desperate. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Jermall,
He looks just
a lot
just
of his
fighting
jabs
desperate.
are getting parried by Korobov. Another left
Yeah.
straight by Korobov.
This round I gave
I
it
don't
to
know if we're at the
Infosys to
same
give
place.
him
I
a
don't think we're in the same
two-piece and they
place.
made.
Whoever's not on the watch together is not in the same place in the fight.
All right, so pause it. Where are y'all at?
All right, 17:59.
All right, I'm 5 seconds behind y'all.
58.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Right by Charlo to the body. 58, 17:58.
Yeah.
All right, and we are ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Right now, Charlo in the middle of the ring. Firing off some jabs. Get caught with the
Partial
glancing
hit.
left. Yeah, glancing. Doesn't fully land.
Nice.
Korobov to the body.
I don't know. That was an
partially
elbow.
blocked.
Partial
yeah.
elbow. Elbow.
Yeah, it was partial.
Both in the middle of the
I
ring.
really feel
Nice
like
jab by
Charlo-
Jermall.
Yeah.
Oh, nice
body
body
shot.
shot.
by Jermall.
Body shot by Jermall. And now he's nice body shot by Korobov.
I think
Felt
that
like
might
he
have
was
been
glancing.
partially blocked.
Yeah,
No.
partially
Yeah.
blocked.
Yeah, it was a
They,
glancing one.
they have a little tango dance in the middle, and then they get separated.
Right back to
again.
Charlo
Nice jab by
jabbing.
Jermall.
You know,
Looks like Charlo's trying to find his distance now.
now he's established. He's found it. He's keeping his distance with that jab.
Right. Yeah, this round, yeah.
Yeah, he's just jabbing, keep showing him, keeping him off.
They're not really touching
Making a
Korobov.
reset.
Yeah.
Not many punches have landed right now. They're going back to playing the jab lead hand game right now.
Yeah, Charles daring him to lead.
They're both
Korobov is reluctant to do so.
They're both like they're in kindergarten. Like you throw the first
Oh,
punch.
nice
Korobov
left
gets him
by
with that second
Korobov.
1-2 with this the
But
two of the second try.
Jermall caught him with a body shot when Korobov was coming out.
The counter.
Mm-hmm.
That was a nice straight.
Headbutt right underneath the chin.
You get separated.
Korobov. Oh, right back to the jab. And Charlo goes right back to the stick. Korobov right at the outside of the apron.
Off the glove.
Oh, again.
Nice body. Ooh, 2 body shots by Jermall.
They're getting very physical now in the clinch without actually throwing any punches.
Oh, almost landed.
Korobov is very comfortable with his hand speed. Oh, but he eats a jab on the way out.
There's the reach advantage.
Oh, nice exchange. From
and the round ends.
Yeah.
All right. Who'd you give that round to?
I gave that one to Charlo. I think he was a busier fighter. He was landing more. Korobov was exchanging also with Charlo at the same time. It was a close round, but
that was a weird.
It was kind of weird. Like they both had their moments, you know.
I'm gonna give Korobov that round simply for the fact that Korobov executed a bit better in this round. I mean, Charlo pretty much repeated the game plan he did in the previous round, which is just throw a lot of 1-2, stay active, throw a couple jabs here and there. Just try to keep him off of him and try to keep him away from landing his straight left to the body by throwing multiple shots at a time. But I think Korobov landed cleaner with the straight left a few times throughout the round. Nothing too eventful in that round, but I gave it to Korobov 4-1 now for me.
I gave it to Korobov. Jermall is starting to catch up a little bit. He's starting to close the gap somewhat. So I say that because the round was changing the longer the round went on. So Jermall missed quite a bunch in the beginning and middle of the round, but coming out of that and the entire end of the round, he started landing a little bit better, especially with the jab. But Korobov had some nice power shots placed throughout the round that I think won it for me. So I had it 4-1 Korobov right now.
Yeah, so I'm I gave that one to Charlo. I thought and I didn't even think that was a swing round actually. Korobov is just trying to rely on his hand speed and counters. He's really doing little else. He had a couple of good moments when he came forward. He threw the 1-2 twice. I think he caught him on the second time on the exit. I think he had another moment with a body shot. He threw a couple body shots I think were partially blocked. Yeah, but the rest of the time he was just, avoiding or getting hit with the jab or avoiding or getting hit with the left hook or, I don't know. That was Charlo round for me. Effective aggression, Charlo. Ring generalship, Charlo. Clean, hard punches. It was a toss-up. and defense Korobov. So gave it to Charlo in an uneventful round.
Well, one question.
That was
Get you
uneventful
smoke.
to you?
I said
In
uneventful.
basketball and football
Yeah, that was
and
that
baseball,
was an
what wins the
uneventful
game?
round.
Defense.
That was the
Defense
most
wins the game.
uneventful round I think of the entire fight.
But you said defense.
I don't know
Yes.
about that.
Last thing. The
Yeah,
last thing
what
you
about
said was
defense?
defense.
Say again? Yes, defense is Korobov. Yeah.
So
I
that
I
means
think
I won the round.
No, that means he won the portion of the
Defense wins
round.
the game.
He won that particular
hey,
scoring
Smoke,
criteria. Yeah.
I think you named 3 out of the 4 to Korobov.
No, I didn't. I said effective aggression and ring generalship with Charlo. I said the clean hard punch of the toss up, and defense was Korobov.
All right.
How much are they paying you?
So 10-10 round, Smoke. 10-10. Can we settle? No, I'm just kidding. I felt that was a Korobov round.
Yeah, 10-10. But he's Belgian, isn't he? 10-10.
I had that round for
So how
Charlo.
many people have it for Korobov?
I have it for Korobov. Basically everything you said. I see. I don't have much more to add. It wasn't. Not that it was uneventful, but there weren't too many things that happened that really stood out to me. Nothing in the clinch that really stood out. Nothing at long range that really stood out. I just felt Korobov was landing more consistently and had better defense.
I don't think Korobov even
Honestly,
landed
for
anything
that round,
crazy.
I didn't need to
Yeah.
do much.
Korobov landed like 2 good lefts, and I didn't even see any jabs. Couple body shots. That's it.
Yeah, he did. Like right. Like I said,
no,
uneventful, and
he
you guys are like,
landed
"What?"
two-
Like you guys act
he
like that was
landed-
round
I think
12
more-
of Corte De La Hoya. Like what the hell? Nothing happened in that round. Like what are you
Yeah,
talking about?
I think Charlo
I
outlanded
wouldn't
him.
agree with that.
I wish we could pull up the copy box for that round.
I think
Yeah,
round one is the
I
most.
wanted to
uneventful
watch the
thus
round
far.
again because I want to see what the hell you guys are watching. Like really, you guys felt like that was an eventful round?
I think it was
A
2
lot
like
of Jermall's jabs were getting parried by Korobov was the main issue. But towards the end of the round, when he started catching Korobov, but Korobov won that round in my opinion, just because of his control over the beginning and middle of the round, and then Jermall was missing a lot up until the end where he's starting to catch up quite a bit. But Korobov was not totally just ineffective.
yeah,
He was
no,
landing body shots. He landed a right hook over the top. The 2 left straights, of course, at the beginning of the round. Some left straights spread throughout.
I think Charlo landed Korobov. I didn't see anything from Korobov besides those 2 big lefts, straights, and maybe a couple body shots here and there. But there was a lot of 1-2s and
I don't
counter
agree
punching
with
from
that.
Charlo. I mean, I don't know. That's what I saw. I wanted to watch
Korobov
the
was
round again.
blocking a
Okay,
lot,
put
though.
down. Hey, okay, put down the sticky. Okay, look, man. I think. Listen, come on. Let's be honest and then bite. I won that round. Defense
Hey,
wins the game. Get smoke. You
Mr.
said it.
Mr. Korobov, though, when I watched the fight initially the first time, I had you winning. So I have you winning again right now.
See,
So far.
I give you all this a challenge panel. Name me 5 rounds where Charlo won. 5 solid.
What?
That's what
5
we're here
solid
to
rounds where
find out.
Charlo beat.
What minute are y'all on?
There's not even 5.
IBT?
Oh,
10.
yo, we're on 2011.
I had the fight 8-4. Okay, 8 rounds, 4. I won
They're
5.
gonna
Jesus
show the
Christ,
entire.
you're the first person who's unironically scored the fight above 7-5 for Korobov.
Hold on, they're gonna show the entire break right now. So you might have to. Are you gonna fast forward that part? Because they're gonna show the entire 1-minute break.
No, they actually skip right into the next round on this replay.
Which one are y'all watching?
Someone pausing it.
Watching
Not
the
me,
YouTube
this
PBT uploaded.
This one's showing the break.
Yes, it's gonna
this
show
round is.
that round. It's gonna show the entire break.
Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna look
So
at
you're
Whatever.
Abner Mars.
Look at
That,
Abner Mars.
that show got canceled now. That sucks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at this beautiful canceled show.
Yo, look at Abner Mars' fat ass. This dude fights at 126 pounds, and yet he's like 180 on goddamn Inside
Hey,
PBT.
did I ever tell you guys I saw Abner Maris a couple years ago in a little restaurant? That fool was small as hell, dude.
Bro,
Yeah.
he's like 5'3". He's like 5 feet tall and like 4 feet wide.
Hey, dude,
He's not that bad.
I
He's like really, he's fine, really.
my buddy noticed. He's like, "Hey, look, that's Abner." And I looked at him like, "Oh shit, that is him." I'm like, "Hey, man, you're Abner Maris." He's like, "Yeah." And then after like 5 minutes, he like left. He was, I was like, what the fuck? He was by
What
himself
show
too.
Inside PBC was canceled?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Well, was it because of the coronavirus or what happened?
Who knows? Could be both budget or coronavirus.
I think it's
Who
a little
knows?
bit of both. What's inside PBC during
I
COVID
mean-
is nothing. There's nothing inside, like nothing's
Well, I
there's
mean,
nothing happening.
they're both contributing factors. I mean, the COVID is a means to why the budget can't be fulfilled.
Yeah. Okay. So we're
Not
starting. at
not
6.
only that, there's nothing to watch right now, anyways.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
What part? What?
I'm at 21-13, and it's round 6, 2:55 on the round.
21-13. Let me see. Sorry, hold on. I was trying to wait. Okay, are y'all ready?
You're ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Charles
They're
starting out
both
hot.
exchanging.
Couple left hooks, nice one.
Oh!
Korobov landed left.
Smoke.
A glancing blow. Smoke stands up.
Nice left.
Hey,
Left straight by
That was
Korobov.
They
hilarious.
both falling short. Oh, they
No,
kind of
nice
blocked
right by
out.
Charlo.
Oh my God.
Shit.
Nice right by
Charlo
Korobov.
brought
What
out
a
the beater
right
on this
hand.
one.
Oh,
Head
nice-
blast.
That was a
nice
nice,
Head
two,
nice
clash.
one
straight,
by
nice straight by
Very nice.
Korobov. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was the best-
It was a
best of the
2-1.
round so
He
far.
landed a straight and
Yeah.
a jab after that.
One
this
at a
is
time,
an
guys.
absolute edge of your seat war, guys.
Oh, another straight.
Oh,
Oh,
Thank
but
you,
okay, they started to
Jamal
warm
came
up.
back.
Thank you
They
so
don't like
much.
each other.
Oh.
Nice hook.
Oh, and a left hook coming
Right,
over
yeah.
the top.
Pretty
This
even
is
round
what Al
right now.
Heyman has produced, fellas.
Yeah,
Thank you so
Pretty even
much.
round.
left jab by Jermall.
He saved boxing. Thank you.
Nah, homie. That shit
Yeah.
ain't working now. Oh,
Oh,
that,
and
he's
that
reaches with the left, falls just
Did
short.
Korobov hit him?
One, two.
Powerful
Uh-oh.
right hand.
Uh-oh.
And-
Uh-oh.
I think I
Push
get.
it. Korobov
Where
back.
you going now,
nice
baby?
counter punch
It looks
by
like
Korobov to the
Charlo is
body.
becoming more aggressive and throwing the 1-2.
But he's starting to
Finally
pick it up
decided
more,
to use the
though.
1-2 in round 6.
Oh, and
There
change
he actually-
levels and get out
There
of the
he
way.
actually
body.
gets left hand. There he actually gets lead hand position. Is able to capitalize with the right.
Oh,
Oh.
nice.
Ooh, Korobov
Nice
with another left
Korobov.
straight, though.
Straight by Korobov.
They just missed left hooks.
Jabs
Yeah,
missing. Jabs left's missing.
He was able to circle out. He angled
body
Charlo
shot
angled
by
off that
Korobov.
one.
To the chest.
Oh.
Oh,
okay.
he didn't do
A
anything
nice
there.
jab
He-
into a
he
body
Looked
got-
like he grazed
got
him with
stuck.
the left hook. Missed
Oh, another
right.
straight by Korobov.
But Charlo checked it with
Yeah,
a
you
left.
mean Charlo.
No, Korobov
Korobov,
landed.
Korobov hit him with a left, and then Charlo
Yeah.
checked it with a
Oh,
left.
another one.
Okay.
Oh, 1-2.
Right
Yeah,
hand.
off the top of the
by
glass,
Korobov.
off the top of the head. I think the left,
Misses
the
the
left
left.
cross is what scored. But it's off the top.
Body shot by
Body
Korobov.
shot.
Tried, but I think
that
that was on the
partially
elbow.
blocked.
Oh,
1-2
Yeah,
another
that
by
was
1-2.
Charlo.
Another 1-2.
That one missed.
Yeah.
That missed.
Double up with the jab. Hit him with
That
that with the
And
jab.
by
Yeah.
Jamal.
Miss.
Miss right.
30
hook.
seconds
Korobov
left.
standing there like a statue.
Miss.
All of a sudden he's James Toney.
He's on the outside. Yeah.
Both of them. Charlo missing a lot of shots. Korobov missed.
Korobov punches
Two
look like
block
straight
shots.
bullshit right now. Charlo
Oh,
can't
a jab by
capitalize.
Jamal.
Nice.
Jamal jabbed, but he didn't land the rest of that combination.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
Charlo
He
has
did.
like 3 or 4 unanswered shots so far.
Ah, there it is.
Another jab.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go first. That was an obvious Korobov round in my. No, I'm just kidding.
Easy work.
I'm gonna have to give that one to Charlo. He was just way more active, landing way more. Korobov wasn't doing much, except he probably had good defense. Didn't counter well. Didn't get a great clean shot. Charlo was just pushing the gas well, and Korobov he had nothing for it, I guess. I give this one to Charlo. I have round 6, Charlo. Yeah. Anyone else want to say anything?
Yeah, I'll give the round.
I got that
to,
round for
yeah.
Charlo for sure.
I got the round for Charlo. I think the main contributing reason is Charlo's using his lead hand, getting lead foot position. He's starting to feint with the jab a little bit more. And the left hooks Korobov were throwing, I mean, they were just falling short. The size differential is actually starting to play a factor with Charlo using it. So I have it 4-2 for Korobov. Charlo won the last round.
Yeah, Charlo definitely won that round in my opinion. Korobov is starting to miss a bit more and take more time off in the rounds. He's and this round, if you want to talk about effective aggression and ring generalship, those definitely went to Jermall in this round because Korobov was getting pushed back by combinations. Jermall was throwing straights and rights as opposed to just dodging certain or not dodging certain punches, but moving out of the way of certain punches and backing into a counter. But I definitely
Well,
Is it just me, or did he just fall into a hole?
Yeah. You
just
good, man?
nothing. Just a state of nothingness. Who was speaking?
Iccy?
Yeah, Iccy's phone fell into a sewer.
Yeah. I was just looking to the right for a second.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. I gave it to Korobov, and I mean not Korobov. Sorry, Charlo. I got a 4-2
God.
Korobov. Korobov actually looked like straight ass at the end. This is like 5 rounds. What are we halfway through the fight? And he's throwing arm punches and looking tired. Like, yeah.
It's almost like he took this fight on a late notice, and he's 35 years old, coming off of. Like,
there it is. Yeah, that's what he looked like. That's exactly what he looked like.
Yeah,
Thank you for putting all of that in context, because he looked like ass. Like,
yeah,
he looked like a guy who looked like a 35-year-old guy who took a fight on late notice. In the latter part of that round.
Well, Smoke, you have to remember, just a very, very brief 9 months before, he slayed Jonathan Batista, who's 16-12 in a 6-round unanimous decision.
Unfucking believable.
Well, I would pan that if I hadn't just seen Miguel the Beast Burchelt go several rounds with a dancing heavy bag. I mean, a heavy bag with shoes.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
We digress.
Yeah,
we digress. I would just say that was a Charlo round. I'm very interested to see what Korobov has left in the tank after what I just witnessed at the end of that round.
Yeah, I gave that round to Charlo. Yeah, just like you, I agree with you guys were saying. He was more outlanding them, doing more work, pushing the pace, being effective while he was being the aggressor. He was hitting them up and down, hitting the 1-2. Even though Korobov did land a couple of straights, they were right on the money, but some were blocked. So, but yeah, it was a close round. But I'm gonna give it to Charlo.
What was the last thing y'all heard me say? Sorry about that.
You were in like the middle of your breakdown.
Yeah. So
what was the last thing?
I guess just restate it.
Yeah, just restate it.
Okay, yeah. To summarize, I gave it to Charlo just because Korobov was he's starting to slow down somewhat, and he's letting Jermall dictate the pace with more effective jabs, and he's actually getting pushed back into the ropes and corners now, as opposed to just moving out of distance, whereas now he's being forced back, whether he's blocking or not. He's being forced into positions that it doesn't look like he's as willing to put himself in, just because Jermall is actually hitting him this time. Whereas before, I think Korobov was choosing to slip into corners and by the ropes just on his own. But I gave that round to Charlo for sure. He landed more effectively, had better shots.
Yeah, I agree. And then Smoke really,
and he closed the distance better on this one. Also, this round.
Eldogg sitting there in the chat that the Peckerwood is getting his ass beat.
Oh, who dropped off? Oh,
Smoke.
Eldogg, chill out, bro. What minute and stuff are y'all at?
We are at 24:10.
I'll just tell you.
It's gonna.
I'll just tell you after the round where we're at, because I think you're on your phone. You probably can't do it at the same time.
Yeah. All right, Smoke.
Eldogg, I don't know. I don't think Smoke knows what that means. It's hip hop language.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Oh shit, man. Let me do it for my foreign audiences. All right. Well, I think we can continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
right, cool. 3, 2.
Wait, what minute are y'all at? Because it's gonna show
24:10,
the
24:10.
24:10.
it's gonna show the break. Oh, so y'all are just okay. So y'all are just gonna let it play through the break. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Sorry. All
We're
right,
going
so y'all
into
got
the 7th, right?
it? Yes.
Yes. We're halfway through the fight.
So 24:10. Are y'all ready?
I got that shit tied right now.
Who's pressing play?
Yeah, I have it 4-2 Charlo with 3 swing rounds.
Oh my God, Smoke.
Wow.
I
Okay.
don't have any swing
Bro,
rounds.
We're at 24:10.
listen. Smoke, bro, you seem like a cool dude and everything, bro. I'm from
We'll get to it
Houston,
after. We'll
and
get
I
to it
think
after.
you're-
We'll get to it after. 24:10.
Yeah, we'll get to it after.
You ready?
We'll get to it
Alright.
after.
We got it. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's do it after. Let's get it.
All right, 3.
Hey,
All
hey,
right.
hold on.
Let's get it, bro.
Hey, hold
Let's
on.
get it. Let's get hype.
Hold on. Hey, who's that? What was your name? Icy?
Yeah.
That was cool, man. And
Yo,
he'll
I'm
be like,
from
hey, he's like,
H-Town, bro.
he's like, hey, man, Smoke, you're cool, but I have Charlo losing, and he's my brother.
Yeah,
Hey.
no, that's
like
cool.
I'm
man.
just
Listen,
saying, I don't know,
I'm
big
saying
dog.
I'm
Like,
here. I'm hearing the differences, so I understand why we have different scorecards, right?
That's
Because
the point.
some of the shots, some of the shots I think that I think are landing, he doesn't, and some of the shots I don't think are landing, he does. But also, I think there's a disconnect about what effective aggression is, and I think we're gonna chop all that up after. But like I said, it's 3 swing rounds, so I mean, with 3 swing rounds, it could be 5-1, right? It could be 5-1 Korobov.
Yeah, I think maybe we're gonna have to stop by Lens Crafters and get you some new bifocals, maybe.
Man, stop it.
all right, 24:10.
So somebody got it. Somebody's had it tied, right? That's only one round difference.
Hey, hold on, Smoke. Do you have on your glasses though, or no?
I don't, but those are for reading, man.
Okay.
Those are reading.
I just
messing with you,
Stop
bro.
it. You guys can all the way stop. My third eye is open anyway. My third eye has LASIK.
Yeah, your third eye.
Third eye has LASIK.
All right.
Let's get this started. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, y'all are just gonna let the break play through.
Yeah, I'll just let the break play through. It's fine. Maybe we can notice something in the corner, like Korobov is snot flying out of his nose.
He was prepared. I wonder who he would have fought on this card if he was not a late replacement.
With Chris Myers' football commentating ass chopping it up about these two pugilists. Hey, everybody in the chat, bro, drop a 1 if this stream is hype. Drop a 1 if this stream is popping.
Hey, didn't Korobov come from 168 for this fight or no?
He fought at 168 previously.
Yeah, he has. And he was preparing. He was preparing to fight on this card, but I don't know against who. They replaced him.
I remember
last week.
He had some fights at middleweight. I think it was against Andy Lee.
Yeah, he got knocked out.
He was beating Andy Lee until he got stopped. Yeah.
Andy Lee had good power.
He beat.
Korobov also beat Jose Uzcategui.
Oh, look at that! That's the one I was talking about.
Uzcategui and Korobov also, I think, beat Jacobs and Usyk in the amateurs. He stopped Jacobs in the amateurs.
Stop. You guys ready?
Yeah. He stopped the round? Okay. What minute?
25-15.
All right. 25-15. Let's see. All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yep. Both in the middle of the ring.
Yeah.
Missed by Korobov.
Nice jab by Charlo.
Body jab by Jermall.
Charlo sort of giving him
nice right straight by Jermall.
Korobov sort of lowered his left hand there.
You can see Charlo now getting the distance by jumping into shots.
Yeah, and he's sort of changing head slots pretty quickly. He's making Korobov react.
1, 2.
And you have that sort of double jab vision, and then land the right hand.
Oh.
Damn, that replay came back that fucking fast.
Yeah, that's amazing, huh?
Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Al Heyman.
PBC is legit.
Nice right hand. Nice catch and shoot, baby.
Yeah, that was dope. Jermall caught that and came back with his own.
Nice.
Ooh, nice right straight by Jermall.
Yeah, that was...
Korobov, I mean, I don't even think...
See, the problem now is, whereas before Korobov was...
I don't even know.
Korobov.
Oh,
I honestly don't even know if
Korobov
Korobov is
blocked
that tired. I think he's just trying to pace himself, but the pace is too fast for him to get in that rhythm and control the fight. But
Yeah.
he's not active enough to control Charlo and to keep
There's
him.
the punches
Yeah,
landed
oh,
there.
Oh, nice straight by Korobov, and
Yeah, nice
Jamal
shot.
tried
still
to
got
check
that
it,
straight
but
cross pumping.
Overextends
Missed
on
by
that shot.
Korobov.
Lucky he didn't get countered. Sort of recovered
Oh,
quickly
jab.
and re-anchored.
nice
Nice
jab,
jab
by
over the top
Jamal.
of his lead hand. Korobov sort of forfeiting
More
lead
jabs,
hand.
more jabs.
Nice
Whereas
No, come
on,
the
bro.
difference
Really?
now,
Body
the
shot by Charlo.
difference where now, like before,
I see Deontay
Korobov was
Wilder.
I
Misses.
see
Korobov was
Gervonta
before.
Davis in the back.
Korobov was
Oh,
look at
perfect
that.
nice
before.
defense.
Look at
Nice
Korobov
D by
slip.
Korobov. Defense
Now
by
he's
Korobov.
just
Good
getting
defense,
caught.
and Charlo comes back to binging with the jab.
Charlo just kind of turned up the heat, and I think Korobov's not able to keep
Oh.
up with the pace.
Just a horrible defensive responsibility from Charlo there. He just cocked his right hand behind his head
Oh,
and got caught with the right hook.
Missed.
Okay.
starting to tee off on the old man.
One of those shots got through, but he still hit him on the
He
guard and
landed
pushed
the,
him
Yeah,
back.
out of four. One got in out of four.
Yeah, he landed
Yeah, no,
the
He's
Same
still
there.
pushing him back.
That's it.
Same
If
there.
you're pushing-
One out of three.
If you're pushing him back, that's not a good sign. So he
Missed.
got one through.
Now they're just standing in front of each other.
Wow, very
Korobov
good
not really
standing
paying.
competition.
Okay, there he's throwing.
Oh,
his
nice
nice
body shot.
Body shot to follow
Nice
it up.
left.
Korobov lands a right hand of his
Good.
own at
Hey,
the same time.
Pretty solid counter punching.
Final seconds of the round. They're both in the middle of the ring.
Charlo wins the round. Oh
Yeah,
my
that was-
goodness! Nice
that's
straight
his-
left hand.
Oh,
I think
And
that's
Charlo's
Charlo's
down,
best
out.
round of the fight so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Yeah.
think the previous round was a little bit better for Charlo, but I
Oh,
still
no
give
way.
it to Charlo clearly.
You're smoking some of that good stuff, Tanji. This is his best round.
Bro, look, man.
What you
that
smoking?
picture right there is intangible right now.
Yes, I'm currently drinking and smoking at the same time. Drinking and fucking smoking. I have so much promethazine in my system right now. I cannot even see. My vision is blurry. I'm done.
Does it contain codeine though? That's the thing.
Codeine overdose. Yes.
Okay.
I gave that to Charlo clearly.
Charlo had
Jermall
generalship. Yeah, defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Korobov defense, but it doesn't matter because Charlo had the clean punch and the effective aggression.
Well,
so.
the reason why I say though that Korobov did control Korobov was a little bit better this round than he did in the previous round. I think he did a little bit better in terms of sort of weathering the storm, because Charlo's activity and the way he was able to get his shots off in the previous round is a lot more constant, whereas Korobov was at least able to stop him in his tracks with a probing jab every now and then.
I don't agree with that at all. Jermall was clearly pushing Korobov back, even with blocked shots. If you're getting pushed back while blocking, that's a problem, regardless if all the punches got through or not. And Korobov wasn't attacking off of any combinations that Jermall was throwing as much as he was in the last round. I don't know. He looked worse off in this round than he did in the last one, in my opinion.
I agree.
His eye is starting to get fucked up too.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
that's not a good thing on Korobov's side. 10-9 Jermall.
I currently have it 70-63 in favor of Kosai Tanaka. Just tremendous ring generalship, great use of the left uppercut, finding the straight right hand in between his shots, countering the left hook very effectively. Nice job.
Yeah, I think Korobov did less in this round than in the last round. I think, and I
he
think
did.
Jermall did more in this round than he did in the last round. I
Yeah,
clearly have Charlo in this round. Outlanded him big time.
Yeah, I personally had to give this round 10-8 to Lucas Brown, but that's just my opinion. All right, let's move on to round 8.
Hold on, Smoke didn't. Hold on, Smoke didn't say what he had to say. IBT.
Okay, go Smoke. Sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, that was an easy round to score. I was impressed that Korobov had something early in the ring, early in the round, from judging by what we saw at the end of the last round. So that was sort of promising, but just not enough activity. I liked his defense. I liked his ring IQ actually, but clean effective punching, Charlo, effective aggression. Charlo, ring generalship, Charlo. Yeah, it's starting to look like Korobov doesn't have too much left.
Well, Smoke giving his thoughts on this round is pretty much like beating a dead horse, honestly. So
I'd say he was more accurate in this and that analysis than he has been before, because it was clear that Jermall beat Korobov in that round.
That's the only reason.
Yeah.
But
So here's the thing. Here's really the thing is. Here's the thing. I'm not going to critique your absurd observations if you don't critique mine.
As long as you say they're absurd, Smoke, then we're good.
Oh wow, we just messing with you.
But I wouldn't say what he just said. But if he's right, I mean, regardless if what he was saying before, if he's right about what he said about the last one we just watched, then I mean, if that's an accurate analysis, then it's accurate regardless of what he was saying before.
All right.
Yeah, it's all subjective, right? Because if we go back, some of the things we could figure out whether or not shots did land, right? We can do it in slow motion and do all that sort of thing. But at this point, I just think there's just a difference in opinion about like some of the shots, right?
Yeah. If we want to do slow motion scoring, we're gonna have to wait though and get Eldogg up in here.
What minute and stuff are y'all at?
Yeah, we have to drink some lean. Put it in slow mo.
Yeah, but then but come on, man. When you score fights, you don't score fights on slow motion. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, but exactly. Yeah.
We're at 28-10 right now.
28-10, and you're watching the breakthrough. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Make sure.
Whenever y'all ready, I'm ready with y'all.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
What do y'all think about a possible Charlo Derevyanchenko?
I want to hold that till I think that's gonna be good.
Oh my god, I'm craving for that fight.
When everybody was all bitching about the Andrade fight not happening, I was just like, what about Derevyanchenko? Just as good a fight to me, if not better.
Charlo, I mean, Andrade, that's not even their fault though. He's under contract, so he can't fight anywhere other than the zone. And Hearn knows that Jermall is the A side. So all he has to do is talk to Al Heyman. And speak to Al Heyman.
Sure.
Yeah, there was a couple. There was an offer already, and
but it was sent to
Jermall. Yeah, I didn't even care about it. I didn't care because I was like, "What about Derevyanchenko?"
Yeah, but
I was happy with you, babe.
Hold on, but you know that Jermall has his own promotion. So you send offers to the promotion. You don't send them to Al Heyman.
But he fights under PBC. He's
it doesn't matter.
Personally, I actually
don't matter. You send it to him.
All right,
The round started.
All right. Oh, nice job by Charlo.
I think that if
where y'all at?
Jab fest. 1, 2.
Hold on. Where y'all at?
1, 2. Oh, nice.
29, about 29-23.
29-23.
Yeah, they came out chucking him too. Charlo knows the old man got no wins. He's like, okay.
Oh, nice left hooks by both.
Wait, are you ready?
Let me tell you all something, man.
29-23?
Yeah.
If Derevyanchenko had Andrade's resume, he'd be undefeated. Easily.
Isn't Andrade undefeated?
Yeah, he's saying Derevyanchenko.
I'm saying in the case of Derevyanchenko, if he fought the same opponents that he had, he would be.
Oh, yeah.
Or Charlo's opponents too.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
I don't think that. Well, maybe Derevyanchenko's a big dude.
So y'all don't think Dervy's not? But he's not that big though. He's 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah,
no, I just meant for 154. I just meant he never fought 154.
Oh, I absolutely do think that Derevyanchenko would beat Walter Cotton Dakwa. So yes,
I think.
Think about this.
Derevyanchenko,
but Derevyanchenko beat Triple G. A lot of people say. And he gave a good fight to Jacobs.
But
and a good fight with Jacobs.
The fight was anywhere between 8-4 for Derevyanchenko to 11 rounds to 1.
Okay.
So,
I gave that.
It's proven that Derevyanchenko is competitive at an elite level with the other elites. So
I would say
he doesn't have the same style as Andrade and can't handle those guys the same way they can. Do you think?
We'll chop this up after, but I'm actually really interested to hear what you're going to say there. For now, we're at 29-23. Are you synced up?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
You're absurd.
Yeah, okay.
Did you press play or no?
No,
All
no.
right.
Yeah.
Pause.
All right.
All right, there we go.
Oh, nice
I think
exchange.
Charlo got the. I think Korobov got the better there.
Yeah,
y'all
he
still
did.
at
He
29,
landed the last one.
Wait. Start the round over because now it's
Yeah,
prejudice.
yeah,
You guys started over. Start the
Alright.
entire round over.
You guys are stalling now. Okay, I'm at 28-38.
28-38. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I actually have Charlo winning the fight so far.
I don't know about
I have
that.
it 4-3.
Yeah,
Same, I
so
have
do
it
I.
4-3.
I got 4-3. Same.
I got Korobov.
I have
28-38.
Yes.
I got a 67-66 Charlo right now.
All right, y'all
Yeah,
ready?
Korobov's getting his ass whooped.
I
He's had some
Y'all
good
ready?
moments. He had some good moments early, but
currently have it 7-0 for Ali Ramey.
Are y'all ready?
Yeah, okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
I must give credit. Charlo's the only man who is willing to challenge Ali Ramey because even Kovalev ducked him at 175 and he fights at 115. I'm going to tell my kids about him as a bedtime story. The legend himself, Ali Ramey.
Eldogg, what's up? G, you still in here?
He's not in the panel, but he's in the chat.
no, he's not trying to see no European get his head jabbed apart.
Yeah, I think it's mostly power shots. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay,
That's
nice
a good
jab. I mean, Eldogg said that he
Let
thinks
us fly in, that's
Dervyachenko
the
will.
Hey, Eldogg,
He said he thinks Dervyachenko will beat
Oh,
Charlo.
yeah.
So, I mean,
Oh,
nice exchanges
yeah.
from both guys.
Charlo was slightly better early in the round. Korobov
Yeah.
landed, in my opinion,
Yeah,
won
that was the one, right? And then the
Look
jab
at,
to the
look at these
body.
garbage compy box that Korobov has landed 4 jabs the whole fight.
Oh,
Oh
man.
my
No,
god.
that was.
Oh my
Was that the,
lord.
no? That was. I think that was the last round, wasn't it? Or did it say the
No,
whole fight?
No, that was. It said
There's no
200
way that Charlo
200
threw 209 jabs in one round.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, what miserable compy. What? Not compy. Whatever.
It said
score.
29 though, didn't it?
29 landed 200 something thrown.
209.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
which I don't even think 29 is accurate. That's just a terrible counter or whatever.
So
that is.
Korobov's landing 4 jabs the whole fight?
Yeah.
No, I think that was the last
Allegedly.
round. I don't know.
Allegedly.
Jamal
Nice
jabbing.
jab
He
by
caught him with an
Charlo.
uppercut. He caught him with an uppercut before that.
Korobov is picking up the pace in this round a little. Nice right hook.
Yeah, but he's trying to stay with the pace. He's picking up the pace for himself, but the pace is
He
still
wasn't
being
able
set
to
by
in the
Charlo.
previous couple rounds.
He's
just-
pushing Korobov back.
He's showing some light, but
It looks
but
like
somehow-
Korobov's not fighting on the back foot here. He actually staying
he's trying to
his
come.
ground
Yeah,
now.
He's standing in the
staying-
pocket.
Yeah, he's
I
standing
mean,
in
he's
the
still
pocket.
on the back foot,
Jamal's
sort of.
pushing him
So
back.
Early in the
Ooh,
fight. Oh,
nice.
there it is.
Nice
There it
one.
is.
Two
Straight
That's
by
what
left by
Korobov.
Korobov. All right, actually 1-2 kind of.
Yeah, 1, 2.
Nice straight by
I have
Jamal.
to.
Left hook. Nothing happening in the middle of the ring. Okay, nice little right hook by Korobov.
He missed that.
Switch
might have
stances
touched
like
him on the
oh,
neck.
jab.
by
Nice
Jamal.
jab by Charlo. Sort of snaps his head back. Charlo gets hit with the jab. Charlo hits him with
They
the
ain't
jab.
doing shit. Neither one of them doing shit.
Jamal's
Korobov
parrying
tries a couple of lazy
shots.
1-2s.
Oh,
Oh,
Nice
Charlo
body
with a
shot
hard
by
left hook.
Jamal.
I
Nice,
don't think
another jab
Korobov
by
landed
Jamal.
left hook. I think it was Korobov that landed the straight left.
Yeah.
Nice
and
straight
he
left.
landed
That was a straight
another
left right there.
by Korobov, yeah.
Korobov
I agree with
somewhat
Tanji. He
emulating
did land
similar
Jamal
success.
landed the left hook though.
Yeah, to the body. And that's another jab. Oh, jab
Nice
back by
jab
Korobov.
by
And
Korobov.
we had a right hook to the Charlo's
And the right hook, yeah.
Let's see who's going to steal this round.
This round's pretty even for me.
Yeah, it's up for grabs. Oh,
Slight
nothing.
walked
Nothing.
into it.
No, I
Great
think
shot.
Jamal's ahead in this round.
Oh, nice
Right,
body shot by
right.
Korobov.
Korobov.
By Korobov, yeah.
Oh, damn. Was that the round?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
And y'all
That was
stopped it at
easily-
one point?
It stopped at 23-11. Sorry, 32-11. God, what am I saying? 32-11.
Cool. All right.
That's a definitely swing round.
The swing round, but I'm gonna slightly favor Charlo just a little bit. I just felt he kind of came out hot and he stayed that way, whereas Korobov had to catch up in like 20 seconds. It was really back and forth, though. You could give it to Korobov. I would not argue one bit.
I'm going to edge it to Korobov on harder shots, and I also think that the early portion of the round, the first half of the round, I'd slightly favor Korobov, or I'd slightly favor Charlo in the first half of the round, but in the last half of the round, I definitely favor Korobov, and if you kind of balance things out, I think Korobov was a little bit more dominant in his portion where he was the better fighter. So I don't know.
I gave that round to Charlo. I think Jermall did the better work overall. Korobov started to come on a bit, but those were in exchanges, and he still got out jabbed severely. So the jabbing from Jermall is what's really creating the difference when they are throwing power punches at each other, because Korobov is landing maybe 1 or 2 for every 5 or 6 that Jermall hits him with. The disparity could be wider, but that's what's. I mean, it was good. I think Jermall still would have, had it just been power shots, I think Jermall still would have gotten it this round. But the jab was what really did it for me. So 10-9 Charlo.
I'm gonna get. Wow. I thought Charlo did a lot of good work early, and I thought he maintained a pace. But there's something about the way Korobov fought back and got himself back into the fight that kind of impressed me, and I'm willing to be charitable.
Don't be charitable. Just give it.
Smoke just contradicted a panel that had Korobov or Charlo winning a round. Unbelievable.
Whoa, that's you guys. Hold it.
Don't be charitable. Just give it what you. If you really think that Korobov won, then if you really think Charlo won, just fuck being charitable.
Raider been hanging out with Justin Trouble and Smoke too much. I think that's what it is.
So who'd you give it to, Smoke?
He still gave it to Charlo.
Did he?
No, he gave it to Korobov, I think. I don't know if his mic is working. I also gave it to. Oh, I already did my thing. Never mind. I gave it to Charlo. Yeah.
I currently have it 2-1 in favor of Korobov, and 5 rounds even.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I
have the fight at 120, 119.
He crazy. Fuck, man. I don't know. That was a close fight, dude. Because I thought Charlo. Well, they both kind of exchanged equally in the beginning. They were both exchanging. They were both hitting at the same time. They out of the 4 or 5 punch combinations that each of them threw, they probably landed each of them one good shot. The jabs, I think Charlo had the better jabs. He was using the distance better. But in opposition, Korobov actually wasn't fighting too much on the back foot. He kind of stood his ground and tried to control the distance, but was getting hit with a couple jabs. He went to the body a couple times, countered pretty good. The defense was getting better towards the later of the round. He was getting a little bit more comfortable, landed a couple shots. And fuck, man, I don't know. I don't even know who to pick on that one, to be honest with you.
I have it 4.
Yeah, I gave it to Korobov, and I gave it to Korobov in the swing round, even though I liked Charlo's work. He picked it. He just picked up the pace. I liked his aggression in this one. Yeah, Korobov swing round.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. Fuck, man, I don't know. Let me see. Let me go off the criteria. Defense. Who do you guys think had better defense?
That was Korobov for me.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking. I had Korobov on defense. Clean punches. See, that's the problem. Because
the clean punches, but it's clean hard punches, right? It's not just clean punches. So.
No, it's clean punches.
Clean punches, yeah. I think that's why I think The separation that came from that round for me was because of Jermall's jab.
Was the jab? Yeah, he had his head snapping back a couple times.
It was a jab, but I mean, I don't think Korobov threw as many shots as Charlo, but the ones he did throw, they landed pretty clean.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're both. Yeah. Well, not all of them.
Not all of them. No, not all of them. Yeah, right.
No, of course not all of them.
No, but okay. When I say not all of them, I mean. Yeah, I would say not the majority.
Yeah, but neither did Charlo. Not the majority. He missed a lot. He missed a lot of wide open shots too that Korobov ducked. That's why he had the better defense. That's why we gave him the better defense.
Charlo kind of has an issue sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, the
they were both
aggression,
blocking quite a bit too.
Yeah, the effective aggression. I mean, Charlo was coming forward and hitting him with the jab. He was kind of effective. I'm gonna give him that. And the ring general, who was fighting his fight. Fuck. I mean. I think Charlo was fighting his fight, but at the same time, Korobov, the earlier rounds, he actually won them by standing in the pocket and not fighting off the back foot. That's when he was losing the rounds. So it's kind of even there. So I mean, that's even. I'm gonna give it to Korobov, just because of the.
You can do a 10-10 if you really want to.
You could, nah, I don't want to do 10-10. I'm gonna give that. I'm gonna edge it to Korobov, man. Just by a butt hair. That's it.
A butt hair? Okay.
Yeah, a real thin one.
Oh, okay.
Not those coarse ones you have, IBT. Not those thick telephone
phones. No, please. This is terrible. This is how did this conversation happen? I hate the road that we've gone down. Champ Ross says, Raider, you got like 30 seconds to turn in your card, bro, after the round ends. So
it's in.
Y'all are still at 32-11, right?
Yeah, we didn't move.
Yes.
Got you. Okay.
All right. 3. Nice and dead. 3. 2. Are you ready?
Hold up. Okay, go ahead.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Round 9 starts.
Right off the bat.
Both
Korobov with a nice jab.
I think.
Charlo
didn't quite land that right hand.
Nice
yeah, Korobov is like, I'm here, baby. I'm here to fight.
Nice straight by Korobov.
Korobov is going to war.
Yeah, he's ready in this round. They light a fire in his ass in this round. Missed on the body shot.
Oh, nice
jab.
Korobov not really looking.
Nice
Charlo's coming back.
Range and sort of.
Oh, nice jab by Charlo.
Another jab by Jermall.
Oh, nice check hook by Korobov.
Charlo landed a nice right hand, I think, in the middle of that.
Charlo jab by Charlo.
Misses the left hook. And Charlo trying.
Nice 1-2 by
Korobov to the body, right to the chest.
Beautiful 1-2. That was a nice 1-2.
Jermall landed a straight.
Landed clean, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
nice one by Charlo.
Nice jab by
Jermall.
Charlo missing.
Oh, nice straight right by Charlo.
Nice by.
Oh, ducked under the net, the left. Look at Charlo. Okay.
Missed by
Korobov's got look too beat up in this round. He must have some nice tissues and shit.
Okay.
Nice body shot at the end by Korobov.
I like that, yeah, and I like the hook that Charlo did. They both exchange hooks.
Missing. Now,
yeah, swing and a miss, and eat a jab.
Nice stiff jab by Charlo.
He's getting pushed back.
Missed, partially blocked.
I think the eye and just like the punches have been coming, kind of they kind of stunned Korobov there for a second. He looked kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, he's getting,
but he's good now.
Korobov is not hesitating to throw punches necessarily. It's just that Charlo's beating him to the shots.
Yeah, well, he has the 3-inch reach advantage, right?
3 jabs by.
At this point, I think Korobov was a little tired too.
And Korobov's only landed 6 shots, six jabs the whole fight.
You can kind of see.
I don't know. He's not landing.
He's a little bit tired in
jabs.
That's what I think.
Who is?
Korobov.
Yeah, he's still.
I don't think he's tired. I think it's more Charlo. Give him more credit. He's finding his reach.
No, I think it's both.
I
think a little bit. But yeah, you know what? A little bit of both. You're right.
I think Charlo has turned it up. He's landing more, and Korobov has turned it down.
Charlo's extending his shots a bit better.
Jabs.
At least in this
round. Well, you have to understand when you're trying to throw shots and one of your eyes is closed, it's not going to be easy to
nice right hand.
land
your
shots
depth
when
perception
you can't.
is completely off.
Yeah. your eyesight is not the same.
Oh,
Oh,
nice,
So
nice
nice left.
shot by Charlo, partially blocked.
Whose depth
See, by
perception is
Korobov, sorry,
off?
by Korobov.
double
partially
jab
Nice
and
from
a right
Korobov
straight to
again.
finish off the round. Nice.
Whose depth perception is off?
He was saying that
Korobov's
Korobov's
good.
eye is slightly cut up, so he might have some depth perception.
It's
issues.
swollen
Oh,
shut
I-
at this point. So him trying to find punches, especially when he's not setting them up from the jab as much, that's probably what's going to throw him off. I'm saying that, but that's probably contributing to one of the reasons why he's slowing down or has slowed down, is because he can't see as well. So he probably is worried about where he's placing certain shots.
All right, who'd you guys give that round to?
I gave the round to Charlo. He turned it on late. Korobov did some good work in the first minute, but was just tired. Didn't really let his hands go later on. Charlo was extending his punches a bit better and maintaining distance at a better rate than he did in previous rounds. So I'll give the round to Charlo. I think it was pretty clear. Some slight moments of competitiveness, but for the most part, pretty one-sided for Charlo.
Yeah, I definitely gave that one to Charlo also. Domination with the jabs again. Korobov looks like he's having more and more trouble establishing certain punches that he wasn't having as much trouble with earlier. I think a few reasons why is because, one, I do think, I mean, I don't know if his stamina is a contributing factor, a really big one, but his eye for sure, I think, is one of the reasons why, because he can't see as many jabs coming now that it's kind of closed, it looks like. And he's starting to get pushed back on the ropes more. Jermall is he's starting to catch him better with certain power punches, but the jab for sure, Jermall dominated in that round.
You got
Yeah.
this.
That was a Charlo round. Korobov is definitely showing he's not no punk. He stood his ground. He had some nice counters, and he also had some nice leads. He hit him with a couple of hooks that were like eye catching, but just not enough work. He's just getting outworked. Charlo also banged him, also hooked him. It's just he is just dictating the pace of the fight, where the fight happens. It's just too much Charlo.
Yeah, I gave that round to Charlo also. I think fucking Korobov is relying too much on that straight left hook. You know what I mean? He's just that's the only way he's winning rounds right now. Oh well, the past ones and counter punching. I don't think he's landing enough. I think Jermall Charlo's busier. Yeah, man, I'm gonna give that to Charlo.
I think am I the last one, or do you want to go Intangible?
I already went. I think I was the first one to go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I also
Angie's-
gave that one. I also gave that one to Charlo. I just saw his volume. The pace he was bringing was a little better. Korobov, I think, had defense, but it's just the lack of activity at this point. I think he's a little tired. I thought it was a competitive round, but I'm gonna give it to Charlo.
For sure.
All right, are we ready to move on to the 10th round?
What where are you at? 3509?
Yeah, perfect. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, fuck. I just realized the rounds. Oh, okay. We're in the middle of a break. I forgot this fight went on in Barclays Center. This fight seems like a fight that would just go on outside.
Well, it was supposed to be Charlo Monroe, but
Yeah. I remember that.
Testosterone.
Willie.
How the hell does William Monroe get so many fights?
Yeah, I was just.
Bro,
thinking
Willie
the exact
Monroe
same
lost the
thing, so-
decision to Darnell Boone. This guy doesn't even
Burn.
deserve to fight ever again.
No, he get knocked out by Darnell Boone actually.
No, he lost a split decision. Like, if you're gonna lose to
Darnell
Darnell
Boone is not. That's
Like, if
not
you're gonna
a.
lose
That's
to
not an
Darnell-
easy journeyman, bro.
Look,
That's not
if you're gonna lose to Darnell Boone, at least get knocked out, because losing a decision to him is a true embarrassment.
I don't know. That was
At
early
least
in
get
his
knocked
career, and Darnell Boone is not an easy journeyman to deal with. Darnell
Yeah, I
Boone is the
understand,
only
though.
other person that
That's because of his
he
great
hurt
power.
Andre Ward.
That's because
But
of
I
his
mean,
great power.
hey, it can make you hesitant.
Yeah,
We're
that's
at 3609 or 3607. Wait, pause it. Sorry.
Okay. 36-16.
3616.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Good enough.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. 36-16. Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go. All right, 10th round. Let me see. Is it
All right, here we go. We are 1 round away from the championship rounds. Korobov presses with the jab, tries to sneak in a left hand, but is out of range. Charlo stepping in.
They both
Korobov
mutually agreed to bring down the pace, apparently.
left hand up. Nice
it
little
looks like
in the clinch right there.
It looks like Korobov's
the right
like
hook by Korobov.
pretty smooth in the beginning of the round. You know,
Yeah.
always in the beginning of the round,
Charlo.
he's got juice.
Right now, both of them seem like they're trying to take a mutual break. Like, if you don't fight, I won't fight.
Exactly.
How do they have only Korobov winning 3 rounds?
Yeah.
Because Korobov been getting his ass whooped, like I told you.
That is that's Larry Hazard Sr. score.
Oh, nice shot by Korobov, though.
But Jermall came with the body shot, though.
Straight.
Yeah, but you remember that shot, not the body shot.
Yo, Larry Hazard and Marcus Villegas just suck at scoring. They need to stop scoring fights immediately.
I wouldn't agree with that. I think Marcus Villegas is competent.
Yeah,
Larry
I
Hazard
agree.
Sr.
Okay.
Sometimes I see
Larry
some
Hazard
bias in
Sr.
Villegas.
Oh,
sometimes I see some bias in Villegas scorecard.
Charlo actually using his weak hand pretty effectively. I haven't really seen him throw his right hand.
Oh, nice stiff jab by Charlo.
A quick one too, a little sneaky thing from Charlo, right on Korobov's chin.
I saw Korobov start to use his right hook a little more effectively in the past few rounds. So I think Charlo's trying to get the left hook in over the top after sort of committing to the right hand.
What's up with Korobov overextending when he throws his left hand and being in a different stand, being in the orthodox stand?
Because Charlo
is
a bit more.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Nice combo.
Nice.
And a return by Charlo.
And it would have left hook straight by Jermall. Jab.
He decided to let the 10th round be a little sparring session.
No, this round is somewhat action-packed. I mean, Charlo's getting some shots off. Although he's not committing to his shots like he has in previous.
Yeah, there's no urgency by either fighter.
I wouldn't say no urgency, but it definitely has tuned down from the couple rounds.
No, that's what I'm saying. This looks like a workout. This is a sparring session right here.
Good workout then.
Oh,
nice
body shot by Korobov.
Right. How you doing, Ralph? How you doing, Sam?
Nice left hook over the car.
How's the wife and kids?
You know what, man?
Nice body shot by Korobov.
I just saw those couple of hooks, and now I'm just looking at people in the stands to try and identify who is who.
Nice jab by Korobov.
Nice work by Korobov. He's still here.
Double jab straight by Jermall, and then a left hook over the top, or right hook over the top by Korobov. Where'd y'all pause it at?
Yeah.
All right.
Where'd y'all pause it at?
I'm still. It's just playing a replay right now.
Pause it right now.
I'm gonna pause it now. 39.
39-20.
Okay.
All right. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I got it. I had that round for Charlo. Korobov was a little bit better later on, although I think Charlo sort of stopped the pace. He wasn't quite as active, wasn't throwing as many left hooks. Had him in the clinch a little bit, landed that nice couple, maybe 3 shots to the body. But the overall pace of the round was just in Charlo's favor. Korobov was not very active in the first couple of minutes, so yeah.
Okay, Jim. I gave that round to Charlo, and I just had to say on activity, basically, Korobov, they both kind of, like Smoke said, mutually agreed to not take the round off, but to tune it down a little bit from the round prior. I just felt like Charlo was landing a little more cleanly, although Korobov did have his own good work. So I thought it was a competitive round, but I'm going to give it to Charlo.
They mutually agreed to take Charlo and Korobov mutually agreed to have Charlo take a dive in the next round.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happens. I
gave that round to Charlo. I think he had the overall better work. They both slowed down, but Jermall is starting to. Well, he's being more patient than in previous rounds. It seems like, and he's starting to set up a little bit more. Korobov was missing somewhat, but he had some moments. But overall, I think Jermall got that round for sure.
Yeah, I think Charlo won that round. He's just like he said. He's being more patient. He is setting up his shots better. They both kind of weren't aggressive as they were before. But I think Korobov landed a couple of big body shots at the end, but it wasn't enough because he's probably getting outworked, by Charlo
Yeah.
throwing more punches in the beginning, landing stiffer jabs. They're both exchanging, but yeah, I'm gonna give that to Charlo.
Yeah, and I'll make it unanimous. Charlo's setting the pace. Korobov is trying to keep up. I think he closed the distance significantly with that little flurry to the body at the end. It was nice. He also had a couple of other nice moments I remember, but really, it was always an answer in retaliation, and it's just not enough. He's just trailing. He's working hard in Charlo's wake. I was just gonna put it like that.
I think Charlo has really been watching a lot of Tanaka film because I can just see him using that signature left uppercut in this round. That left hand, just a true art form.
It's really they're just fighting Charlo's fight. Like it was at one point. Korobov was looking to counter. He was using lateral movements. He was doing like all that's gone. It just seems like he's just trying to keep up with Charlo. Really, effective aggression, Charlo. Clean, hard shots, Charlo. Defense, I think, is a wash. They both showed really good moments. And ring generalship, I don't know, it's a wash, kind of. Yeah, just Charlo round.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you guys want to move on to the next round now?
Let's get it. Yeah.
All right, I'm pressing
39-20, right?
Yeah, 39-20.
Yes.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
The work in the corner and Korobov's corner.
So where's everyone from? So IBT is the one in control, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Smoke. I feel like I've heard you before from somewhere, but I don't remember. And then who else is in here?
Intangible.
Who's Intangible?
The guy who said Intangible.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And then who else?
And then Raider from LA.
Raider. Okay. But this is your channel, IBT.
Yeah, correct.
Gotcha.
All right, the next round is going to start soon. They're walking out.
Oh,
nice
left
combination.
hook. Charlo's doubling up on his left
Ooh,
hook.
nice.
Nice sneaky left by Korobov.
Charlo kind of got counted and stunned there for a second. He's recollecting.
Yeah,
That's probably the best punch to fight.
As a side note, Charlo's changed his hairdo. Like when he gets hit, those little blonde locks are just bouncing all over the place.
Yo, that reminds me of when Paulie Malignaggi, all the gel in his goddamn hair just fell out against Amir Khan.
Oh my god, that fight was crazy.
It fucking looked like a waterfall full of gel.
Nice job.
Oh, nice shot by Charlo.
I wouldn't say Jermall was. I wouldn't say Jermall was stunned, but damn,
another nice shot by Korobov.
But Jermall,
nice shot.
That was a nice chin.
Definitely needs to.
Mike Charlo.
Yeah, he's checking that chin right now.
Yeah. Oh, a little body shot counter.
How many times has Charlo actually been hurt? He doesn't get hurt very often. He's got a solid chin.
He's got a solid chin.
I've never seen Jermall hurt. I've never seen him or his brother hurt, actually.
Got him off balance.
Nice.
He fucked him up.
He missed him.
A right by Jermall.
And a nice little follow-up.
Korobov pretty much moved right into it. Korobov
landed a sneaky left, though, in the clinch.
Yeah, he found himself in the wrong stance, and then Charlo jumped on his ass.
Right strike by
right
Jermall,
hand.
Boom.
That's what Korobov should be doing. He should be boxing instead of just exchanging wildly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna beat Jermall out in exchange. The left hook by Jermall.
Maybe one.
Unless you're Daranchenko.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe a couple guys, but we've yet to see it.
I doubt Jab from
Oh,
Jermall.
whoa.
Out of
That was
all
a nice
boxing
backstep hook that
personalities,
he threw
Whoa.
there.
Nice
Two
little jab
jabs.
by Charlo.
Ole.
out of all the personalities I see in boxing the most, it'd probably be Steven Espinosa. I just see him absolutely everywhere matching.
Oh, nice body shot. Nice left.
Oh.
by
Good flurry
Good
by
shots
by
by
Nice body
Korobov.
shot, but Jermall
Korobov with
ended
the
the exchange
counter.
with a jab.
Oh,
They
nice shot.
exchanged-
Oh, else another left.
Oh, look at
They
Charlo.
exchanged lefts
Look at
there.
Deontay Wilder in the stands, just
They
looking at
exchanged
the work.
lefts.
Look at.
Sort of out of range for the jab right there.
Korobov parried those,
Oh, yep. Partial
I
block.
think. Body shot from Jermall.
Partially, sort of
Partially.
landed.
Yeah, he ducked on the two.
Wouldn't quite count it.
Jabs from
Oh.
Jermall again.
Jab by Charlo.
Oh,
Looks
nice
like-
shot.
Oh, nice right.
Goose.
By,
Looks like
Definitely.
Korobov's right eye's a little bit, a little swole.
it is swole.
His shit looked like it's about to pop out of his head. Body shot by Jermall, jab by Jermall. Nice. Left straight by Korobov, but it
Nice
missed.
counter
It
by
missed.
Jermall.
All right, round
Yeah, see? And you know what? There's a.
And we start the 12th.
Where did y'all pause it at?
43.
If I can just
43.
if I can just go right, Charlo. This
on,
is starting. This is starting to look like youth versus age, right? Like Korobov has got some clever, sneaky, clean shots, but it's just not enough work. I just don't. He might see some stuff that he'd like to execute that he's just not able to because I think he may not have the conditioning to do so. Yeah, he's just getting outworked at this point.
It's youth versus experience. I agree. My scorecard is looking very like mirrored. You know, I have Korobov winning a bunch in a row, and then I have Charlo winning a bunch in a row now. I gave that one to Charlo. I felt like Korobov wasn't doing bad. I just thought Charlo's work was better. I actually like that he's doubling up on the jab. I felt that's a good adjustment he's made. He's just being more active, generally going forward, more hungry for it. You know, I think the fact that he's turned up the heat kind of has gone to Korobov, and now it's showing. So yeah, I gave that one to Charlo personally.
I give that to Korobov. Korobov landed like 4 or 5 straight lefts that were hard and clean.
I got that round even.
Yeah, I didn't see Charlo do that much. I mean, yeah, he was outworking him, but he did miss a lot of shots. Yeah, he missed a lot of shots.
Yeah,
I saw that too. It was the get back. Like Korobov actually had the round, and then he found himself out of position, and for me that stole. And Charlo jumped on him, and that stole the round for me. Like Korobov never recovered from it. He tried to like pot shot his way back into it, but
yeah, I think
he was ahead. He was ahead in the round to me until that point. And then yeah, that was it.
I think Korobov was more consistent throughout the whole round, landing that left in all the whole round like 4 or 5 times, not just on first half or second half. Charlo didn't really do too much for me. I mean, he was throwing a lot of punches. He missed a lot of punches. He hit the jab a couple of times. Did a couple of counters, but I didn't see anything that I remembered that was like wow for me for Charlo. I think Korobov landed 4 or 5 straight lefts, clean shots. Did a couple of counters to the body. On the clinch too, he landed a couple. Sneaky uppercut by Korobov.
What I'm going to say though,
you know what, Raider? Actually, you're right. I forgot that those punches from earlier in the round. I think I was kind of too focused on the latter part. I have it as a swing round, but I'm actually going to edge it to Korobov. You're right. The left straights that really got Charlo. You know, the counters. There were moments where Charlo was more consistent, like towards the later half of the round, but I just felt Korobov was doing better early. I agree with your counters.
Not only that, I saw in this round, Charlo wasn't as focused, like I don't want to say focused, but he wasn't as patient as he was in the last round. He was getting tagged with those lefts, and he was kind of a little bit more desperate. Like not too much, but more that he was more comfortable in the earlier rounds. He's a little bit more desperate, throwing wilder shots, not really boxing like he was in the other rounds, winning comfortably.
Yeah, I actually have the round even. I think Korobov was more consistent throughout the round. I feel like I was a tale of minutes First minute, Korobov was landing some nice straight lefts. Last minute, Korobov was better, but in the second minute, Charlo was starting to actually piece him up with combinations.
That's being consistent.
Yeah,
He got him a little bit hurt. Yeah, look, I think consistency sort of favors Korobov, but the moments favored Charlo, in my opinion.
No,
those
straight left shots were.
How is the moments favoring Korobov when Jermall has been consistently hitting him with the jab?
I said the moments
No.
favored. I said the moments favored Charlo, and I said the
And I said,
consistency
how
favored
do-
Korobov.
I feel the
said,
opposite.
how?
Actually.
Yeah, I feel the opposite
Exactly.
too. I feel the
How
opposite
does
too.
the
I
mo- how
felt
are-
like I
how
feel
are-
like the story of the round, like if it was the moment, it was the left hand of Korobov as
Correct.
Charlo was like trying to pivot
Because he
off.
did
right?
that at the beginning.
I feel like that was the highlight of it. But it was just outside of that part, like I was saying, when Korobov found himself out of position and Charlo was able to get off maybe like 10 or 12 shots off of on the dude. So it was just one of those things where, I don't know. I'm not mad at Korobov. I'm going to call it a swing round actually, because there was some real clean shots earlier, and I think it was like 2 or 3 of them too.
It was like four or
It was
five.
like 3.
It was like 4, at least 4 for sure, and it was throughout the whole.
Yeah, but what I mean by clean shots, I mean clean unanswered, because Charlo was also coming back with something of his own. But there was a couple of times when Korobov was catching him like on the exit, and it was clean, and there was nothing coming back.
Yeah, maybe 2 or 3 unanswered, but it was like at least 4 or 5 clean ones, and it was almost the whole round up to the last 30, 40 seconds. I mean, I'm not gonna not give him the round because of the last. He didn't land anything in those last 40 seconds or whatever it was.
I gave that round to
Let
Charlo.
me actually kind of explain, because I don't want it to seem like I flip-flopped. I initially picked Charlo and then I switched to Korobov, but I was kind of thinking about it like in an actual fight, whoever has the advantage at the end is kind of winning, right? So Charlo was taking over at the end, but if you want to compare 130 and 130 of that round, I felt the 130 that Korobov won was more convincing, or he did more damage in that 130 than Charlo did. It was someone said earlier, it was like a game of minutes. Charlo was in control for what I felt like was more minutes, but I felt like Korobov did more when he had control. So that's why I favored Korobov in that one. But it was
you guys are bringing that UFC type mentality now to boxing. It's not top control for how many minutes you had time.
You saying I've been watching too much UFC?
yeah, man.
One card.
No, but it's sound. It's actually still a sound theory, no matter what. So actually, my joke felt it doesn't have sound reasoning. So whatever.
No, it's okay. I got what you mean. You're right. You got.
I gave that round to Charlo. Aside from the straights from Korobov, I didn't see him do much else. Jermall might have been missing, but he was still pressing the action more and still landing jabs over anything else that Korobov was doing. Korobov landed some sneaky lefts to the body, but Jermall also landed a right to the body at the very end, and a few other shots in between the beginning and end of the round. So I think that was Charlo's round also. And
just to point out, I don't know, there's a lot of the judges when the way they go when it's a tough round for them, they resort to the cleaner, harder punches when it's a tough round for them. That's what I've heard and read.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine they're going to be like, oh, close round, but this guy generalship, they're going to be like, okay, well, who landed the more significant punches? It is fine.
I read from like a lot of the old school judges. They say if you want to see who won, who did the more damage.
Yeah. Yo, OneTwoKid, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I just hopped on to show my man IBT some support. What's going on, man? Y'all dropping a fight right now between Korobov and Charlo. I didn't come in
round 12, the championship round.
What's cracking?
Hey, what's good? What's good, man? What's good, everybody? You know what I'm saying? I know GTS probably pushing for Charlo though. That's my man's, but I know how he got that PVC shit down. That's my man, so I enjoy getting smoke.
Hey,
I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to like rep for the old guys, right? I'm trying to give Charlie like Korobov. He's out there battling his heart out, but poor little guy. But yeah, you know, it's all good.
Hey, I got it noted down right here, like 6th round. We got to go back and see Smoke is with a small little jab.
Yeah, landing jab.
I just wanted to let you guys know, man. Eldogg just came out as a homosexual in the chat section, so congratulations, bro.
Yeah, chill.
Yeah, it gets easier.
What you say?
Anyway, he's trolling.
Oh, okay.
What minute are y'all at?
We are on 43:06.
Yes.
Okay. 43:06.
Yo, I'm gonna catch up. I'm
Whenever
gonna try
y'all
to catch
ready,
up
I'm
with the
ready.
last round. It's the last round, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you can click the link. I put it. It says w2g.tv, and click that one, and you'll basically be watching the same video with us synced up and everything.
Oh, sweet. Which one is it? And
it's in the chat.
It might be too far back. You may have to drop it for me again.
Yeah,
I'd love to get in on it. Sorry I came in so late, man.
You're fine. We've been doing this one pretty casual anyway, so.
All right, cool. Thanks for having me on, though. I appreciate it, Abity.
Yeah, for sure, man. And then after this, I got some questions and stuff we can answer.
Yeah. So whoever wins this fight on 1-2-Kid Scarred wins the fight. So
yeah.
Sudden death round. It's almost kind of the case for me. I mean, I have the fight pretty even up to now.
I have it. Let me see.
Okay, well, not really. I have it 6-4 to 1.
It said members only. It's loading. It looks like it's
yeah.
locked.
I just need to prove you. All right, you're in. All right, can you see it?
Oh, damn!
See, here we go.
I didn't even press play.
It was a punch.
Oh my god, you had me confused, bro.
Jermall Charlo is standing there. Wow. What amazing.
What makes you think? See, that's you guys' bias. They think that my noises mean that it's Charlo doing something. Maybe it's because Korobov did something.
Is Korobov?
43:06.
Charlo was hurt. He is against
You're
the
like,
ropes.
oh, look at Charlo.
The ref comes in and stops the fight.
Well, Korobov just won by 12 round TKO. That's amazing.
43:06, right?
So I do on my scorecard. Korobov needs a knockout. There's no way that Korobov can win this fight right now.
Okay.
Hey, what's that dude from WWF? That announcer, that crazy ass dude, with the Jim Ross. What is it? The dude with the hat and the glasses.
Oh my god! I
dude who had the stroke.
I don't.
Yeah, that's how a Smoke sounds when Charlo does a jab.
No, it's Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, baby. So the thing is, see, I think that you guys have a misconception that I am cheering for Charlo. I don't know. It's just not what's happening.
It's not a misconception when you tell us.
Oh, it is. It is because when Korobov is landing on Charlo, I'm going, oh.
No.
But you guys, for some reason, you're deaf to that.
I'm gonna make a joke, okay?
Hey, hold on. Smoke's all like, oh, good God Almighty, he said.
Hey, that in that last round that I actually gave to Charlo that I feel like I probably should give to Korobov.
What?
Yeah, there's a couple of those chin checks.
Oh my god!
Stop the fight already! Stop the fight!
Throw the damn towel.
Yeah, throw the damn towel.
I feel like I can throw Korobov a couple bones. Let's
sure. The idea, we're just teasing you. I'm not actually making a serious claim.
Listen, I feel completely attacked. You guys are a bunch of dicks. You guys are a bag of dicks. You need to cut it out. Anyway, hit play. Let's do this.
All right, hey, man. I dude, if Korobov wins this round, I got it a draw.
Nice. All right, let's
see it.
All right, 1, 2, 3, go.
Let's get. All right.
Nice.
The fight's over. Not even any
doing
point.
something.
Nice body shot by Korobov.
Korobov just fainted. Wow.
Yeah, Korobov found
Nice exchange. Nice exchange.
Getting
He's letting his hands go.
Then he feints low to the body, sort of grazed him with that body shot. I don't know if it quite landed. 1-2 by Charlo, blocked. Charlo missed.
Oh, damn, that was a good shot by Charlo.
Charlo's jab is okay. There's right to the body.
Oh, Jesus left hook by Charlo.
Okay, in case you were wondering, I was not cheering for Korobov right there. Whoa, shit!
That is why I say you're not going to beat Jermall.
Oh, nice leg. Oh, shit!
Yeah, he putting it to him right now.
Yeah, he left some at home. He got to go. Oh, shit!
He's putting it to Korobov.
Hold on, baby.
I think this is the first time somebody's actually been hurt in the fight. I mean, Korobov's been tired, but he hasn't actually been staggered or anything.
Yeah,
and neither is Charlo.
Really. Trying to exchange with Jermall is
Iccy is the one Iccy is the one neutral guy while everybody's excited. Just very calm.
He's like, looks like Charlo.
Because, I mean, boxing is my life. I'm an amateur fighter.
Both guys are doing good.
Hey, bro.
I'm an amateur boxer.
Always have
nice slip.
Good stamina where they carry their power late in the fight. You got to give them that. I mean, they do train well to where they have that same.
Yeah, they have supreme conditioning.
Yes, absolutely. You got to give them that.
Exchanging with the Charlo brothers is a terrible decision because a lot of times when either one of them have hurt people seriously or knocked them out, they were off of exchanges. So that's
they have great speed, great power, and great timing.
Oh,
they also transition into their other shots very quickly. They have good technique as far as their punches go.
Yeah, when you can fight when punches are coming at you and keep a clear head, that is a
valuable trait.
A big.
Nice. That was jab by Korobov. Oh, coming back.
Those were straight.
Come on, old man. You're all good. Let the hands go, baby.
The round's not even close.
Oh, shit.
You know what, man? I'm already typing in my scorecard. I don't even care.
Nice scorecard. There you go. He's still in here.
Oh, man. He
put on. Where you at? Korobov left the lights on.
There you go.
Nice
That's
fight.
Carlos round.
I need to hear
Korobov had small moments fewing in between.
With what we just watched,
Charlo dominated that round.
Charlo just won the whole fight, 120, 108 on OneTwoKid scorecard.
This fight was a certified good classic.
I mean, just in that round, I think
Eldogg, you're tripping, bro. Eldogg, I don't know, nigga. We was
by the way, guys, I just wanted to say, man, I got to get out real quick. Maybe I'll get on, and if you guys are still on in a little bit, but I have it 115, 114 for Korobov. Korobov did well early.
114.
How do you have it 115?
Yeah, what'd you get 114 from? You get
10 round. Even round.
Oh, 10-10. All right.
So, yeah, that's how I had it.
10-10 round. All right.
See you guys later if I don't jump back on or if the stream ends. Or I'll just see you guys in a minute if you guys are still going.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, don't do drugs.
You don't do drugs, all right.
Yeah, I had it 115, 113, Charlo.
Okay.
I had it round.
I gave it 8-4, Charlo. Pretty consistent with how I've scored it in the past. Nothing really has changed from the last few times.
You had 8-4 Charlo, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gave round 1 to Charlo, rounds 2 through 5 to Korobov, and then rounds 6 through 12 to Charlo. So 8-4. I didn't see anything different as far as.
Did you have any swing rounds?
No. Round one. Maybe could have been a swing round, but I gave that to Charlo just because he was more active in that round than Korobov was, and started pushing him to the ropes towards the end of it. But aside from that, the fight was, it's a weird fight, but to me, this fight was not stranger to watch or score than Charlo Harrison won. I do think Jermall won that one, but Tony was doing things, I could see why it was like weird. But this fight to me was not that hard to score. I had Charlo winning the night of the fight. I had him winning every time I've watched it after that. In my opinion, the Charlo Bros get a lot of unwarranted hate, and Korobov catching him with left straight, and making him look a bit off of his A game in certain points of the fight. Swayed a lot of public opinion, in my opinion. I didn't see Korobov really do anything after round 5. Jermall started to figure him out. And even in the 12th round, when Jermall had him hurt, he responded correctly towards the last minute of the round and started to be patient again, because he noticed that Korobov was starting to clear his head a bit and come back with certain shots, but not enough, of course, to win the round. And Jermall still won out at the end anyway. But for the most part, I think it was a good experience for Jermall, a good test. He definitely learned a lot, I felt. And it's an interesting fight. You get to see both fighters' gears turning and brain working around certain things they were doing. We're trying to get an edge on their opponent. But 8-4, Jermall Charlo.
Yeah. So I had it also 8-4, but I had for Charlo, but I had 5 swing rounds within that 8-4.
Oh my God. Smoke.
So I had the first round being a swing. I had the third and fourth, the ninth, and I wanted, this looks like the 6th, maybe something like that.
Any round that Korobov won?
Say again?
I said any round that Korobov won, they would swing round.
Yeah, the 9th. First, I gave you the 9th, and let's see which one, Korobov, and also that looks like
he agreed.
They split one in the 4th, on the 3rd and the 4th.
Yeah. Hey guys, by the way, one judge gave this fight 119, 108.
Yeah, that was Larry Hazard Jr. That is that was preposterous.
See that, and listen. Like I said, I with 5 swing rounds, I can see how that would happen, right? Because I already have an 8-4.
You have all the swing rounds to Charlo though, except for one. So how?
No, I don't. I gave him 2. Actually, hold up. Korobov has 2 of the swing rounds.
Oh no!
The ones you might as well have had the same card, because I didn't give it. You gave a lot of rounds to Korobov. It seemed like late, whereas to me, like you had like almost a backwards card, in my opinion. I don't understand how you gave Korobov certain rounds.
Right. It's because because of the kind of fight it was, right? So it comes down to what you're seeing in the round and what you prefer, right? And like we were talking about not ring generalship, but effective aggression. Your argument against effective aggression was the moments that Korobov had, as if that offset the good work had been done in the entire round. For me, it didn't.
That's not
right?
true.
So
arguments against effective aggression.
My point is not about I'm right or you're not right, or it's not even that. It's just the nature of the fight that was happening, right? So the nature of the action and the Foynes criteria. I could see how you could get a wide card the way we got, just because of the nature of the fight.
Hey, real quick, hey IBT, I'll be back right now. You gonna be on for a little bit or no?
Yeah, I'll be on for a bit.
All right, I gotta do some shit and I'll be right back. But hey, if Smoke was a judge, he'd be the Adelaide Bird of the PBC.
Man, stop.
My argument against what you were saying were effective aggression weren't just Korobov's moments. It was the fact that Jermall wasn't being effective behind his aggression. When he wasn't hitting Korobov on the guard, like if you're hitting someone on the guard and you're pushing him towards the ropes, that's one thing. But if you're missing jabs completely and then getting hit because of things you're doing, that's not effective in my eyes. That's not good timing.
I got it. If that's all he was doing, I wouldn't be effective in my eyes either. I was talking about the jabs he was landing and the fact that he had Korobov reacting to his aggression and not actually, and it left Korobov with his own hands in his pockets, right? Because he was trying to figure out like when to counter and spots to counter. And he was too busy moving his hands and feet to get out of because the pace that was put on him and the aggression that Charlo showed.
He was moving fine early in the fight.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying he wasn't moving fine. I'm just saying that he was losing the round as he was moving fine because of it.
In the early rounds, I don't know about that.
Like I was saying, like the only success that Charlo was experiencing was because of his aggression, right? It wasn't that he was sitting back and pounding. It wasn't that he was using his defense to come off of shots. It wasn't that he was using his ring generalship. Like that wasn't the success he was having. The success that he was having was because he was coming forward and popping him with the jab.
But that's not true though. Jermall stepped back several times and hit Korobov with shots where Korobov was trying to come in. He avoided certain shots and then hit him when Korobov was on his way out.
I'm only talking about the rounds when I gave it to Charlo because of effective aggression, not the entire thing. Like I said, Korobov had moments. To me, the moments that he had in those rounds that I gave to Charlo for effective aggression, the moments that Korobov had in those rounds didn't swing it in the effective aggression category. Like it may have, like I said, like it was iffy on ring generalship on some of the rounds, right? And some of it was just like Korobov just had the superior defense. But there were rounds that for me, maybe either one or two, maybe 1 or 2 rounds that Charlo carried because of effective aggression for me. And that's why I gave him swing rounds, because it was just, they were so close in other ways. You know, I could just see it, right?
I don't agree with that, especially in the early rounds, because Korobov had better punches. He had more effective punches, and Charlo was still missing a lot. So, I mean, maybe the only other swing round I could give it would be round 5. But to me, Korobov still run that round.
So for me, through the first 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I had it 4-2 with 3 swing rounds to Charlo.
Yeah, nah, I think that's wild.
And one of the swing rounds I gave to Charlo, one of the swing rounds I gave to Korobov. No, actually 2 of the swing rounds I gave to Charlo, 1 to Korobov.
I don't even understand how you came to that conclusion when a lot of the, because I don't like to be like, this is what everyone else is saying, but a lot of why people feel like Korobov really won, even though he didn't, is because of the things he was doing in the early rounds. Whereas Jermall figured him out after round 5. So I don't really understand what you like. I don't get what you were seeing that made you score it like that early on.
You know what though?
Because the one judge who had it that it wasn't close at any point. It doesn't, like, this controversy that people have is just the controversy that people have. And maybe it's because of the early rounds, maybe it's because of the late rounds. Some guys didn't think it was controversy at all. They only gave Korobov a couple of rounds, right? And I'm just saying, I could see rounds that could have gone either way, and that's why I have have that many swing rounds. But in the moment, from what I saw watching the action in real time, that's what that was my general impression, right?
I'm just curious to at what point do you think Charlo figured out Korobov in the fight?
I don't think that happened.
Jermall. Oh wait, you're asking me or Smoke?
I'm asking you. And what's your name again? Because I didn't catch your name.
Iccy.
All right, yeah, Iccy. At what point do you think that?
Yeah, Jermall was starting to close the gap in round 5, but I still think Korobov won that round. But round 6 onward is where Jermall figured him out for the most part and widened the gap between the two of them in Jermall's favor.
I mean, do you think that it's possible that he just has, like I had said at the end of the fight, I mean, I know I came in late, but I do got to say this about the Charlos is, do you think he figured him out, or do you think Korobov just slowed down?
I think he definitely figured him out, and the jab was a contributing factor to it. I mean, you could say Korobov slowed down, but that's your fault. I mean, that's the fighter's fault at the end of the day. So, people could say, oh, Korobov got tired. If he didn't get tired, it would have been a different fight. That's a hypothetical. But the main reasons is, I mean, especially like someone said something earlier, why was Korobov, lunging or, overstepping range and things like that. his eyes started to swell up, which I think was a big contributing factor because your range, your vision has changed. It doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but if you close one of your eyes and then put your hand in the area where your eye is closed, then it's not, you're not gonna be able to see an entire hand.
It limits your vision.
So when you've got to deal with being in the heat of the moment of a boxing match, and then you have jabs coming to your face, it's not gonna work for you in any way. Korobov also, like, this is not the first time Jermall has had issue with the southpaw, but Jermall started to, I mean, if you want to say Korobov got tired, you could say Jermall's body work started to, pay off, but his body work wasn't too crazy.
Take nothing away from your argument. That's not the point I'm trying to make, because I really feel like both the Charlos, if a guy's getting tired and their conditioning is better than theirs, and that's the work that they put in the gym. So God bless them for putting in that work. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, but to figure a guy out as to just being better conditioned than him is a different argument. You know, and that's the only point I'm trying to say is, like, of course, if this man tired out, that's his fault for not putting in the work in the gym. But to say that this guy figured him out, I think that's kind of a reach, because I
wouldn't say that, because Korobov wasn't landing the left as consistently after that. He did it really well in a few rounds towards the end of the fight, but for several rounds, he didn't hit Charlo with the same left straights that he was doing for the first 5 rounds of the fight. And that was the backbone of Korobov's attack plan early on. When he took that away from him, Jermall he was stepping out of range in certain spots, slipping back for moments, or blocking shots.
But what I noticed, I don't mean to cut you off, but what I had noticed about the Charlos is being that they put in that work, and they can carry their power into the late rounds. It's one of the reasons why I like Bivol too, because he carries his power and he doesn't change. Like, he's the same in the 12th as he is in the first, and that comes from hard work in the gym. I'm just saying, like for instance, when the guy's got a plan and it's super successful early in the fight, and then it slows down and then comes back, he's kind of trying to save himself. So he realizes that he's wearing out. Taking nothing away from the Charlos, because that is hard work that you're putting in. But I do feel that, like, they ain't really good range finders. Like, they literally will throw the jab, their right hand, they left hook, literally the 1, 2, 3, they throw it the same from round 1 to round 12. It doesn't land in the first 6 rounds, but it lands in the late rounds because they put in the work to, you know what I'm saying, where they can consistently. I
wouldn't agree with that at all, because the Charlos, they have the reputation for one of the best jabs in the sport because of what they do at range. I've never heard anyone say that Jermall and Jermall Charlo have the best jabs in the sport of boxing.
I watched them, and they have a good jab, but
Jermall has knocked several people down with his jab. He's hurt people with his jab.
That's fine. But what I'm trying to say, there's plenty of times where he'll launch 3, 4 jabs, either Charlo, and not land anything.
Yeah,
literally, the guy will be out of range while they're throwing the jab. So their range, it's not even a range finder. It's just kind of like that
can be certain moments of the fight, but that's not the tail of the fight. Jermall.
Yeah, but it's always thrown at the same speed, the same power, in the same place. That's what I see from them. I don't see them switching up speeds. I don't see them changing levels. I always see them, what they do is they attempt to counter, but in their range. If it's several of Jermall's
knockouts have come from counter punches, though. And Austin Trout went on record and said that Jermall is a very underrated counter puncher, and I agree. Because the fact that Jermall,
I said the range is wrong, but the range never changes. and neither does their timing. And I just feel like they
How does the range never change though?
Okay,
I mean, if because early on in the fight, well, IBT, say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, so I actually agree with OneTwoKid here. They have I wouldn't say they have the best jabs in boxing. I say they have probably one of the best stiff jabs. But the issue with the stiff jab is sometimes they kind of load up on it, like it's really stiff, like really strong. But the issue is they kind of have to put a lot of force into it. So the speed is the same, the power is the same, the range. They don't really do any like pawing jabs. They don't do a step jab. They'll kind of do like a lunging jab almost, or like they'll stay in place and jab. They don't have a lot of
a pawing jab has to do
absolutely
with
do not have the best jabs in
Yeah,
boxing.
they
Triple G has a better jab.
Guys. I got something to say.
Triple G does not have a better
If I could just jump in real fast and then let Eldogg just run his thing. I was going to say while there isn't a lot of variation on their speed, if they do throw it kind of the same speed at the same power, I do think that they do use it on different levels, right? I think their jab to the body and their hook to the body is good.
Do.
But really what it is that jab sets up the hook really well. Even in that Korobov fight, Korobov got hit with a couple of hooks because he was expecting the hard jab to come up the middle.
But what
get the smoke. I got to say this, man. I think your analysis with the fight was actually spot on. I agree with you. You know, my scorecard was different. I had an 8-4 Korobov, but I see what you're trying to say. You know, a lot of people think because you had an 8-4 Charlo or because I had an 8-4 Korobov that I thought the fight was one-sided, but that's just the 10-point must system. You know, the fight was actually very competitive. And there
How can you agree with someone's analysis if you have an opposite card, though? I don't.
Because there were a lot of swing rounds. There were a lot of swing rounds. That's what I'm saying.
There weren't though.
It sort of contradicts your 12-0 Korobov.
There were a lot of.
That was a joke.
12-0
That was obviously
a joke,
a joke.
man.
I
But there were actually, I agree with him
that
there were a lot of swing rounds, a lot of close rounds. You know, just because a fight is wide on the scorecards doesn't mean it was a whitewash. You know, there are very.
It was a close fight,
fights.
but there weren't swing rounds, in my opinion. There was one or two that's pushing it, in my opinion.
Well ultimately, it's your opinion.
Okay, what I'm saying, here's what I'm saying. Like, and this is what I mean by swing round. That you could have a cogent argument for either guy winning the round. Right.
Yes.
And that's that's really what it came down to. Like, you were giving really good, reasonable analysis of why it was Korobov's round and not Charlo's early on. I wasn't disagreeing with what you're saying. I just saw a couple of things different here and there. And that's the subjectivity of judging. Yeah. There's no right or wrong answer, right?
That's why, like, Get the Smoke and we disagree a lot, but I always respect Get the Smoke's opinion, even if I'm cracking a few jokes, because the guy makes a lot of good points. So, I respect his opinion. I think he was spot on with that. This was a competitive fight. Really could have gone either way. But, even if you disagree, I think there are well-reasoned arguments to be made on both sides.
I just feel like
I don't see it like that.
Based on my score, I mean, based on a different scoring criteria, some of the rounds I gave to both guys in more clear fashion could have gone either way. But according to my criteria, there weren't too many swing rounds.
Bro, didn't you have like 5 draw rounds?
I had
one.
Somebody had a crazy amount of swing rounds.
Because I thought you had like 5 rounds a draw, and I'm thinking, like, how are you going to say there are no swing rounds when you had like?
I was actually joking when I said 2-1 and 5 rounds even.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I want anyone to take what I say wrong. I didn't catch the whole fight, but as for how I see the Charlos is that I think they're extremely talented, both the brothers. And I think they maintain their power and their consistency all the way to the end. So either they get you early because of the shock and awe, or they get you late because of their consistency. So I'm not knocking them for what they do, but I do feel like they do the same thing. But you're going to get tired fighting these guys because these guys gonna be on your ass 24/7. So I'm not knocking them for the way that they fight. I'm just what I'm trying to say is to say that a guy figured them out. It's like, well, you know, as a professional, these professional fighters that have been in there with elite fighters, I don't think figuring them out is the issue. It's you need to be 110% conditioned fighting these guys because you can outbox these guys all night and still get slept. That's the type of game they play. They play the long game. They say, okay, well, you can do this, you can do that. But at the where you gonna be in the 10th, 11th, and 12th? You know what I'm saying? Because that's where I'm gonna get you. If I don't get you early, I'm gonna get you late. And that's what makes these guys so dangerous. They're so athletic and they're so consistent and they put in the work where they need to put in the work to be where they are. So I'm not knocking the Charlos, but to say to figure them out, it doesn't take much to figure out their skill set.
Yeah.
It does take a lot.
Then why is one undefeated and one has only one controversial loss?
Well,
because hold on,
what he's saying is that
being undefeated doesn't really mean much. Because I'll say this to you, man. Like Filip Hrgović is undefeated. Does that mean no one can figure him out? Like, no, it just means
his opponents so far have not, though. So
yeah, I know. All right, so
I mean, none of the people in front of him so far.
Of the opposition, because
none of the guys have figured him out so far. So you would say both Charlos have had bad opposition?
I'm not saying they have bad opposition. I'm just saying they have not fought the best available opponents.
Jermall has a better resume than his brother, so I wouldn't agree with that.
You mean Jermall or sorry, which
Jermall,
one?
Jermall is the one,
right?
Mel is the one at 154. Jermall has better has a better resume than his brother for sure. But to say that Jermall's competition is just because I mean I don't know because we were talking about the Derevyanchenko possibility earlier. When Derby gets in there with him, if it happens, I see Jermall winning that just because. Well, for a few reasons. I like Derevyanchenko a lot. I think he beat Triple G, but a lot of people, in my opinion, they'll elevate fighters to certain statuses, their favorite fighters, whatever, as opposed to just putting everyone on certain playing fields and
I agree,
judging their slight variables from there. So when I hear people say things like Triple G, is an elite, but Jermall's not an elite, he hasn't been tested yet. His opposition may not be, Jacobs or whatever the hell else, but you can look at the backgrounds of these guys and see clearly that they're not easy opponents for everybody. The Korobov fight.
If it's not a bias and that's the way you feel, what do you feel about Andre? He's undefeated.
Andre is dope. He's had weird opponents though. Zelensky is not an easy opponent. Jacob struggled with him, and Andre made him look like shit.
How do you feel a fight between them two would work out?
Hold on.
Andre and Charlo. I mean, it could be a close fight. I think I'd edge Jermall slightly only because Andre. Well, yeah, and the fact that Andre gets kind of wild when he's exchanging. He was also dropped by Vanez Martirosyan, but Andrade, he gets kind of crazy when he is throwing power shots or trying to exchange or whatever. I do think it's a close fight.
Fair enough.
I just think.
Hold on, I gotta ask a question though, like, because with this Derevyanchenko fight, I'm very confident Derevyanchenko is gonna win. I think it's a great fight. It'll be a competitive fight, but I am very confident Derevyanchenko will win.
I don't understand how y'all can say that though. I mean, I can see Derby winning, but I wouldn't like if he won. That would be dope. I'm still edging Charlo, not even by a crazy amount, but Derevyanchenko struggled with Jack Kukla. And one of the big reasons was Kukla's dad, or Koke, whatever. Kope's jab was giving Derevyanchenko problem, and Kope has 2.5 inches less reach than Derevyanchenko does. Derevyanchenko is also not, I wouldn't say he's faster than Jermall.
But here's the thing about
Kope has
though.
great counterpunching as well.
He gives everyone problems pretty much.
But you wouldn't say that's a red alarm, or not a red alarm, like a red flag. The fact that they had because Derby's reach is like 67.5.
Because I'll say this, I thought Derevyanchenko was able to get past the jab of Golovkin, which I rate among the best in boxing, along with Sergey Kovalev.
But Golovkin is also Derby's size. They're around the same size.
No, and he's got a much longer reach.
But he's 5'10", and Triple G.
He's got a longer reach though.
But he's also 5'10". Triple G.
Yeah, that is the one thing about Derevyanchenko is that short arms.
He does, but I think he closes the distance with that Ukrainian style, man. Like the way I see him place his punches, the angles he gives, I think it's going to be
his mid-range movement.
Victory. I'll tell you what I see the most. Because he came up in that Eastern European amateur system, the cliche Eastern European style is what? Upright behind the jab and the right hand, the straight punches. Almost like you're fencing. I think Derevyanchenko, being a natural, stocky, kind of shorter guy, learned through all the amateur experience how to get around that type of opponent. And one thing I really see about him that is great is against someone who's upright, the way he places his shots is beautiful. Go watch the fight against Torreno Johnson. The way he was able to loop his right hand around the high guard, the lead left hand of Johnson, and place it right on the chin was a thing of beauty. And I think he's gonna have a lot of success against Charlo because Charlo is quite stiff and quite upright.
Soriano's also around Derevyanchenko's size though, isn't he? He's like 5'10", same height as Triple G. And the thing that I'm trying, I wouldn't say that Chenko's style is strictly Ukrainian. He has much better movement and defensive skills than other Eastern European guys. But he's been in an American.
But that's the Ukrainian style, bro. The Ukrainian style is a lot different. The one that Anatoly Lomachenko introduced to the Ukrainians is a lot different. You compare the Ukrainian amateur boxing team to the Russian team, and it's a lot different.
Derevyanchenko does things that I don't see Lomachenko and those guys do.
I know he does, but the style is heavily derived from it. Like the combination punching, the angles, the cutting
mid-range, extending your guard, and all that kind of stuff.
And the way they rotate around,
mixing it up.
The issue is Jacob is also stiff and upright, and for me, it's if Derevyanchenko can't impose your will, his will on you, then he's fucked, right?
No, I disagree.
Did you say Jacobs is it's stiff and upright?
Yeah, I disagree completely.
I think he's stepping up right. I think he throws a cool shots and all that stuff. But his mechanics are super stiff to me.
Can I report that? Get the smoke. Now, you think he's stiff and upright, and you don't think Charlo's stiff and upright?
Oh no, I definitely think Charlo's stiff and upright.
Okay, I
think they're both all right. I think that is true for both of those guys.
I think Jacobs is somewhat stiff on his feet, partially because he comes into every fight about 200 pounds with just tons of muscle, but he's got pretty fast hands. I wouldn't say he's
Jacobs ever weighed 200 pounds.
He weighed like 190, 195.
He is a fighter who rehydrates quite a bit.
He actually sometimes does come close.
Are those official numbers, though? Can you find actual reported numbers that he came in at?
There used to be a website called the something like Boxing Basement. They used to post the unofficial HBO weigh-ins the day of the fight. You might be able to find it there.
What's it called?
There's a reason why Canelo put the rehydration clause at 180 when the weight limit was 160. And Jacobs came in a pound over 160. And Jacobs came in.
I would say that the mechanics of Jacobs' hooks are like a lot more fluid than Charlo's, maybe something like that. But just stylistically, they're not that I mean,
I
actually
agree.
stylistically they are. As far as them both being sort of available to be hit, I think they're both there.
Hear me out, though. Actually, I don't actually
for the Canelo Jacobs fight
Charlo's
was not 180, it was 170, and Jacob.
Okay, well, fine. It was hyperbole then. But like with Charlo, though, I don't actually think Charlo's stiff. I think Charlo's more wild than stiff. I think he's more uncoordinated in some cases and loses his balance more than he is stiff because he doesn't have particularly slow feet. He just doesn't have great footwork. He doesn't have particularly slow hands, but sometimes he overextends. He's a pretty smooth.
Yeah, he's just not very fluid though. But his mechanics aren't that fluid though.
I see. Can I ask a quick question? Is it Jermall, the big one, who trains with Derek James?
I think they both do.
No. Jermall is the big one who trains with Ronnie Shields.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I think they're both extremely stiff. And I
wouldn't say extremely stiff. I'd just say stiff. Like I think people overuse their word stiff these days. Like anyone who isn't a Pernell Whitaker or Floyd Mayweather is stiff, you know.
I wouldn't consider Jacobs as a stiff,
upright, stiff fighter. He's a much more fluent than a Jermall Charlo. Jermall Charlo is much like Jermell in their style of the way that they throw punches. They throw them and it's fluent, but it's a fluent 1, 2, 3. So when you take a guy, all right, that's why I asked Iccy about fucking Andre, is because you got a guy that he's saying that he said, what did he say? He said, well, I said, it's fair enough. But he said, this guy gets a little wild, sometimes when he's in exchanges. But you got a guy that gets a little wild that's fighting basically a robot. It throws the 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Back up. Throw an uppercut. 1, 1, 2, 3. And it's always the same speed, always the same power, always the same, which is dangerous, especially late.
I'm watching the Adams fight right now, though. That's not true. They're not throwing.
They're not that stiff. That's not really anything to do with stiffness, though. That's more to do with a lack of fundamental base where they can actually sort of get into those different layers of offense.
Let me OneTwoKid, can I say something?
Shoot, IBT, my bad.
Just really quick, I see you have some feedback, or someone does, I think. And then when I say,
okay, hold on.
Yeah, if you want to drop out and come back in, I'll drop you another link. But when people say stiff, I don't really think he's stiff on his footwork. To me, he's stiff at the hips. I feel like he's really bad at level changing. It looks really clunky. That's where I see him being stiff.
That's part of technique, though. He extends his stance too much and gets off balance.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's where I feel he's stiff, because he has a wide stance and he wants to go forward. So he jumps forward with the wide stance and it kind of looks awkward.
The way I interpret stiff, though, is mainly to do with athleticism. Like, if you're stiff, then you're not very graceful. You're not able to pull off anything a lot due to your lack of athleticism or speed or coordination or something.
I think he's really good at twisting at the waist.
Extremely athletic.
I think he's really good at twisting at the waist, and he has good stamina.
Bro, you athletic and stiff. Look at Wilder. He's athletic and he's stiff.
That's a different. So that's Wilder.
So yeah, what I was talking about
legs.
Yeah, what I was talking about was the mechanics of the shot. I was actually talking about the mechanics of the punches.
Right, their actual mechanics
and the fluidity on the feet.
Triple G is extremely stiff. Triple G has
with the
he might be stiff now, but I think he was extremely fluid in his prime.
Who is he fighting in his prime?
David Lemieux, Danny Jacobs.
Jermall Charlo fighting in his prime. Matt Korobov,
Triple G was not fighting great guys in his prime, but that's not how you determine how good of an athlete somebody is. Like, you don't determine
Triple G was never athletic
by the caliber of opposition they face. I mean, you can just see how somebody releases their shots, and you can interpret that as they have good hand speed.
Can I give my definition of what I think like the biggest difference between a stiff and a fluid fighter is? A fluid fighter doesn't have to think about what they're doing as much. If you guys have ever boxed before, you'll know when you're a beginner, you have to really think about executing a specific movement, and it's using a lot of your brain. Whereas I think these fluid boxers, the difference is it's so natural to them. They're not having to recruit a lot of their their brain power. They're just doing it almost off of instinct, and everything's in sync. It's like when
I'm watching the Adams fight right now. Jermall is doing things in response to Adams that is happening very quick with Adams' weird ass style.
You talked about how. Wait, hold up. He said Triple G, stiff fighter. Look who he was fighting. Like, who did he fight? Now you're gonna tell me that Jermall
Triple G
Charlo,
in his prime.
No, I didn't say in his prime. I think he's still.
You said Triple G was a very fluid fighter.
I think he's still. Yeah,
I think he's a fluid fighter. I think he's getting stiffer with time. I think
Nah, I don't think
Triple G was always a great, huge.
Triple G was
but here's the thing, I see.
Wait, hold on. I wasn't done with my statement because this is what I think. So I don't think Triple G is a great athlete, but he's pretty coordinated. He's got decent speed, decent hand speed, solid upper body movement as far as how well he's good in terms of his reflexes, transitioning in between his shots. He's not a great athlete, but I mean, he's a decent athlete. He's decent at pretty much everything. Fundamentals. I don't think he's stiff, honestly, because he doesn't have to think about everything too much. He's mostly.
That's not true. Triple G has gotten fired on by certain opponents several times.
What about on the inside? On the inside. And
not even on the inside, because in the Jacobs fight or in the Monroe fight, and you could say whatever he was letting Monroe hit him, whatever. I'll use the Jacobs example. When Jacobs was hitting him coming forward, Triple G was putting his hands up and freezing.
But who doesn't? Who isn't given issues by Jacobs? I mean, Canelo's not a stiff fighter.
I'm not talking about him giving him issues. I'm describing Triple G's reaction to Jacobs coming forward and punching him, or
if you
even
want to talk about his defense, that's a different thing. To me, the part where you're kind of contradicting yourself.
That's not true. His fluid. That's not true.
Hold up, I wasn't done. The part where I feel like you're kind of contradicting yourself is you said, Triple G was fluid before, but against two, and then now you're telling me that Jermall Charlo isn't fluid because you're watching Brandon Adams fight right now. Brandon Adams.
I didn't say that though. I never said that.
You brought up Brandon Adams, who is
Brandon Adams is not even a guy at 154, and he moved him up to 160 for that fight. So to me,
I'll tell you
this,
that's not true. That is not true. Brandon Adams is in the contender.
12 rounds with Brandon Adams even today, bro.
But Adams won the contender tournament at 160. He dominated everyone, and he was guaranteed a title shot.
So the best name the best name he beat off of that would be Shane Mosley Jr. Like, I mean, sure, you have a TV show.
Kitrov, who was the Olympic favorite, actually.
Hey, it was almost all-time great, but then you threw the junior at the end.
Levgen Kitrov, who was the Olympic favorite to win the tournament. Brandon Adams dominated him.
Who is Kitrov in terms of actually being a contender in the professionals?
He was an Olympic favorite going into
I'm asking who he was in the professionals.
Wait, what's this guy's name?
Wasn't he undefeated?
Undefeated doesn't mean anything. Like it means
he was an Olympic favorite.
Bro, I'm undefeated. I'm undefeated, bro. No one has ever put an L on my
I didn't
resume.
say Jermall wasn't fluid. I said he's fluid. I said Triple G stiff. Triple G has never been a super fluid fighter, in my opinion. He doesn't do many things off the back foot. I've never seen Triple G do anything.
He boxed Canelo off the back foot.
Yeah,
and I thought
with a jab though.
I thought
you said Dick Charlo's is better.
Yeah, that just
Charlo is better off the back foot. He's throwing hooks off the back foot. He's uppercutting people off the back foot.
Charlo is better off the back foot than Triple G. Triple G's main weakness is he can't fight on the back foot. He just can't.
I disagree.
Hold
on.
Prime Canelo off the back foot and arguably won that.
He won the first Canelo fight. I do agree with that. I think Triple G won the first Canelo fight, but in the second,
it certainly wasn't off the back foot. It certainly wasn't off the back foot, though.
Yeah, he was coming.
But exactly. But in the second Canelo fight, Triple G wasn't mixing. Triple G doesn't mix up any shots off the back foot. That's one thing that I like about Kovalev that Triple G does not do. If we're comparing, Eastern European styles, Kovalev will mix up shots off the back foot.
Triple G is not Eastern European.
Yeah, Triple G is not.
Yes, he is, bro.
He's
His father's
Kazakhstanian
Russian.
and
It's
something
clear
else.
it's clear he's Slavic though. His father is Russian. He lives in Russia.
Yeah,
Yes, he
isn't
was
he?
born in
And he, yeah.
Kazakhstan, but in the USSR, a lot of
Yeah,
Russians
okay, he was under
migrated to
that. Cool.
Kazakhstan.
So that's middle. Yeah. So that am I tripping? That's Middle East, Eastern European, right?
Not quite,
Russia is,
but
yes.
I think he's a ethnic Eastern European. You know?
I know he's part Korean too, but he wasn't raised
Yeah,
anywhere.
he came
My
under
point
the
is,
Eastern European school, so yes, that is that is the issue.
I feel you.
okay. So all right. So listen. So Kovalev, right, will do things and mix shots up off of the back foot, not to the extent that someone like Andre would, but Kovalev will mix shots up coming off the back foot. Triple G does not at all. He jabs off the back
Who
foot.
is Charlo
which
fought on the
is
back foot?
He's not been a back foot
So then, how does
dominant
he have a
fighter
better back foot game than Triple G?
because he does it more often. Charlo has gotten
Against who?
knockdowns
saw him
off the
fight
back.
on the
I'm
back
watching
foot
the
a little
Adams
bit
right
against
now,
Cornelius Bundridge.
and
I'm sorry, can you say that
I'm
name
watching
again?
Cornelius Bundridge. He said, but
that
I'm
was
watching
in
the Adams.
2015, and that was Cornelius Bundridge, dude.
Okay, but I'm
Cornelius
watching the
Bundridge
Adams
was
fight
the
right
IBF
now,
champion.
and I'm watching the Adams fight right now, and Charlo is throwing hooks off the back foot. He's throwing uppercuts. He's on the ropes, and he's doing good work.
Hey,
Triple
look,
G doesn't do anything like that.
I would like to ask another
Yeah,
question
yeah, he did.
because
But
I
I
heard
still
you
don't rate that.
on Boxing Ego's channel. I think you're part of some like call with him
A
or
group
whatever.
chat or
talking
something,
about,
probably. Yeah.
yeah, Canelo versus Charlo. Like what was it again you were saying about that fight? Like Canelo versus Charlo.
I don't think. I mean, it could be. I think it'll be a good fight, but I think. I think Charlo has a good chance of winning. I think Charlo would win it. Actually, I pick him.
So you favored Charlo
over Canelo, especially now. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
See, so what that tells me is that you rate Charlo very highly, like because to me, man, like Canelo, I'm not the biggest fan of Canelo, but I think he's a damn good boxer, man. I think that
He is
guy
a damn good boxer, sure, but he has glaring flaws, especially now. Like,
especially
his
now at
knee.
the prime
Not really
age of
that
30
much.
years old. Yeah.
Charlo
But that's not the point. Canelo has been fighting as a pro since he was 15 years old and has knee issues. He always has had there are a few things that are really working against Canelo now that were not present before. The big one being his height and reach disparity now that he's moved up in weight. Canelo has not had to fight too many people that were much bigger than him.
Daniel Jacobs. Daniel Jacobs.
I said at 154.
He beat Rocky Fielding, bro. Rocky Fielding.
No, I said at 154. I said at 154.
They're not fighting at 154.
I know you're missing. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish my point.
Let's let him finish because he's got an interesting perspective. Man. I want to hear it.
Canelo did not have to deal with certain things that he has to now with opponents back when he was at 154. At 154, those guys were much more Canelo's size, so he was able to do a little bit more. It wasn't just one big guy, potentially fighting on the back foot where Canelo had to necessarily walk him down the entire fight. Canelo was given room to do more as far as box off the back foot. He moved a little bit better, I feel like, because his knee issues weren't the same. Now he's in a realm where in 160, 168, and 175, almost everybody there is bigger than Canelo. Jacobs, Triple G. I don't think he will either, but he fought there, is what I'm saying. Right. In Canelo's fights at 160, Canelo has done less as far as the versatility in his style, because now a lot of times Canelo's main game plan in certain fights, it looks to me, is he'll jab and box, of course. You're not gonna take that away from Canelo. He has great head movement, whatever. But a lot of times he's just moving forward and throwing hard shots, and then he'll tire out. Not even because in the Kovalev fight and
body shots, is that what you're saying?
But not just hard shots in general. It doesn't have to be body shots, whatever. He will throw hard shots coming forward, whereas before Canelo was able to do a lot more, like off the back foot, whatever.
And now I don't think he has as much room to do those things because of the height and reach disparity that he's having to deal with now that he's in these bigger weight classes. Canelo's 5'9", which is, you know, regular height, the standard height of a man in America is 5'10". So for a Mexican, he's, you know, slightly taller than average. But now that he's dealing with dudes that are like 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", and so forth, he has less options as far as plans of attack, in my opinion. So
let me ask you. Sorry.
Well, I actually agree.
When I see Canelo doing things that you know, are effective in fights recently, it's usually him coming forward, jabbing, whatever, finding, you know, slipping on the inside, blah blah blah. But he's not doing as much as he used to. Like I just watched the Austin Trout fight the other day. Canelo was coming forward in that one, but there were moments where he was stepping backward, using angles a little bit better, so forth, and not, you know, loading up on certain punches as much. And he was able to do certain things and control Austin Trout in ways that certain fighters may not have. And I mean, I know that fight is controversial, but that's just what I'm seeing. So
I don't get why it is, to be fair, but.
Well, you know, but I mean, the Canelo's main issues now are only going to be exaggerated now that he's in these bigger weight classes.
Okay.
Well, he wouldn't be going up to a bigger weight class to fight Charlo. He'd probably be fighting him at 160. First off, second off, what really is the major weakness in Canelo's game? I mean, the one thing I could maybe see Charlo capitalizing on, for a decent stretch is that his defense against left hands is not nearly as good as it is against right hands.
Like Canelo has, there are a few things.
Jab has always been effective against Canelo.
Yeah, but Charlo doesn't even keep an active guard or even throw that many jabs at a time to feint.
No, that's not true. Jermall moves his hands. Jermall moves his hands up and down.
I gotta say this to Icey. Like, I actually agree that he can't box off the back foot as much anymore. I mean, because of that size disadvantage he has. But at the same time, being one-dimensional or only being able to fight one way is not always a bad thing, especially if you're damn good at it. I mean,
I wouldn't say that Canelo's one-dimensional, though.
Vasyl Lomachenko almost fights the same way every fight, but he's so damn good at it that not many people can figure it out.
I mean, but Lomachenko has struggled with a few people, though, and there will be one.
A few people.
Listen, it might be 135. But that's his
struggle. Struggle is a strong term too, because it's
Jose Pedraza was touching him a lot actually, and Luke Cameron.
Everybody gets touched.
Here's the thing.
No, but Lomachenko was taking.
We just saw Jermall Charlo eat 500 left hands.
It wasn't even that many left hands. I mean, and of course you're joking, but the point.
Yeah. Hogan for like the first 3 or 4 rounds.
Well, look, guys,
was he being outboxed by Dennis Hogan?
No, but he was getting touched. I mean, was Pedraza getting outboxed? No.
But Hogan has
he beat the shit out of Hogan. Korobov at least was competitive. He beat the Hogan.
He controlled Hogan. Hogan had maybe 2 good rounds in the very beginning.
Coming off a loss.
What I said was that
fans, man.
Dennis Hogan really beat Jaime Munguia.
Just in the same way that you said Pedraza was touching Loma. It's not.
That's not true. That is not even the same comparison. Jose Pedraza blacked both of the Silly Lomachenko's odds by the end of the fight. Hogan had 2 good rounds in the beginning of the Charlo fight, and then afterward, and that's because he has an awkward ass, Australian kangaroo style, whatever the hell you want to call it. So he was moving in weird ways, doing weird things. After Jermall figured him out, it was over. I mean, and he still won those first 1 or 2. Maybe you can give him round 1 or 2. But
can I
Jermall? Well, sure.
Hey,
what do you want to say?
My bad, but I gotta say this: with the whole struggle thing, I think the problem is we get so many mismatches these days with boxers having 4 belts, where guys are just destroying guys. The point where there's even a mildly competitive fight, we say, "Oh, he struggled," or "Oh, he got exposed."
I wouldn't, but I mean, I think that would depend on
Pedraza fight, because at worst, Loma won that fight 117 to 109 according to the judges, which is a very wide scorecard.
I had it that same way.
Listen, I don't understand the sentence Tank struggled with Gamboa. Like he did. That just sounds ridiculous to me. He beat the shit out of him the entire fight.
Criticism was he just didn't knock him out, and he didn't.
But to say he struggled is just
exactly. Yeah, like if you're gonna say he struggled to knock him out,
yeah.
But that's not struggled in the fight.
I think that's the problem with boxing. We get so many mismatches whenever we see someone in a competitive fight, like Charlo, for instance. I mean, he gets his shit as well. It's always, he was exposed, or like
he went 12 rounds for Brandon Adams, and that's a big deal because his main thing that he hypes, or not his main thing, but people hype him for his power and the fact that he went 12 rounds with a 154-pounder, right?
Hey, but styles make fights, man. A knockout isn't always about power; it's about styles as well, man.
Exactly. Which is why guys with for example, right, Canelo can go 12 rounds with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and then knock out Sergey Kovalev. Does that mean Chavez Jr. is better? No, right? It's
fixed.
No, the problem with Charlo Adams though was the fact that Charlo kept loading up, right?
Yeah.
So it looked like it was the style of fight. Like it didn't look smart, and he wasn't knocking him out, right?
Yeah.
But
it just looks like he's just looking for the knockout and nothing else.
You can't say that's all Jermall's fault though. Brandon Adams is he has very good defensive abilities.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Jermall was loading up.
He didn't come to win at all. Adams was his entire game plan was to hear the final bell. He was not trying to win a single round.
I wouldn't say that. Maybe the first 3 rounds, but in the rounds after that, he came on. Jermall, you've got to give him credit for his ring IQ and adjustments that he makes. Ronnie Shields did get onto Jermall for trying to load up in one of the rounds. I can't remember, or in between one of the rounds, but Jermall was boxing and doing things very well. And the main thing is, well, one of the things is, I mean, you could say he went 12 rounds with Brandon Adams, who's at 154. That's a very basic way of categorizing the win. Adams was at 160 for the entire.
Did Adams win a round? Did any judge give Adams a round?
Actually, yes. One judge gave him a round. But the thing is, Adams, how?
I'm joking. It was a joke.
But how can you get exposed if you win a max of like 3 rounds?
But the thing is, Adams was at 160 for the contender tournament. The entire tournament, he was at 160.
Sergio Mora won a contender tournament. And
Sergio Mora is a good fighter.
Ask Brandon Adams what his best weight was. It's on an interview. He says 154 is my more natural weight. However, I'm going to 160 so I can hopefully get a title shot against Jermall Charlo.
Hey, and it happened, and he won the contender tournament. So what I'm saying is sometimes what fighters say, and I've met Brandon Adams and I talked to him about this fight. Sometimes what fighters say, the reason he actually didn't take the Triple G fight, I don't think I could tell you all that. But the things that fighters say versus, how they actually happen, sometimes are different. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't be better off at 154. He also got knocked out at 154, but he did dominate an entire tournament at 160. He struggled. He didn't struggle, but he had a very close fight with Eric Walker. If you want to go back and watch that. But aside from that, Adams destroyed everyone on the contender tournament. These guys were bigger, taller, longer than him, except for Kitrov. But, he was the Olympic favorite. And Jermall was doing smart things. I mean, one thing I can tell you is Brandon said that he, kind of had a tough time getting appropriate instruction from Freddie Roach just because he felt that a lot of the things Jermall was doing, Roach didn't really understand how to give advice or tips on how to. He basically summarized it as 2 athletic fighters are doing a lot of things that Freddie didn't understand how to give instruction for. So
because Freddie wants you to go forward and throw punches. Brandon Adams was not trying to do that.
I mean, it's not. But that's the thing. The way that Brandon dominated the contender tournament was by going forward and throwing punches. He was doing it to
because he was fighting Eric Walker and Shane Mosley Jr. I mean, the Eric Walker.
But those guys are not. Those guys are not.
The Eric Walker fight is a 5-round fight. It's a 5-round fight versus a 12-round championship fight.
Even level of competition is a different. But even with level of competition, that's a different kind of argument. I wasn't saying that Brandon Adams can't throw punches and move forward. I'm saying that wasn't the fight that he was fighting that night.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what Freddie Roach was trying to do.
Even in the Charlo fight, I'm watching it right now. Jermall has been pushed back to the rope several times, and that's why I mentioned his fighting off the back foot. He's been throwing uppercuts and hooks when Adams has in his chest when he's against the ropes. He's doing things that I haven't seen Triple G necessarily do. When Triple G is getting fired on by certain guys, especially those who have heavy punches, he tends to freeze up and then wait until they're done and then start, throwing back. Whereas, you could say Adams is not on that level of competition. I'm seeing him do things that I haven't seen Triple G necessarily do. The reason I think...
Sorry, go.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I think it's a little unfair to compare fighting on the back foot versus Canelo Alvarez versus fighting on the back foot against Cornelius Bundridge 5 years ago.
But I wasn't. The main thing was he brought up Bundridge, but I brought up the Adams fight. Yeah, Jermall doesn't do it the entire fight, but he'll do it in spurts. He's a boxer puncher. That's his main style. He's never going to be an Andrade type of fighter. But Canelo's the reason I think Charlo will beat Canelo is a few reasons. But Canelo has glaring deficiencies, I think, that would be
glaring.
Yeah, glaring deficiencies.
Well, hold on.
Let's hear him
out. Let's hear him out.
Glaring deficiencies that I think would be not exposed, but very what's the word?
Put on display. They'll be put on display.
Sure, they'll be put on display by certain fighters with certain styles, and he hasn't fought those guys necessarily yet. If Canelo fought Andrade, he'd have a rough night, in my opinion. If Canelo fought Caleb Plant, he'd have a rough night. If he fought David Benavidez, I think he'd have a really bad night, honestly. Charlo, I think he'd have a rough night. I think, and I'm not saying he can't win any of these, but even to some extent, Chris Eubank Jr. just because of his gas tank, volume punching, and athleticism. And you can say, Chris is not elite.
If all of these guys are going to give him trouble, how come he's been able to just beat up guys like Lara, guys like Trout? Guys like
they were smaller though. They were smaller,
and he wasn't able to beat him up either. And he also wasn't able to
beat up Lada. He did not just beat up Lada. You can't say that, bro.
Daniel Jacobs. That's he won.
He didn't just beat up on him though.
I didn't say.
I mean, I wouldn't say he. Yeah, okay.
That fight was close, in my opinion. That fight could have. That fight was.
I don't. That was really convincing.
Out here wanting to get these hands, bro.
I think Canelo won that fight, but another issue Canelo has is he turns off or slows down after round 5 or 6. Canelo has for whatever reason stamina issues.
Charlo does not do that. Charlo gets stronger as the fight goes on.
I've also seen when really pushed, Canelo mentally taps into another gear, like against Triple G in the second fight, man. When really pushed, he will fucking go. But when he's comfortable and he knows he can beat people, some of these elite boxers just kind of switch off, go into second gear, just do enough to edge each round. But when really pushed, and I think Charlo would push him in that aspect of, he'll keep coming, Canelo will tap into that first gear and, and will really let go.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed. That's one of the things I noticed. And you could put it to Korobov being a late placement and old, but the work rate, the sheer just amount of athletic ability and energy that Korobov had to expend definitely showed over time in that fight.
I'm not going to lie, though. The thing is, controversial fights of Canelo's, I actually had Canelo winning except for the Austin Trout fight. I had Trout beating him.
Oh, man. We got to do that one because that one, to me, I don't even understand really why people thought Trout.
I had Canelo.
Well, hold on, wait. Somebody said
G fights and the Lara fight.
I don't think Canelo won the first one. In matter of fact, you said that he comes on, afterwards and whenever he's being pushed. I'd use that argument in the first Triple G fight, not in the second one, because Triple G had control of the second half of the fight in the second fight. It was the first half where Canelo dominated and did his best work and beat Triple G's ass, in my opinion. That's the thing about Canelo. If Canelo was fresh,
come on, no one got their ass beaten that fight.
in the first half of the fight, you wouldn't say Triple G. He looked. No, Triple G, because okay, in the rounds where Canelo maybe lost his stamina or whatever, in the first fight, you know, it was even before that for the most part. But I had Triple G winning, and in the last 3 rounds, they were kind of even again because they were both coming at each other. Whatever he turned on that second gear, like you were saying. But in the second Triple G fight, Triple G looked really bad in my opinion. He was jabbing, and just that's it for the most part of the first part, and then Canelo turned off because of his stamina, and then Triple G was able to do better work. But that's not that wasn't like that's not something that didn't just that just went away. It's been a problem for Canelo for a while now. In fact, I think it looked the worse in the Jacobs fight. Had he stayed fresh the entire fight through, I think against Jacobs, it would have looked totally different because he was winning convincingly against Jacobs. He was moving a lot, dodging a lot off Jacobs. Punch or not, great head movement, punch selection by Canelo. But then after round 6, or after round 5, I should say, Jacobs was starting to hit him with stuff. Canelo slowed down. Even in the Kovalev fight, where Canelo wasn't doing all that much but walking forward and throwing punches, he still slowed down in round 9, and that was at a slower pace fight.
He's just walking a bigger man down and throwing punches. I feel like that's not very.
Well, I'm gonna say this,
he was doing less athletically than he needed to. Because Kovalev, what was Kovalev doing that was forcing Canelo's hand to do anything?
He was throwing a lot of jabs, and he had to make sure he wouldn't get caught with the setup for a 1-2, and he had to find openings for counter punches or just body shots or setting up traps like he did for the knockout.
Yeah, okay. But was he doing anything on, like, did he have the hand speed of Jacobs in that fight? Was he throwing hooks and uppercuts?
He's had the hand speed. Wait, hold up. He's had the hand speed advantage in a lot of fights, but
I'm talking about in that fight particularly.
Yeah, I'm still answering. So he needed to be defensively responsible, and that does take out of your gas tank. He was purposely being conservative in that fight, trying to get as much damage to the body as he could to set up the KO like he did. And against Jacobs, I think it's kind of like what Eldogg was saying, where in going into the 6th round, I think I had it 5-1. So he just needed 2 more rounds. And then from there, he basically just coasted to like an 8-4 decision, in my opinion. I don't really think that fight. I thought it was competitive. I didn't think it was close. I don't think there's a valid argument for Daniel Jacobs winning. My main issue.
Carl Froch headed a draw, man, and Carl Froch is the most humble, down-to-earth boxing expert of all time. You know,
so true.
He's actually not. Carl Froch's analysis isn't bad unless you ask him anything about Andre Ward.
Yeah,
but I mean, to say that I've heard other people say that they thought the Canelo Jacobs fight was a draw, which I don't agree with, but it's not an insane claim.
I mean, you're also hanging out with.
Kovalev was clearly outboxing Canelo, in my opinion.
Kovalev was winning that fight.
I don't think so. I don't even agree with that.
I had that fight 6-4 by the time of the knockout.
I had it 7-3.
I had it the same, bro.
Wow. Andre Ward beat the shit out of Carl Froch.
Dude, that fight was fucking hilarious.
But you know who Andre Ward didn't beat the shit out of? Get the smoke, Sergey.
But hold on, here. Listen. I will say this.
He folded him like a cheap suit. Kovalev looked like he was trying to touch his toe. Like, why did he start doing calisthenics in the middle of a fight?
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna dip out because my headphones are dying again, and they're starting to get annoying. But okay, all these people are making saying stupid. Canelo stops trolling 6 rounds. How? The thing is, when you see these fighters that give him trouble, 9 times more often than not, they're athletic, fighters who have movement and throw punches off of angles and switch up their punches. Charlo is the same height as Kovalev. He's also younger, fresher, good amount of power. He's pretty big and has a style that gives Canelo more problems than
I feel like his style is precisely the issue. Like, I feel Jermall's style is almost tailor-made for Canelo. I just don't see.
How?
I'm gonna explain. I just don't see the punches. Yeah, he's a very textbook boxer puncher, like you're talking about, comes forward. I don't know how he would react to the body shots. I think if Korobov is landing the way he is, I think Canelo has more power and a better gas tank and better defense than Korobov. I feel that, like, Korobov wasn't, like, dunning him in the way where he was going to get dropped, but he kind of stopped him for a second multiple times. I feel
but that's just a fighter. That's
way
just
better. I feel
that's just a fighter saying. I mean, but I've been hit with good shots in sparring, and that wasn't because I was hurt necessarily. That's
no, you
more
got
of
stunned, right?
No, not even. That's more of a oh shit. Let me not let that happen again.
So like
You
you were
know,
stunned. I've been hit by
no,
those
you
too.
just
I'm not in fear of
stunned.
being dropped. I'm not. That's not what I
Because I've
mean.
been stunned before, but I've been stunned, but that's not the same thing as getting hit with a
I
shot. And
understand
then
what
you're
you
like,
mean because
fuck, I don't want to
sometimes
walk in
you
that.
can be like sometimes you can appear hurt, but you're actually just very cautious because you know you got hit with something big, and if you get it again, you could feel worse. So
Yeah. I'm not saying that. Like I said, I'm not saying he was wobbly leg or he was gonna get dropped or another one of those and he was gonna be in danger. I'm saying like the literal definition of stunned of, oh, that surprised me. Let me reconsider or let me rethink. If Korobov is able to do that and he's fighting 6-round fights 9 months before, I just feel like the things aren't really in Jermall Charlo's favor. Feel like the
Not stunned, in
counterpunching
my
would be really.
opinion.
All right. Well,
That's another thing. Jermall is a very underrated
clearly we have
counterpuncher.
different opinions. Clearly.
Bro, I'm gonna say this. I agree.
Here's the thing.
The whole idea that Canelo was gonna knock Charlo out in 6 rounds, I don't agree with that, man.
I don't think he'll stop Charlo at all if he wins.
I'm looking at 8 rounds.
Yeah, I'm I don't know if he stops him because I haven't seen Charlo hurt, so I just can't extrapolate. I know that Canelo hurts people, but he didn't knock Jacobs out. I mean, knocking out Europeans seems to mean you have power, but that's not necessarily the case.
Hello, hey, can y'all hear me? All right. I have a question for everyone. Let me ask you. Name one prime elite fighter that Canelo has ever knocked out.
Knocked out? That's a different thing. We're just talking about like beating.
All right, but because these people keep saying that Canelo will stop Charlo, which I think is ridiculous. I don't even think.
My bad, go ahead.
Bro, I want to say this. Let's see the fight, man. Let's see it because I'm way down
what happened
for
to my avatar
than I am.
I do think Charlo will stop Derevyanchenko. I think that'll happen.
Cool. Hey, IBT, what happened to my avatar?
But I'll say this: I really hope I see Charlo versus Canelo instead of Callum Smith.
That thing's blank.
Callum Smith is dog shit, bro.
I would honestly, I'm not even kidding when I say this. I would pick Charlo to beat Callum Smith because Callum Smith is horrible, just a terrible player. There's nothing good about his style, just horrendous. I mean, he's a tall fighter, but he can't fight tall. He can't even fight small. All he can do is mid-range body punching. He's horrendous.
I wouldn't go that far. I do think John Ryder beat him, but to say that he's terrible,
it's a little bit hyperbole, but look, he can't even fight tall. He can't even fight on the inside. All he's really good at is pretty much mid-range body shots.
But that's more of a general like. Because a lot of British fighters kind of are. I mean, a lot of them excel with the mid-range thing. A lot of them are not real. They don't really excel as far as like inside fighting goes or anything like that, unless they're in like specific gyms. But
Josh Taylor,
Smith is the best. Well, Smith isn't Josh Taylor. Isn't he? He's not British, isn't he? Or is he?
Yeah, he's Scottish, but Scottish is still part of UK.
Okay,
yeah.
But isn't the Callum Smith? I think is the best of the Smith brothers. I agree. I don't want to see him fight Canelo either, but I wouldn't say he's terrible. I think he got beat up by John Ryder.
Bro, I'm gonna say this: if DAZN has any sense, man, they're gonna put him up against Charlo because I believe that's a fight. Not only Canelo will win, but I believe it's just a better fight than
Charlo,
Billy Joe Saunders or whatever.
I'll tell y'all this, and I'm not gonna tell y'all who I know it from or where I heard it from, but the reason that Canelo even has the franchise belt is because his team asked for it from the WBC.
No, that's false. That didn't even exist.
I know it didn't. They didn't want to fight Charlo, and Charlo was mandatory. So Canelo's team went to the WBC and negotiated.
I don't believe Charlo has ever been named to the actual mandatory. He's the interim champion, but he was never actually named mandatory.
Yeah, he was not mandatory.
The interim champion is so when Charlo fought Triple G's mandatory, the number one contender, whatever.
I believe he was actually mandatory. Before
exactly. Thank you.
Yes, he was mandatory when Triple G had the belt.
Yeah, when he fought Martirosyan.
All right,
I think
but
he
hold
was
on.
called mandatory then.
But wait. When you fight the champion, you inherit their issues. Another thing is the WBC ordered the Triple G versus Charlo fight twice, and Triple G, I don't know how, but got around. Oh, I actually do know how, but
Canelo.
I'd have to record the thing. No, not just that, because they ordered it once before and once after, and Triple G went.
No, because he entered the division in 2017 against Jorge Sebastian Highland, and in that same year,
Triple G's mandatory.
Canelo fought
Triple G ducked Highland, bro.
Canelo.
He didn't. I would say he ducked him, but that was his number one guy. He just never fought him. But no, because the fight was ordered twice. Once when Triple G was a champion, and once when he wasn't after he had already lost. And
wasn't Charlo offered a Canelo fight and he turned it down?
Charlo denied that, so and I don't believe Oscar De La Hoya.
When did he deny that?
On his Instagram, somebody
Charlo also turned down Demetrius Andrade. So
that's not true. Eddie Hearn didn't make an official offer. As far as the Oscar De La Hoya thing, I knew that wasn't true though, because I listened to Oscar De La Hoya's response when he said he offered Jermall Charlo a fight. He said, "I sent Charlo's team an offer. Someone denied it. I don't know who denied it, but it wasn't Jermall. So we have to move on." That doesn't even make sense. How do y'all send someone's team an offer, but you don't know who denied it? Especially if it wasn't the fighter. You're able to specify that it wasn't the fighter in question you're trying to have a fight with, but you're not able to specify who denied it. And then on Charlo's
you could
Instagram,
just receive an email that just says it's not gonna go. Oh yeah, we talked to our fighter, and our fighter
that's
said
not the
he doesn't want
truth.
to fight your
That's
fighter.
not true though. You would know. It would come from somewhere. There would be a source. You would know.
Like an email, you
denied
mean?
it.
I'm gonna tell you my opinion.
Maybe
on
the Lions
franchise
only
now.
promotion
I think
email
the
or something.
WBC,
No, but hold on. But it's not. Jermall doesn't fight under Lions only. He fights under Premier Boxing Champions, and Al Heyman is his manager. You hire someone.
What's his
promotion?
Yeah, but at the same time, when you're dealing with like corporations stuff like that, not necessarily those emails go out to the specific person, and the secretaries can email for them.
But when have you ever seen a professional email that doesn't have someone's name on it? An exact person who wrote the email.
Why would a fighter go, "Yes, I, Jermall Charlo, have decided I do not want to fight your fighter"? Like, we've already heard of like promoters or Al Heyman or whoever it may be.
I don't think that would happen anyway.
Jermall said
the email could have gone to. The email could have gone to Lions only promotion.
But you have to be under the assumption that Oscar even sent an email in the first place.
Can I just say something real quick? Lions only promotion doesn't exist. He's under Tom Brown. All of the filings are under Tom Brown Promotions or TBG.
That's not true because Lions only promotions put on an event last October, and Darwin Price was the main event.
I'm giving an example.
TBG
is they do co-promotion deals with local promoters depending on where the fight is. And Tom Brown, he's sort of specializes in a certain region that they use, and a bunch of PBC fighters use it.
Regardless, you can't say Lions only promotion exactly. But hold on, another thing is Jermall on his Instagram. Someone asked him, "Didn't you turn down a Canelo fight already?" He said, That's cat. It's not true." So
why would a fighter say, "Yes, I've turned down a fight with the large star, or the biggest star in my division"? Like why
would
obviously someone would want to save face, right? So,
but why would they? So let me ask you a question. So no, because I'm gotta elaborate on that too, because for some reason I'm not making sense. So it makes more sense in your mind if if Oscar De La Hoya and Canelo or whatever really wanted to fight Jermall Charlo, it makes more sense in your mind that they do it after this franchise belt thing started. At one point, Canelo had 3 belts at 160: the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF. That he got
the IBF was taken away from him because Oscar failed to do some paperwork after the Derevyanchenko mandatory thing.
That is true. That is true.
And 15 days.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because what happened was they were trying to settle the deal with Derevyanchenko for like 5.5 million or something, and he wasn't accepting it. And at this point, they were approaching a deadline, which is when they reached out to Demetrius Andrade, right, to set up a unification, because that would prevent them from stripping him. But there was an issue with the paperwork where they never actually did that. And after he was stripped, he basically said, "Well, you know what? Because this frees me up, I'm going to do the franchise thing." And then he moved up to 175 to get the title fight with Sergey Kovalev.
He didn't. When did they reach out to Andre?
Strippings, and I wanted him to fight Andrade after
they
that
had
fight.
slight. They had slight. They were murmurings of that. But Canelo went on record
they had
and
negotiations with Andre, but the issue was that there was some certain paperwork thing you have to do where you're essentially extending your IBF deadline, and Oscar or whoever
they extended it previously though. That's
they
why
already
the
extended
IBF
it previously twice. But when you have a unification, that's different from a mandatory negotiation. So the things where they extended it was for the mandatory with Sergey Derevianchenko.
But the problem was they didn't reach any
hold up. But the thing when they started negotiating with Andre is they didn't do the paperwork to actually get him extended for his IBF stripping, so he still got stripped anyways, and he was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go fight
negotiations. They didn't have real negotiations with Andre.
Based on what? Based on what?
Based on the fact that Canelo said, I don't want to fight Andre, he's a boring fighter.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually something he did say. He said Andrade was a boring fighter.
He did say that. Yeah.
And his team said that. Eddie Reynoso said it. But the thing is,
yeah, but that doesn't mean he didn't want to fight him for undisputed.
He didn't want to fight, but he said, come on.
That was after.
Actions speak louder than words.
Can I just say something really fast? Can I just say something really fast? Both of these guys are hovering around 30 years old. Charlo versus Canelo. Should they both keep winning? Charlo versus Canelo in Dallas is going to be absolutely massive. Regardless of it's like sanctioning body stuff. It'll be
it'll be a big fight for sure. But I mean, any of you guys expect Charlo to win that fight? Honestly,
well, he does apparently.
All right, let's all go around quickly. Give out official.
I'm picking Jermall.
IBT. Official prediction.
I know, but on what? I mean,
official prediction. Canelo outpoints.
Hold on.
Hold on. Who's Charlo's best win at 160? That makes you think he's going to be Canelo.
Korobov.
Korobov is his best win, but I mean, I'm not judging. Listen, I'm not judging Charlo off of one fight. I've seen.
No, that's what I'm saying. Which fight?
That's not. But I mean, I've seen things that he does in each of them that I like over certain things that Canelo has done, and I think that Jermall.
Yeah, but against who though? That's what I'm trying
to I've liked things that he's done against a lot of fighters. I like what I saw in the Hogan fight. I like what I saw in the Adams fight. I like what I saw in the Korobov fight. Another thing is Jermall has really a lot of success with dudes who are shorter and orthodox.
What I'm trying to say is that those guys are not on the level that Canelo is. Not even
close. I'm gonna say this, Raider. A piece of paper doesn't win you a fight, bro. Like you can have a great resume, but styles make fights, man. Like,
of course, they make fights. What I'm trying to say is the experience.
Philip Hergovich would stop Wilder in 6 rounds, but he is Philip Hergovich. I believe he would stop Wilder in 6 rounds, but
I don't know much about him.
You know what? I mean, I'm not gonna debate that because that's possible. You know what I'm saying? You can see the styles, like you say, styles make fights. That's absolutely true. But but Wilder is not like
a complete boxer.
Complete boxer. This masterful boxer. You know.
So why are you saying? So if you're willing to debate that and say that that's not impossible, why are you saying that?
He just said why because he's not a masterful boxer, whereas he feels Canelo is a complete and overall fighter. He's a pound for pound level fighter.
Okay, but
Canelo has very few flaws.
He has slow feet. His stamina works against him.
Yeah, but he doesn't need fast.
His stamina has improved, though. He has better stamina now. His feet are fairly slow, but his precise overall footwork.
To be honest, which counterpuncher actually has fast feet, bro? Most of them draw you in and use.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be a counterpuncher to be good at counterpunching, though.
I know, but Canelo is a counterpuncher. That's what I'm saying.
What'd you just say?
You don't have to. Your style does not have to be.
I think Charlo's best shot is activity, work rate, and just his consistency, and the fact that he actually gets stronger as the fight progresses. And whereas Canelo does, he needs to catch a second win, but around the middle rounds, there's a dip in it in what he's got going on.
You can be a counter puncher, like that can be your style, but you don't have to be a counter puncher to be decent or good at counter punching.
Yeah, but most of the time, the people who are elite level counter punchers are counter punches. They're not. Oh,
I'm Canelo is probably one of the greatest counter punchers of all time.
But Jermall has very underrated counter punching. His feet are not slow.
Canelo is one of the greatest fighters at fighting in the pocket of all time. No doubt about it, in my opinion. He's up there with guys like James Toney.
Against who?
Tony Canzoneri.
What do you mean against who? Are we having this conversation after you just justified Brandon Adams as a very good opponent because he beat an Olympian in a 5-round fight?
I didn't say he was this amazing opponent, but
he had already lost. Like,
yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, I mean, you could look good against nobodies. You know what I mean? That's
they're not nobody.
They are. Okay, when is the last top 10 fighter that Jermall Charlo?
Nobody. He's not fought anybody at 160.
So
at the top 10, Hugo Centeno Jr.
No, Hugo Centeno Jr. was in the top 10.
He was ranked 6.
So pocket fighter of all time, top 10, top 25. Canelo does not make the top 25 inside the pocket fighters of all time. What
I need to see him.
Sam Hill are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I need to see Canelo. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
We're better than him at fighting in the pocket.
Bro, if Canelo is this amazing inside fighter, pocket fighter like y'all are talking about, I need to see him against guys that are going to make him fight in the pocket, not
like
these dudes.
Triple G?
Pretty much everybody.
He didn't fight in the pocket against Triple G. I mean, middle range.
And the second fight he did.
He did not.
He did.
That was more middle range, though. That wasn't like
he decided I'm gonna take a step back and throw my jab.
That was more mid range, though. That wasn't like inside. But I mean, Canelo did good work.
No, listen,
but that was more
Triple G was a fantastic example. Still doesn't get you in the top 25.
Yeah, no, that's a completely different claim. I'm not even talking about that. We're talking about Jermall Charlo. You don't have to be a top 100 anything.
Hugo Centeno, Hugo Centeno Jr. was ranked number 6 by the WBC, and that fight was ordered by the WBC.
We're talking about okay, so in the WBC, Triple G was just straight up not. He's just not there right now. He's just not in those rankings
because he didn't fight Charlo when they told him.
Not in those rankings.
Fa is the 6th ranked.
No, he has the belt. It's because he's champion.
Junior Fa.
Yeah, like think about this. Like number
Adams is like top 10 still.
Yeah, like number 6 in the WBC would probably be like a number 11, 12 overall the sanctioning bodies.
Maybe even lower.
Yeah.
Brandon Adams is not even top 15.
It was ordered by the WBC.
Teofimo Lopez is not even a top 10 lightweight according to the WBC.
Well, that's because he's a champion.
But he has a belt, though.
He's a franchise champion. He's a franchise champion.
The point is, Canelo's team went to the WBC after he won the belt on Triple G.
He went to the WBC for what?
The week of the Brandon Adams fight. The week of the Brandon Adams fight.
That is a non-fact.
No, it is not.
Where is the factual evidence? Show me where Team Canelo said, yeah, we reached out to
they never said. Why would they admit to something like that? I just said I can't. Listen, you can choose to believe me or not. I can't tell you where I know that.
I'm letting you know.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah, where'd you get this? Where'd you get this evidence from?
Brandon Adams told
tell y'all. No, Brandon Adams didn't tell me.
You got to see. You have an unnamed source, right? You have an unnamed source.
I have an unnamed source who knows someone in the WBC, and I can't tell y'all, unfortunately.
I respect that. I see people have been laughing at me for years when I told them about my unnamed source who told me that Wilder had a gun in his gloves during the first
but how is it so ridiculous to believe what I'm saying when boxing has had all kinds of.
You're telling us
I didn't say he himself. I said
but he's also citing his source. So I'd like to hear it, right? So I'm down with citing his source.
I can't.
Go ahead. I would love to hear the story. Go ahead.
Just say it's boxing ego, bro.
Here's exactly. No, listen. I can't tell you who's wrong. But anyway,
yeah, like Iccy. Like think about this. Any of us right here can say, hey, we have a source and this happened. But nobody's gonna believe it.
Listen, I already said you can choose to believe me or not. It's
all
up to you.
Come on, man.
Yeah, we all know that too, right? We all know that as well. We all know that, right? We also say that there is a possibility that your inside source isn't as connected as one may think, or maybe he is well connected, or maybe you're just pulling that out your ass. All of it's possible.
Believe me or not.
Like think about this. Hold on.
Think about anyway.
Think about this, though. You're saying that Canelo went to the WBC.
I said Canelo's team. Canelo's team.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Yeah, you're not even letting me finish saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, Raider, you're interrupting people, man. Like, I don't.
My bad.
Anyway,
my bad.
Canelo's team, the week of the Brandon Anos fight, were well. I know that the franchise belt was announced the week of the fight, but Canelo's team went to the WBC and told them, because they did not want to vacate the first time like he did when they basically told him to fight Triple G the very first time. I don't know how many of y'all remember that, but Canelo vacated the belt and then tried to.
That is true.
He vacated the WBC
we remember.
belt.
We remember. Go ahead.
And then tried to negotiate fighting at a catchweight of 155 at Triple G. That didn't fly either. But anyway, they didn't want it. They didn't want it to look as bad. So instead, they came up with the franchise status. And I don't remember if you can find this or not, but Mauricio Suleiman was asked about it somewhere, I think, and he said that they came to him about, this designation or special status or whatever. I know he said that for sure about
Suleiman's word now, by the way.
Just a follow-up question. Are you saying that they're saying that they didn't want to fight any mandatories, that they wanted to fight who they wanted to fight?
They didn't want to fight.
WBC carved up.
No, GTS. Now you're putting words in his mouth. He'd never even said anything like that.
No, just because I'm not quite sure what he said. He said he didn't want to fight Charlo.
I know what you're doing, GTS.
But no, he answered the question. He said they didn't want to fight Charlo, right?
I know, but all that other stuff, he didn't.
But he didn't say that before.
Hold on. Mauricio Suleiman, because what's his name said, you believe Mauricio Suleiman. During the Lomachenko situation, Loma said that, they just bestowed that upon him. And then Lomachenko, Mauricio Suleiman said,
hold on. We're done with the Canelo stuff? We're jumping to...
No, we're not.
Going Lomachenko now, boys.
Let's stick to the Canelo.
Trust, I'm gonna say this, but I have an anonymous source. I'll say he came to me under the name Evgeny. But look, we met up in like an alleyway in I believe it was Serbia, and he passed me like a secret file, man. And I'm gonna say that the WBC, they definitely tricked Lomachenko, bro, so that Devin Haney could get a bout.
So anyway, top rank, not top rank, but whoever Canelo's team and top rank went to Mauricio Suleiman. That's how they got the belt. Anyway.
What does top rank have to do with what?
Anyway,
no, he's saying for
because you're saying why I believe Mauricio Suleiman.
I thought you were talking about Canelo.
Can I quickly sum up what I think?
So anyway,
I think
y'all
the
like
WBC.
saying
hold on, Eldogg.
Mauricio Suleiman is like just for whatever reason not credible at all.
So what was the reason why they didn't want to fight Charlo? Why did they say they didn't want to fight Charlo?
He didn't necessarily say why, but they just did not want to fight Charlo. Clearly, I mean, how is that hard to figure out? But first of all, hold on. What's the main reason? Why would Suleiman have to lie about something like that? Because
he's a scumbag who wants to rake in sanctioning fees, and he's giving out extra bouts.
Hold on.
He answered your question.
Stop. Because I didn't finish what I was saying. Triple G has been a WBC champ. Canelo has been a WBC champ. Charlo is the current WBC champ. If any one of those three fought each other, in some sort of, I don't know, triangle fest, all being ranked by the WBC, what sort of, what sort of problems would fall on the WBC had one of those guys lost one or whatever? They're all WBC. They would. Any one of them could have been WBC.
Charlo and Triple G do not bring in as much money as Canelo. And why would I want one of them to be champion when I can have two of them being champion?
But also 2/3 of them have fought twice for the WBC belt.
Sure, that's true.
It's really
not what you're saying.
But Canelo has been a star longer than both of them, though. To say that. I mean, Triple G, there are more issues. I think Charlo has a much greater chance of being elevated to star status than Triple G does. But to say that, Suleiman is just lying, I think is why would he? I don't understand the reason why.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Suleiman is lying about? What is the thing? What is Suleiman supposed to be lying about?
IBT said that Suleiman is lying because I said that Canelo's team went to the WBC about, this whole situation to not make it look as bad
I'll
instead of
explain it
vacating the
fully.
belt.
But this is from an anonymous source, right? This is not something that that's verifiable. That Suleiman actually said.
Proven. No, Suleiman said. Suleiman said, I can't remember where the hell he fucking where it was from, but he did say they came to me about they discussed this whole thing, basically, is what he said. He didn't say we went to them. They said they came and discussed it with us.
No, so the question not so much is Suleiman lying, it's whether or not what you said Suleiman said he actually said.
Well,
yeah, he did say that. Whether the problem, I can't remember where he said it though. I do remember.
There's like too many gaps in like oh, I can't tell you this and I don't remember this.
Guys, I could sum this up pretty well. All right, the franchise bout you got to pay extra for. That's why, like, you got to pay extra for. Now, Lomachenko and Canelo are both in the position where they have huge fights, right? Canelo Triple G3, big fight. Lomachenko versus Teofimo, big fight. But they have to pay more on those fights. So what the WBC thought was, we'll give them this bout to allow them to fight that. Otherwise, we're going to order a mandatory for a smaller fight. But if we give out 2 bouts, you know, we can get the money from Canelo Triple G3, maybe a Charlo versus Andrade, you know, that way we can get 2 massive paychecks. Or at lightweight, we can get Haney versus Garcia and Loma versus Teofimo. So they're raking in the money.
None of those have happened, though. And that's not fair because, you still think Triple G versus Canelo 3 would be a big fight? I think Canelo stop Triple G.
It's going to.
It doesn't matter. It's still a big fight.
Bring in money.
Like Wilder versus Fury 3 is a big fight.
That literally
Wilder versus Fury 3 is a big fight, even though Fury's going to stop him.
Exactly.
That's different though.
Fees, which is why
Wilder.
It's not different. At least Triple G.
It is different. Triple G has had. But Triple G has had 2 fights where he didn't look good after the second.
Wilder had fucking 40 fights where he didn't look good.
I said Triple G has had 2 after the Canelo fight where he's looked deteriorated.
It's really
Wilder has fought.
It's really only been 1.
But Wilder can't deteriorate.
So you're not going to count
0. You can't get any worse.
That doesn't. Okay. Anyway, so I don't care about how you personally.
Exactly.
So Steve Rose is now the equivalent to Tyson Fury.
I didn't say that. Yeah, exactly. So hold on, wait.
Hold up. You said 2 fights. I can understand Derevyanchenko. What was the other one?
Steve Rose.
Okay, I thought you just said earlier, how can someone struggle with someone if they won so easily? The dude knocked Steve Rose out unconscious, spazzing.
That doesn't mean he did it easily. Steve Rose was hitting him with shots and
he hit him with shots. This is
he hit him with shots that were that no other
boxing match.
But Steve Rose. He had Triple G's head popping back really bad.
Yeah, we were talking about Canelo's relative experience and the level of competition.
Canelo would not.
Steve Rose is not the level of competition. Yeah, not at all.
Canelo would have destroyed Steve Rose without looking.
But here's the
like
thing,
Triple G
like
did.
this is where I don't see the consistency with some people. Canelo Triple G3 is still a popular fight, whether it's one side or not. Me personally,
anytime I see anyone talk about that fight, they say I don't want to see that shit.
But whose chat do you in to talk about it, bro?
It's not even chats. I see YouTube comments. I've talked to people about it.
Hey, guess what? I have a question for you. If you hear tomorrow, DAZN goes crazy news, guys. Canelo Triple G3. Are you gonna go? Oh, that Saturday? Yeah, not spending my Saturday watching that. Or are you gonna watch it? Just answer the question.
No, I won't watch it.
Okay, cool. That's all I need to know, man. That's it.
No, man. Don't you know Steve Fulton is fighting for the 126 vacant?
Real quick, Eldogg and Intangible and IBT.
I'm not like
hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, IBT, Intangible and Eldogg. When was Canelo labeled as franchise champion? What's the official date?
Somewhere in June 29th.
No, it wasn't because the Adams fight. When was the Brandon Adams fight?
June.
Well, according to my source,
so the week before the Adams fight, a few days, like
June 27th, 2019, and it was 2 days before the Brandon Adams fight, thus making the Brandon Adams fight
exactly. That's what I was getting to. All right, so check it out. So you're telling me, Iccy, that Canelo's team went to the WBC and say, "Hey, I don't want to fight, or we don't want to fight this mandatory," and Jermall Charlo, right? So that was after. I mean, that was before he fought Brandon Adams, right?
Yeah.
Right before. So at that time, what's his name had only 3 fights at 160. Jorge Sebastian, Hugo Centeno, and Korobov, which was a very close fight. And Canelo, at that time, he had fought Triple G, went up and beat Rocky Fielding, and then Daniel Jacobs. Right?
Okay.
Yes. So at that moment, you're saying that Canelo's team did not want to fight Charlo because of what? Why?
For whatever reason that's not specified.
They he wasn't the number one contender.
He wasn't even the number one.
He had the interim. He was though. He had the interim belt.
Interim champion. Exactly. He was not the number.
So that's not above a number one contender. That's not ranked.
But it's not the number one contender.
All right. So semantics. He was not. He was the next in line for the shot.
For you.
Well,
he did everything the WBC asked him to do, and because they didn't give him the shot, they gave him the belt. But my thing is, this is why I said what I said earlier about people saying these things that, you know, they put a lot of y'all are, I feel like, taking people's oppositions and making it more black and white than it really is. What y'all, I feel like, needs to understand is a lot of these guys are a lot closer in skill set and ability than y'all realize. And it's more about what you can see when they're in there with people that aren't ideally who they should be fighting.
Did you not just say 2 minutes ago that Canelo would have destroyed Steve Rolls, whereas Triple G struggled with him, thus making a thing about opposition? But now you're telling us that we need to tone it down on the opposition because now you're talking about Jermall Charlo, who's only fought.
Hold on, but that's not the same thing, though. That's not the same thing, though, because that's not the same thing at all. Dennis Hogan, Brandon Adams, Matt Korobov, and Hugo Centeno Jr. are better than Steve Rolls.
Well, here's the issue. Because what you're saying could be true, but maybe it's not because they're afraid of Charlo, but because they thought that they could actually make more money fighting somebody else, and also fight Charlo, and also whoop Charlo's ass later for more money.
Is Charlo not a big money fight?
Yeah, I just don't get it. I mean, how is he
Andrade versus Charlo and Canelo versus Triple G 3 both?
If they wanted that,
it's not even Canelo Triple G. We're talking about the Brad and Adams time, so it would have been what, Canelo Kovalev versus Canelo Charlo.
Canelo already said, didn't he already say actually that he doesn't want to fight Triple G a third time? If the zone could have made that fight, it would have happened already.
Okay, so about that, he didn't want to fight Triple G, but then he said, all right, let's fight. And actually did a contract. He sent a contract, and Triple G, they accepted, and the third fight was going to happen, and then Triple G pulled out because the trainer said that they didn't want to fight.
I never heard any of this. So, I mean, where can I find the sources on that? Because from what I heard,
the fight was going to happen. When? It was already agreed upon.
No, it wasn't agreed upon. It was that they had sent a contract and that Triple G declined it. And this is an actual thing you can Google. This is a thing you can Google and find source on.
I heard that. That sounds a lot closer to what I heard. But that still happened. That happened after making Canelo jump through. Not making him jump through hoops. But that happened after making like the zone jump through hoops because they were like scrambling to find an opponent and do different things with. Didn't that was
issues? That would be
Triple G. See, this is where it seems like sometimes Triple G is getting off with things that like Charlo wouldn't. You know.
Exactly.
Like, and to me, it sounds like he's got the complexion for the protection at times when it comes to like not fighting Canelo. But if I'm gonna say this like a little bit off topic, but. You know, people seem to be going in on Charlo, but if he did half the things Triple G did, I mean, people would just be roasting him like
exactly. Triple G ducked Andre Ward. He, from what I heard,
listen, I got to jump off this bandwagon. Triple G might be a Hall of Famer, and there is no way. All right, as a matter of fact, I would give Triple G like 95% shot of being a Hall of Famer, whereas this point, I would give Charlo 0% shot at being a Hall of Famer.
Who would you give?
Who would you give? The reason why so when you talk about get away with half the things, maybe it's because he's actually done half the things.
He's actually done more than half.
What though?
Okay. I let me hear you finish your question, and hopefully my response is gonna be already answering that because I was just gonna address that. But go ask your question.
What is true? Like, well, first I was gonna say.
Well, no, just give me the question, cause. Hello.
You just cut off in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get how Canelo is gonna over here at sudden duck Charlo, but then he goes and moves up 2 weight classes to fight a top 3 light heavyweight.
For a ton of money that everybody thought that people thought that he would actually lose. Where I don't know that how many people think he's going to lose to Charlo. I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same. It seems like it's the same thing with the Devin Haney and Loma, right? Like, I'm not going to fight Devin Haney. Instead, I'm going to go unify and and everybody's cool because it's undisputed. But I think it's perfectly fine. Like, I don't. Just because you don't want to fight Charlo doesn't mean you're afraid of Charlo.
But
especially if you go to fight Kovalev.
But I mean,
the thing is, Smoke. That's a big fight. Charlo and Canelo's a huge fight.
It's history, man. That's light heavyweight.
So why would
another light heavyweight Hall of Fame?
Yeah, why would he not want to fight him?
Original 8th division.
Well, hold on. You're not.
There's too many people talking, and I wanted to say something, and we got sidetracked. You said, okay, well, if this guy does this and this, and then this guy were to do it, he would get far more criticism. Why is that, right? Let me tell you why that is. How many rounds has Jermall Charlo gone with Derevianchenko? Right now, 0. How many rounds has Jermall Charlo gone with Daniel Jacobs? Right now, 0. How many rounds has he gone with Canelo Alvarez? 0. Ask Triple G the same thing, and his answer is, I've gone 12 rounds with Derevianchenko, I've gone 12 rounds with Daniel Jacobs, and I've gone 24 rounds with Canelo Alvarez. That is why.
Showing no separation, not winning those fights, arguably, depending on who you talk to.
But he shows separation from Charlo, who hasn't fought those guys.
But okay. They haven't offered him They haven't offered him any contracts.
That's not true.
I mean, I got it. Listen, for whatever reason, whatever context,
we were just saying arguably ducking Charlo.
Even if they are, that what I'm saying is that the guys that he's fighting have accomplished more than Charlo. To fight Kovalev at light heavyweight is a bigger fight than Charlo. Regardless of how well you think, is a more historically significant fight, and also I think it's a more money fight. It's probably earned him more money. Maybe.
Come on,
maybe
now.
It's the same.
Kovalev is not some star in America.
And neither is
I'm not talking about. I said historically significant. I didn't say. I didn't say star.
You said a bigger money fight.
Showtime, bro.
It could have been a bigger money fight because it's not like Charlo's some big star. I think he did 200
K views on Showtime, but he did 2 point something million on Fox.
Yeah, that's excellent. And and Keith Thurman did 5. But I mean,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what's his name said.
But I mean, that's not exactly big numbers, bro. Lomachenko does bigger numbers than that.
Yo,
he does a couple million. He does a couple million ESPN, which is actually in fewer homes than in Fox. But the point is to actually earn a title at light heavyweight is a historically significant thing for Canelo Alvarez.
Then why didn't he do it against somebody
especially to do it against Kovalev, who also has
achieved not a live dog.
Okay, hold on. Kovalev was winning. If I could just get this done, let me just finish.
Yeah, he was winning.
Kovalev has accomplished more in the ring than Jermall Charlo.
I don't care about that. I don't.
I know you don't. But I know you do. I know you don't. But that is the history and tradition of boxing.
No, y'all are jumping around the.
All right, go Smoke.
Right, I'm saying that there's a disconnect between what fans want right now because they feel like it's a stern test for a fighter versus what the history and the tradition of the sport is, and I can understand that. Like, right, I can say, forget Kovalev, he's washed. He just got in the tough one with Anthony Yard, and I understand that whole level of competition argument. But that is a different argument than becoming, making a historically significant fight to the tradition of boxing, right? So you can say that you personally don't care about that, but that doesn't mean that that's not one of the chief reasons that boxers get into the sport to begin with.
Who really cared? I don't know. I wouldn't say that. So, but anyway, who wouldn't? Who would say they really care about the Kovalev fight anyway? The stadium didn't look all that. The weigh-ins didn't look all that. I picked Canelo to win, and I still didn't think he looked that great against Kovalev.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a boxing fan, all right? When I hear someone is going up another division to challenge for a world title, I care about it.
Yeah, it's
over another fight that is arguably better.
Light heavyweight history is deep. It's deep and rich. And this is adding to it. There's very few guys. There's very few guys that have been able to come up and knock out. And like I said, Kovalev is also probably a Hall of Famer coming out of the division. Like
I don't know about that.
I know
there's a lot of things. Those are your opinion. You also feel Jermall Charlo beats.
Yeah, listen. Andre Ward is a Hall of Famer. Bernard Hopkins is a Hall of Famer. Right.
And
that's two Hall of Famers, like right there, just off the top of your head, like without going into his whole thing. Like, there's Canelo Alvarez is a Hall of Famer.
A lot has to do with has to do with who the actions of the fighters, like say Tank Davis. Tank Davis ain't fighting nobody. Jamal Crawford, he's starting to get slack from the people because he's not fighting anybody. If you could say Bud Crawford, my bad. Bud Crawford, Bud Crawford, my bad. These guys are starting to get flack because actions speak louder than words. Yeah, you can say you're gonna fight this and that, but the thing is, if you don't fight them, then what's good is that?
There are arguments that you can make for all of those guys, though. There are arguments
it doesn't matter.
You can make in all those situations. It does matter.
Of course, there are arguments.
The reason why I don't like the fact that Canelo fought Kovalev is because he did it after Kovalev already had 3 losses, 2 of which were by stoppage. Kovalev was coming off of a fight with Anthony Yard where he almost got knocked out. And it was another quick turnaround.
Do you understand that
Kovalev
won to me, I feel like
undefeated fighters in a row to fight Canelo?
Someone's resume too much, man. Like you can name any fighter in boxing.
You asked me, we're discussing the Kovalev fight. I'm telling you why.
Yeah, but I would
say here's the thing.
Any fighter not called Usyk, and I can tear their resume to shreds. Because you can always nitpick little things.
That's not a little thing, though. That is not a little thing.
Okay, so, no. Listen, I understand what you're saying, but it's just a separate argument. Because what you're making is a level of competition argument, and what I'm telling you is about what I'm saying is, if you look at take Roy Jones Jr. Let's just forget Kovalev and Canelo and all that stuff. But take Roy Jones Jr. beating John Ruiz for a heavyweight title, right? That is historically significant. It's not because John Ruiz was some great heavyweight champion. Sure, he had a couple. He fought some Hall of Famers. He had a pretty decent career, but Kovalev has achieved more as a light heavyweight than John Ruiz did as a heavyweight.
Sure, but the reason why I'm not going to speak on that versus this situation is because I know the actual certain things that I don't know where John Ruiz ability and stuff was at the time. I don't know how conditioned he was. I didn't know his age. I don't know whether he was in prime or not. I know these folks.
Can you say the same thing about Pacquiao?
What about him?
Okay, is that almost the same thing, right? As Kovalev? He's not in his prime? Not in his prime?
No, Pacquiao.
Not in his prime.
That's not the same thing, though. That wasn't the only argument that I made against the Kovalev fight.
What was the other argument?
I said that he had
Pacquiao's
3 losses.
4 times in Kovalev.
How many losses does Pacquiao have?
Pacquiao also looks better than
how many losses
Pacquiao also looks better than Kovalev.
You're being very selective.
Yeah, how many losses does Pacquiao have?
Is Canelo going to fight Pacquiao? Is Canelo going to fight Pacquiao?
No. How many losses does Pacquiao have then?
Pacquiao has
he has more than Kovalev.
7.
Okay. More than double. More than double.
More than Kovalev, right?
But is Canelo going to fight Pacquiao?
By the way.
No. You're trying to say that he wasn't a top 3 elite competition.
No, I didn't say he was a champion, but he was coming off a fight where he almost got knocked out.
Okay, tell me.
And
let me ask you a question.
Y'all keep interrupting me. Why do you listen? What?
Because I already know what you're gonna say.
All right, so then let me finish saying it. Then y'all know why.
You've already said it. You've said he's coming off of a hard fight.
So then why keep asking me the same thing? He weight drained him. He came off a fight where he got knocked out.
I know.
He was coming off a quick turnaround.
You're like a record player right now.
So then why do you keep trying to put me in the corner saying, "Oh, it's just because he wasn't in his prime anymore"? It wasn't just that.
I am not even talking about that. That was not me. You have to separate me from.
I know that wasn't you, but y'all are standing behind different arguments, behind what's his name? Because then you asked me about Pacquiao not being in his prime.
That was him. Again, that's not me. I did not ask about Pacquiao. I am not.
So you didn't say anything about Pacquiao a second ago?
I answered your question because you were having difficulty I was telling you Pacquiao has more stoppage losses and he had 7
I'm
losses.
talking about before that.
Okay. Anyways,
so even if you bring up that argument, that it was a quick turnaround, I mean, look at what's his face, Reese. He beat Joshua on a super quick turnaround, so you can't use that in his excuse.
I mean, regardless of these little wrinkles in the context of the level of competition that Kovalev was on the night, right? And whether or not you thought it was going to be competitive, or anyone thought it was competitive, because you weren't alone in thinking that it wasn't going to be competitive. And Charlo and Andrade, some people thought Andrade was a better fight. Some people thought Charlo was a better fight. But none of those people wanted to see Kovalev, right? But then also other people thought Kovalev was just going to be too big and too much for him. So there was still intrigue in the fight, and it was still a historically significant fight. So what my overall point is, just because even if what you're saying is true, your unnamed sources says that they didn't want to fight Charlo. If the reason why they didn't want to fight Charlo is because they wanted to go for a more significant fight for them, and Kovalev represented that, I don't know that that's necessary. For me, that's not a done, right? Especially if you know that you're going to see Charlo in the very near future because you're close in age, and neither one of you guys are close to retirement.
Do you know that he's going to see Charlo though? How do we know?
And you know, I mean, that's not even the point.
Somebody else, hold on. Somebody said something about Ruiz. You can't use that as a comparison. Ruiz did that because the fight was supposed to happen with Big Baby Miller. Big Baby Miller tested positive for several steroids, and Ruiz is also younger than Kovalev. He did not have the only fight that he lost was against what's that?
Joseph Parker. His name is Joseph.
Yeah,
Parker.
Joseph Parker.
Yeah, but you brought.
No, I'm talking about John Ruiz. I'm talking about John Ruiz, not Andrew Ruiz.
Not you. Smoke.
I said that. I said.
What's his name?
Sorry.
Hold on. I see your point. Okay. Hold on. Your point was it was a quick turnaround, and that's what I'm putting it as the turnaround part.
You're all my arguments because I'm using them all together. You keep taking this thing where you're taking it apart and trying to use it as one reason. When that's
my thing. That's what I do. I take things apart.
No, it's not about you, but you're not.
It's just too many guys coming at him with different arguments. That's what he's saying.
No,
he's had to lump it all together.
It's not that. He's just ignoring the other reasons I gave. It's not
just
that Kovalev wasn't in it. I did though.
You're giving all these points.
That's why IBT interrupted him because he said several times.
Exactly. Yeah, I did give several reasons. I said it was a number of reasons. I said.
Well, maybe I wasn't here.
Because no, you were here. You just kept interrupting. I said because Kovalev was not in his prime. He came off of a quick turnaround against a fight where he almost got knocked out, being Anthony Yard, who was not an elite level fighter or anything like that.
He was actually top 10. He was top 10.
He wasn't, but okay. But who had Yard fought?
He was actually number 1 contender.
But who had Yard fought?
Oh, that matters
Yard?
now.
Okay, but we also said.
Hold on, guys. I gotta go, and I just want to say one thing. It was a pleasure talking to all of you. I got one question. Iccy, are you a Canelo hater? Because with me, if someone asks me, am I a Wilder hater? Am I a Tank hater? I just straight up say yes. I hate those guys, and I hope they lose every fight they're in. So are you a Canelo
I feel
hater?
bad for you because I don't hate anyone in this world. So these fighters don't emotionally affect me like that. Anyway.
Well, peace out,
The
everyone.
difference is.
All right, Eldogg, have a good one.
The difference is. The difference is though. Hold on, listen. Y'all are not letting me finish again. The difference is. So you don't agree that. So you don't think you wouldn't say that Jermall Charlo's level of competition is way better than Anthony Yard's level of competition up to the.
I don't actually have a way to measure that substantially.
But come on though. Okay, Korobov beat an undefeated Jose Uzcategui and was beating Andy Lee until he got stopped.
Yeah, but what you're doing is hold on. But what you're doing is you're trying to compare Canelo's fighters' opponents versus Charlo's opponents.
It's not even that, Raider. Let me tell you my actual issue.
No, it turned into Anthony Yard because sometimes, but first when it favors Canelo, we want to talk about opponents. But then when he's talking about Yard, when he's talking about the quality of Yard, you don't want to discuss his level of opposition.
Yard made a good account of himself.
If you want to be fair, you gotta do.
It's not even
Charlo's opponents.
Charlo's opponents are better than. Okay, I said
opponents.
All right, I did. I said Kovalev beat an undefeated Jose Uzcategui and was beating Andy Lee until he got stopped.
Okay,
so I did that already.
So
but anyway,
But 1 second, you actually haven't addressed what I said. You earlier made a point how we shouldn't criticize these guys, how they're not actually that far in level like we think they are. And then
I didn't say you shouldn't criticize them. I just believe that they're closer in level than you think.
Exactly. Oh, we shouldn't criticize them as hard. Like, oh, these guys are actually closer in level than you may expect.
I didn't say you shouldn't criticize them.
So you were just telling us for fun, for no reason, hey, these guys are closer in level. Continue discussion.
No, I think they are closer in level than you think. I'm not saying that anyone is above criticism.
All I need to hear was that these guys are closer in level, right? So now we're talking about opposition and how close they are in level. And then you want to talk about, well, Jermall Charlo is the #1 contender. When I say Anthony Yarde is the #1 contender, you go, who did he beat, though? But that's not when you said when we were talking about Jermall Charlo, how his best one is a Matt Korobov, who'd already been stopped, right? He already been stopped. At best, he won 8-4. Some people felt he lost 7-5.
But Korobov is a veteran.
You're interrupting me. Okay, so now we're talking about Korobov being his best in at 160, and he's never actually been a top 10 middleweight. If you want to talk about the sanctioning bodies, then Anthony Yarde has been a #1 light heavyweight. Do you see how now we're going in circles? You have to pick somewhere. You're saying that all these guys are hard fights for Canelo, but Kovalev isn't. So you're telling me that someone as technically unproven as, let's say, Caleb Plant is at 160, whose best win is a Jose Uzcategui, who lost to Caleb Plant, right, and already lost previously to Matt Korobov. Now this guy is qualified enough to give Canelo trouble, and David Benavidez, whose best win is who's David Benavidez' best win?
Gavril. Ronald Gavril or
Ronald Gavril will
Anthony Durrell.
What about Durrell? Ronald Gavril Slayer is going to give Canelo hell. Do you see where it kind of sounds like you're coming off as a hater? Because all these guys give him trouble except the guys he fights, which is Sergey Kovalev. Even though Sergey Kovalev is a multiple-time light heavyweight champion, a future Hall of Famer, and his only loss versus, first of all, one controversial loss to Andre Ward, another technically controversial loss, but let's just say he lost Andre Ward, who's probably going to be a Hall of Famer, and then Eliter Alvarez, who he came back to then outbox immediately in a rematch to regain the title. Canelo Alvarez sends Sergey Kovalev an offer to fight before he fights Anthony Yarde. He says, no, let me fight Anthony Yarde first, and then we'll fight. He fights Anthony Yarde, knocks Anthony Yarde out, and then you want to say, well, actually, I thought he was going to beat actually, I thought Canelo was going to beat him, and I thought he looked bad in that fight, even though he was winning most of the rounds and knocked him out late. Do you see how you kind of sound like you have double energy? Like you don't have the same energy for one fighter as you do for the other?
That's not even what I said. I picked Canelo to win, and I said that Canelo looked like shit because Kovalev was winning. So he did look bad.
He literally wasn't winning, though.
Kovalev was winning, and multiple people agreed with me on that, though.
He literally was not. If you want to look at the official result, right?
I don't give a shit about what the official judges were saying because Canelo's cards always look weird in several fights. So, I mean, you can.
The point right here is the point here is who has Charlo's last fight and who was Canelo's last fight?
Charles' last fight was Dennis Hogan, who really beat.
And you're gonna compare Dennis Hogan as an opponent compared to Kovalev.
I'm not comparing anything. You brought up Dennis Hogan being the opponent.
I wish
why didn't he fight Kovalev earlier? Why didn't
what I'm trying to say is Jermall Charlo is not fighting the level of competition.
Why didn't he fight Kovalev earlier?
Did you not hear me say that he sent him a contract before Sergey Kovalev actually fought Anthony Yarde, but Sergey Kovalev opted to fight Anthony Yarde first?
No, he declined the Canelo offer because he felt like he wasn't getting paid enough.
You just said that he never offered him.
Yeah,
I didn't say that. I said why didn't he fight him earlier? I never.
Well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean?
Why didn't he fight him? Why didn't he give him time?
How's he gonna fight him without sending him a contract? How's he gonna fight him without sending him a contract?
Oh my God, y'all are being ridiculous.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on, man.
This guy, I don't know.
I'm gonna close it out.
Your arguments are absolutely fallacious and completely unprepared, but something about it resonates with me because before he beat Triple G the second time, which is when he actually gained my respect, I used to hate Canelo so much. I used to hate him worse than I hate Ryan Garcia, Jerwin Ancajas, and Kazuto Ioka multiplied, put together times 45. I used to hate them all. I used to hate Canelo so much. Once he beat Triple G that second time, he finally did it for me. But I don't even want to go
more than Lucas Brown.
Yeah, I don't hate Canelo at all. His marketing sometimes I think is a little bit fugazi with the belts and all, but whatever. As a fighter, I think he's very nice, and I don't mind him taking a Kovalev fight over a Charlo fight. I don't see what the big problem is. I mean,
look, man, I look at it like this, man.
I think it's a no-brainer.
While he did have a good resume before the first Triple G fight, his politics before then were just out of control. He was avoiding a lot of fighters, and that whole Triple G, WBC, and Miguel Cotto fiasco was just horrible. I mean, just a complete toxic, just cancer. I hated his tactics before then, but now it seems like he actually wants to fight good fighters, so I'm very glad.
Yeah, I have no. Let me ask you guys this: do you guys have any issue of fighter? Say I don't want to say Doug, but not fighting a mandatory, but is fighting better opposition?
Well, no, I don't. Now, here's the thing. The determination of an opponent, for any opponent, is money. Whoever's more lucrative and whoever is easiest to make that you don't have to spend as much on is the fight you're going to make first. I think that should pretty much end the whole discussion because that is a perfect rationale for Canelo taking the Kovalev fight. It's an easy fight to make that Eddie Hearn is approved of, and it's for more money. Bottom line, the debate should have just ended there.
Yeah, I don't know. I take it. I take your point about his tactics. I feel like he definitely is looking for advantages over his opponents that I don't really think are necessarily fair. But it doesn't really go so far as for me disliking him as a fighter kind of thing. But I can understand if it did for other people. Like
him putting a catch weight on Chavez Jr. I mean, that's just hilarious. Like you need a catch weight in order to even the playing field against Chavez Jr.
As someone
what was that? I forgot. 165?
164. As someone who actually does like Canelo, right? The greatest my peak doubt for him was after the Chavez Jr. fight, where I see him I don't know how real that beef was. Maybe he really doesn't like Chavez Jr. He just thinks he's a disgrace genuinely. But the catch weight combined with the I'm not gonna sit down in between rounds, and then dominating him but not knocking him out when I really think he could have. Only for Triple G to come out immediately after he won like it was WWE. I was really just I'm about to be done with this guy. But after the Triple G fights, similar to Intangible, he kind of won me over.
Yeah, but I used to just hate him even more passionately. But it got to the point near the end where his arguments
were racist. Straight up.
Yeah. Hey, bro. I don't. Yeah, I didn't. What was it? I didn't. The Cotto thing was a little bit weird for me. I remember that being
Although,
in that fight. I better not catch you on the streets, my boy. Straight up.
Yeah,
bro. I'm gonna knock you out, bro. Pull up.
You a snitch, Intangible. You
Pull
a
up,
snitch, bro.
Pull up. I'm tired of your agenda against Japanese fighters, bro. Let's pull up. Let's fight. I'm gonna knock you out,
man. One of my favorite fighters
bro.
is Japanese, man. What are you talking about? Inui.
You capping, bro. Let's fight, man.
I like it, bro.
Let's fight in Saitama Super Arena, the same place he fought Donaire, bro. Let's fight. Any day.
Canelo is gonna mop the floor with Murata.
It'll be highly
Murata knocks him out, bro.
I actually favor Murata, Jermall Charlo, Caleb Plant, Billy Joe Saunders, Callum Smith, David Benavidez, Anthony Durrell to all knockout. Oh, sorry, I also forgot to include Demetrius Andrade, Sergey Derevianchenko, Triple G. All those guys are gonna knock out Canelo. But Kovalev. No, Kovalev. Yeah, I already knew Canelo was gonna beat that guy.
Oh yeah. Also, Chris Eubank.
Chris Eubank. You're right. It wasn't Anthony Durrell. It was Chris Eubank.
No, but you know what? I like Mel Charlo.
Absolutely,
that fool. Mel Charlo is fighting. Good
he's fighting legit opposition. I'll give him credit for that.
And not only that, remember he opted a voluntary against Erislandy Lara. I was like, hell yeah. Even though Erislandy Lara is not at his prime anymore, it's still an intriguing fight. I would love to see that, or even now with Rosario Banana. He's willing to fight that. I'm like, all right, hell yeah.
Exactly. Who actually wants to go fight Lara? That's not an easy fight. The fact that he just contacted them, if that fight happens, I'd be very happy to see that one. Jermall Charlo really turned me around with the Harrison fights. I feel like he's really stepped up the competition and just his approach to the actual sport. The fact that he wants to unify. Whereas I feel like Jermall has almost regressed, not in his skill set, but in that fashion where I felt like he was the lion. He was the lion of the two, and now I feel like he's kind of just fine taking the back seat. But that's just my opinion.
And us just as fans, that's all we want, man. We want to see these fucking fights, man. That's what we want. We want to see these fights.
When it comes to Canelo, though, like the only person I'd actually favor to beat him comprehensively I don't know about comprehensive. I'd probably it's Dimitri Bivol. It's the only person.
I knew you were gonna say Bivol.
Oh yeah. I know Intangible, it was either Bivol or Beterbiev, but I forgot. So what that means to me is you think he beats Beterbiev though?
I think that's a legit possibility.
Okay.
Here's why: because how many people have actually beat Canelo in the pocket besides Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah, I mean that was literally 7 years ago, right?
Yeah, he's much better now. He's seems to be actually have better reflexes. Honestly, he didn't have to cut as much weight. He's more smart in the ring. He's basically been learning on the job as a pro. He started boxing at 13 and then turned pro at 15.
His defense is the one that has been most improved overall.
He had good defense before that. I remember the.
No, he did. But his defense now is who has better defense than Canelo right now?
Nobody.
Like honestly.
No,
Chris
actually,
Arreola.
in my opinion. Yeah, definitely Chris Arreola.
That man's defense is just impeccable, tremendous.
You know who comes in a close second to Chris Arreola?
Who?
Jaime Munguia.
Facts.
I would say I actually favor Adam Kovnatsky ahead of Jaime Munguia, but that's just my personal
or the dude that fought Belchet. Absolutely dominated
that
defense.
That dude destroyed Burchell's hand with his head.
He destroyed his hand. Oh man, Burchett's hand wraps must have been all fucked up.
Yeah, those knockout blows he was just landing on his fist were just incredible.
Yeah.
Just biting on his fist, huh?
The way he headbutted Burchell's fist was absolutely impeccable. A way of art, really.
I've never seen anybody hit fist with eyes before like that, dude. He's the strongest fucking eye socket I've ever seen.
Yeah. Truly resilient.
Yeah, Salido's defense was also tremendous.
True.
Don't forget about
Provodnikov, a true OG, a true master of defense, the true originator of the Philly shell, the man who influenced Floyd's entire style.
Provodnikov and Jaime Munguia and Provodnikov, they got strong jaws. They probably did that by biting coconuts, like stripping coconuts.
They might have just been abused so bad as children that they just became numb to beatings.
Oh my God, why? Why is that where you go?
I just couldn't think of any other sort of explanation for them just dropping their hands in the midst of exchanges.
They peel coconuts with their teeth, dude.
Strong
jaws.
Sometimes chin workouts actually are effective. It's not always just knockout.
Well, a lot of those quote-unquote chin workouts are actually neck workouts.
Yeah, neck workouts to stop the snap. So you're a bit more sturdy when you get hit, what Triple G does.
Not only that, it loosens up your neck muscles. You're able to move and slip punches better. Not too tight.
Yeah. It mainly comes from the hips most often.
Have you seen Canelo's head movement versus Jacobs? Very little waist movement and just enough head movement just to slip the punch.
That fourth round literally had I was with my family, right? And we were just getting progressively more excited. Like the amount of punches he slipped, it was just really cool to see. I think it's like the fourth round as he closes it out, and then he gets like one counter punch at the end of it too.
Yeah, one thing about him, though, I mentioned that he struggles with jabs then. People don't land jabs on him cleanly very often, but it's effective. He gets you to react off of it. And people like Golovkin who are able to change the speed of the jab and change the type of jab they use.
Yes.
And control the pace with it. He was giving Canelo issues. Even when he wasn't fully committing to it, he was still slapping him with it and sort of just touching him. And he was able to keep him off.
That's good analysis, man. I've noticed that he does bait you in with that jab. He puts his head forward, leans a little bit forward, and baits you to jab him, and he reacts to it and he counters. Yeah, that's
who
good.
Doesn't have a jab that changes rhythm, speed, and power. That wouldn't really give Canelo issues at all. I think it actually would feed into his good defense.
Charlo. Doesn't
Oh
change his speed that much on his jab. There's like two different types of jabs he throws. He sometimes throws a power jab, and sometimes he'll double or triple up on it.
Dude, I don't know why. Right now that you said that, IBT, I fucking closed my eyes and pictured fucking Canelo going to that body after missing like 2 jabs. Like
that's
Charlo,
exactly, yeah.
So you see Charlo, like, you know, he double jabs or he jabs and then he does that 1-2. He totally misses it, and Canelo just with the right fucking body shot. Oh man.
That's kind of like the issue with Charlo's. He commits to every jab 100%. You rarely see, not that you don't see him feint,
dude,
but you don't see him throw 70%. Like sometimes you don't need 100% power to knock someone out. You need like accumulation of 70%. If you go ham on every punch, you're gonna telegraph or you're gonna get tired. But if you go 70%, you're gonna maintain that like quick muscle fiber. You're gonna be able to change the speed a little. You're gonna be to change the direction a little more. You just throwing a jab at 100% power is like the opposite purpose of a jab.
No, but check this out. Hold on, real quick. Intangible. I want you guys to picture this real quick. You remember how we just saw Korobov and this guy Charlo, right? You remember in the beginning when he was being desperate and overcommitting to those power punches? Can you imagine him overcommitting and missing to one of Canelo? What Canelo's gonna counterpunch? How his counterpunch is gonna look like?
Oh, Jesus damn, Derek threw in the towel. Holy shit. Charlo just got stopped. Can't wait to check Nico's channel.
Overcommitting those power punches like that on Canelo and missing? Oh,
he commits. The thing is, he brings his hands back and commits to all of the shots in his combinations. Something that fighters do in order to get power on their combinations is they don't fully commit to their first few shots and only commit to their last shot to leave that lasting impression. Charlo just goes in 100%. And he's relatively good at it because he's very athletic. He has very fast twitch. But I don't see that lasting against a guy who's just going to be tearing his body apart.
Like, I was going to bring up some clips, so we kind of got distracted a couple times in the conversation.
Dad, make me tickle me.
Get over there. Hold on. Sorry, my bad.
You're fine, man. You're fine. Like one thing with Jermall Charlo, really, I imagine kind of like what Raider was saying. I feel like if he overcommits, he'll just have to pay really hard for it. But I don't really want to. I didn't want this stream to focus on Canelo. Really, I wanted it to be Jermall Charlo versus Derevyanchenko, but things gonna happen, right? I think Derevyanchenko is gonna kind of have similar success in some spots where I think Derevyanchenko will have success in the pocket. But what I want to see is he was able to take punches from Triple G, but Triple G isn't as physically imposing as Charlo would be, right? So I wonder what will happen if they actually like are fighting in mid range. If he tries to go on the inside straight forward, he could maybe uppercut him and catch him like that. Where I feel like the Canelo matchup is a little different than that. I feel like Canelo doesn't mind being mid range versus Charlo at all. Where I feel like Derevyanchenko would really want to get out of mid range as soon as possible.
Or here's the thing too, like say like with Chavez, right? Chavez and Daniel Jacobs, not so much Daniel Jacobs, kind of, but or like Kovalev. These guys didn't want to overcommit because they're because of Canelo's counterpunching skills.
Exactly. A lot of people. That's another narrative, and I'm glad you brought that up. A lot of people say like, "Oh, well, why are they so passive all of a sudden against Canelo?" It's not that they've become passive. Triple G is this tearing monster, and then Canelo, suddenly he's a jabber, right? Not that he didn't use the jab before, but now he's a back foot fighter with the jab. It's not that they've suddenly decided I'm going to use this game plan. It's mostly that like the counter punching does not feel good.
Yeah, exactly.
When you throw a punch, you waste more energy. That Jacobs throws 10 punches, misses, and then gets counter punched. You're like, oh, maybe I should think more with my punches.
Think about it. Yeah, like what does that do to your psyche? Like, hold on, what does that do to your psyche? Like you're over here against this guy, and you're throwing all kinds of shots, and you're just missing them. You're like, fuck, what's wrong? And then you get countered. Like, really, what am I gonna do now?
One thing though that's really common with Canelo, he gets hit so. Actually, that's a complete contradiction. One thing that happens with Canelo, he gets hit so rarely with right hands. How many times do people actually land clean right hands on Canelo? It's very rare.
And when they do, he always has. I mean, it's not like he's chinny, right? He's got a great chin too, which sucks for his opponents.
Yeah, I saw him get hit with one very nice right hand to the chin by Triple G. I can't remember what it was. It was a left hook or a right hand. I can't remember what it was. It was in the 8th round against Jacobs, where he just got hit flush. His entire chin snapped back like Paul Williams against Martinez, and he just took it like it was nothing.
Yeah.
It's like that dude has a great chin.
That dude is. I feel bad for the opponents. It's not even like he has good defense and an okay chin, or a great chin and bad defense like some guy. He has a good chin and good defense,
and some power to back it up.
And some power to back it up. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only way I think people can beat him right now, at least, is activity, because he's so defensively responsible that he hesitates. His output is not very great, and it really depends on how much you open up. So it has to be very much controlled activity and using the jab a lot.
My thing is this, like with the Bivol fight, that's a very interesting fight. I mean, can Canelo fight his fight, or does Bivol fight his fight? That's who I think is going to win the fight, whoever's the ring general. That's what it's going to come down to. I mean, if Bivol can go out there and be aggressive and start landing all these shots, and I don't know if Canelo's endurance, using defense full time all the way to the later rounds, and hitting power shots, counter punching, is gonna be able to win that fight. But I mean, if Canelo fights his fight and boxes, makes a miss, and then becomes like another Kovalev or Chavez where they're not committing, then I think Canelo can win that fight. I mean, it's all who's the ring general, for, in my opinion, is going to win that fight.
When that
Iccy, besides the other aspects, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, that when that Iccy guy was on, I was sort of intentionally sort of easing up on him and intentionally not really going in on him, because there are some guys that I know are sort of don't pay attention as much as others, so I don't want to rag on them as much as others.
I didn't know who they were, and they were giving good insight earlier, so I thought they were reasonable enough. But then they had all these kind of weird takes, and to me, my version of finding that out, because I didn't know beforehand, right? I don't know who that was. I don't even have any animosity towards them, but I was gonna close it down soon anyways, and I felt like it was just kind of dragging on. When I asked if they would watch Canelo versus Triple G3, and they said no, that just kind of told me they weren't a boxing fan, because both of those guys are definitely going to be Hall of Famers. Both of those guys are champions at middleweight. I mean, that's a big, legacy-wise, trilogies are extremely important in fighters' careers, right?
I mean, yeah.
To say that you're not going to watch a trilogy fight like that, what else are you doing? Like, unless you're fighting on the card, why aren't you watching it, you know?
Well, look, I'm not spending this Sunday night doing something extremely productive for my community or anything like that, but look, if you're not going to watch Canelo Triple G3, but you're going to rewatch Charlo versus Adams on this Sunday night, we know where your priorities are at, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, I may not watch fucking a lot of fucking boxing like some of you dudes do, but I mean, when it comes down to like the top fighters, man, I love to watch them. I love to watch and break down their fights, do some film study on them, and that kind of gives you an idea of where other fighters are at. Like, you know, what they're missing. Like, oh, you know what, this fighter can use a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know what I mean? That's what I kind of do.
Yeah. To me, this fight will even capture the attention of casuals. For someone who I would think likes boxing to be like, no, I'm not gonna watch this fight. I just go, oh, okay, this is kind of what we're dealing with.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Although I'm very ashamed to say I didn't watch White versus Rivas except for a few clips.
Wow.
I'm a true casual boxer.
Yeah. If you want, we can rewatch that one just for fun. But we don't have to, because White sucks and all.
Hey, my bad. I'm kind of off topic, but when are you gonna want to do another rescore, and who should we do it on?
Okay, so we'll have that discussion on that stream then. But I'm trying to work on a way where I can actually, I don't have to do a watch together. I can just show the fight on the screen. That's what I've been talking to in the Hangouts about. So I need to find a way where I can edit it, or I can do something where the video won't get taken down, but I can still show the fight.
So fucking Tommy, no?
Yeah, that's what I was talking to Tommy.
Yeah, so it's probably a few things you might have. So you might want to sort of edit it for the display. If there's some way you can display it with those edits, but keep it on the, I don't know. You're gonna have to like remove watermarks and add a bunch of special effects.
Yeah, I can do that. That's
fine. What about the sound? We're not gonna do sound, right?
I can just mute it. I can just mute it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, the sound would really. That's the like easy one they catch. I have the whole like video just there, and it was copy. It was claimed, but it wasn't copy striked. So at the very worst, I get my video claimed. Which is good because, I mean, a claim versus a strike is much.
Pretty significant.
Yeah. One is they take my money I'm making, which is $0, and the other one is they put a strike on my channel, and that means I now have a permanent, like I have a YouTube criminal record. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I actually got a copyright claim for no reason, and well, nothing happened because I don't monetize my videos.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're telling me you don't make millions intangible off YouTube or what?
Nah, bro. I make millions in the streets, bro. I make millions in the streets. I'm a true hustler. I'm a true dope boy, bro. I've been in these streets since I don't know, actually, for a long time.
Wow,
so you haven't. So you haven't.
One. That was a sick line.
So you haven't been in the state penitentiary for 10 years, and you're only 20,
bro. I ain't been in the state penitentiary in my life because them cops don't have shit on me, bro. I got shooters. I got genetic reproductive machines where I could just reproduce my shooters, and any cop that wants to come by, they're in some bad luck.
You grew up in the mean streets of Malibu or what? Bel Air?
Yeah, I was gonna say the mean streets of Beverly Hills and Bel Air, dude.
Bro, I don't live in California, so no.
I know. We're just kidding. Is your state even real? It's debatable.
Virginia is the resting place of Joe Louis, and JFK with the eternal flame. I've been there before. I can confirm that Virginia is real.
It's up for discussion. I think we'll have to do a live stream on that one.
Actually, I have a cousin who lives in West Virginia, Huntington.
I've been to West Virginia once to kayak. It was fun, but
in the streets.
Yeah, bro, I be kayaking in these streets, bro. Bro, I be just delivering. I don't know what connection West Virginia has to my street life, but all I know is that nobody can fuck with me right now. I am the top man in Virginia. Nobody can touch me.
Hey, so my cousins, right? They moved out there to West Virginia like maybe 20 something years ago, right? They said that when they got out of the airport, that they're like the only Mexicans over there. People there have never seen a Mexican. They say that they were getting stared at like if they were real aliens. Oh, what the fuck?
They were illegal aliens.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know there were airports in West Virginia. I honestly think West Virginia is just some complete fucking
town. It's a town.
Like it's just some small covered up like group of shacks just in the middle of like a small neighborhood. I mean, you know those houses just with those beat up roofs, plants growing all over it. You have wheelbarrows and all types of different stuff and like bug spray and all that kind of stuff laying on the
He's
balcony.
talking about a Home Depot right now.
Well, no.
You just described a Home Depot garden area.
A beat up roof, not really.
You're right. Maybe an abandoned one.
Yeah, so my cousin I used to call him all the time, be like, "Hey, what's up, man? What do you guys do over there for fun? Like, what do you like? What's the thing to do over there?" He's like, "Man, these dudes out here, they don't do shit." He's like, "For fun, these fools go and they be tipping cows when they're asleep." I was like, what?
Yeah, that's pretty much their life. They just go outside, milk cows, and go back home. Not really much else to do. I went kayaking there once. I don't even remember anybody there, honestly. I remember some crackhead. I remember some guy who was like leading this bus full of people who were going out there to do it. And this guy was a crackhead, I assume. Just some crazy, sick, just a horrible person. I think he probably has a probably has a longer crime sheet than me, and that's saying something.
Granted, you're from the hood, so
yeah.
A lot of people probably have longer crime sheets because you're like a real OG, you know?
Yeah.
How it works. Yeah.
Nobody has caught me doing any dirt.
You have a really long crime sheet.
I think
that shit's funny.
Yeah. West Virginia. Honestly, I just see a bunch of crazy people who live in shacks with beat up homes, no AC, just a fucked up ass cow milking company or something.
All right, man.
My cousin said when he went to high school over there, when he was in high school, that the main dude was trying to punk him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, he had a knife in his sock, and he. Oh, there. I'll just put it this way: he scared the living shit out of that guy, dude.
Oh Lord!
And my cousin was like the king in the high school after that.
That's pretty funny.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Yeah,
I call it one knife, one neck.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, start pulling knives out on people. If they're trying to punk you, they're trying to insult you, just keep that knife on you.
Hey man, that's how Mexicans roll, man.
Honestly, I've been making way too many threats on this live stream. I've talked about being from the hood. I've threatened officers. I've threatened people that make fun of me. Like I've
admitted to drug crimes.
Yeah.
Hey, have you guys ever even been to court?
No. Once.
You guys know what a court looks like inside, or I mean,
I've seen Judge Judy before, man.
Judge Judy.
Yes.
What about you, Tangi?
I saw an episode of Greg Mathis before. Where these two people were bitching at each other over some divorce settlement.
I saw one where they were arguing over
court, dude. Let me tell you something. Court is not fun, dude. Court is like you get bubble guts when you go to court. It feels like they have their life in your hands.
That's kind of what I would imagine it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that feeling is horrible, dude.
It can't be described.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. It's really bad. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go commit a crime to. I'm making so many threats.
That.
I'm gonna go commit a crime just to see what court feels like.
Just come over here. Come and visit me, Tangi. Now I guarantee you, I can have you in court in a couple of days, or maybe the same day. Maybe if it's on a Friday, you might be in jail until Monday morning, about 8 in the morning. Then you can see the judge. But
I'll probably just go on ahead and vandalize some house and then get arrested from there.
That's pretty funny. All right.
For sure.
I think I'm gonna be closing down the stream now. Do you guys have any final thoughts?
Yeah. Go ahead, Intangible.
No, you go ahead.
Nah, you were speaking first. I interrupted.
All right. Well, I don't have many final thoughts besides this great live stream. It was fun. I had fun rescoring the fight. The guy who came on, it wasn't that fun talking to him, but good job moderating the stream. I hope it does well, and I hope you guys are all well after this. Stay safe, fellas. Peace.
Peace out. Yeah, IBT, good stream. Yeah, man. Let's see when we do the next one. Was cracking to everybody that was on the panel. I forgot who. Of Smoke, Eldogg, Tangi, IBT, and the other dude's name was what, Iggy or something like that. I don't know what.
Iccy and then OneTwoKid and Angel.
Oh yeah, OneTwoKid and Mr. Santos. Yeah, man. Peace to you guys and peace to everybody in the chat. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace out, man.
Yeah, and then just for my kind of sign out. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for watching. Appreciate everyone just coming through. It was a great live, in my opinion. I had fun doing it. We even got some debate up in there. So yeah, I think I'm probably gonna be going live again this week, covering some news and stuff. Maybe a debate, maybe another rescoring if I can get the thing I was talking about to work, so we can just show the fight on screen. I think that would be a little better than the watch together. As much as I like to watch together, there's still some issues with syncing or people on phones. It doesn't quite work. So, yeah, we're still gonna try to figure this thing out and trying to optimize it as we go. But final thoughts. Yes, Jermall Charlo, Billy Joe Saunders, Callum Smith, David Benavidez. Let's see who else. Oh yeah, Caleb Plant, right? Triple G, Eubanks, Andre, all of those guys knock out Canelo easily, according to some, or beat Canelo easily according to some, and I'm just kidding. I'm messing around. All right, I think I'm just gonna end it now. Peace out.